best performance. He really went after it. He saw barely only a few showdowns, but his red line is the one to die for. He knew when to attack. 𝗏𝗀, 𝗏𝗀 Popper, look at this, 10 million chips. 𝗏𝗀 was all the way down to about 7 big blinds with a lower stack size, but once he made that very courageous ace-high bluff catch, ever since then, he's stabilized himself above 10 million. Well, of course, Christoph, his strategy paid off. If you remember, he was using his time banks to try to ladder up, try to get to that final table. Hey, it worked out, 12 big blinds, but now it's anybody's game. The name of the game is the big stacks. They basically want to just put pressure on the blinds, make those middling stacks alive hell, and the short stacks are looking for that double up. Try not to get bullied by the big ones that will be going after it. And the final table is here. And is Cody still in? Yeah, okay. We had 2 tables. He was still in at the outer table, of course. And Rohan Obero OT LFG. Obviously, that does not mean anything offensive. Let's go, ladies and gentlemen.
It's on 10% of the whole prize pool. 10% of the whole prize pool left.
Yes, exactly. If you ask for a deal, so 6 players ask for a deal, and you don't make a deal, next time you can ask again, then you do 1 more player. Okay?
Yeah.
Like 6 players, no deal, next is possible that you can use 1 more.
Accept or bust. And then
When you make a deal, blinds go by out. So like 40 days blinds, you make a deal. Any questions? Anything? Nothing to draw? 4, 6.
bon chance, everybody. Good luck.
Okay, guys, so I'm not sure if you heard it, not sure how loud your stream is. You can turn it up and rewind, but you heard the man. Our rules are we used to not allow deals at all here during the streamed final tables. Now we do allow them. The main stipulation is, hey, you have to leave at least 10% up top and you will play for that win. We will have a winner today, and no matter how many players make a deal or if there's no deal, at least 10% extra will go to the winner. So all the players know it. Of course, that is a little bit premature to talk about the deal, but every single one of these guys knows what's up. I must say I love it. I've been actually, some events, believe it or not, some events allow that you can end the game right there. Usually not at stream tables, but I have seen it if the players decide, hey, we will finish it right here, right then. The chip leader just gets the trophy and they just finish. I'm not a big fan of that, so I'm really, really glad. Hey, I understand the players deserve some freedom. For us, spectators, for you guys in the chat, the best thing is when there's no deal, they just play for everything. We have one big winner and we have a second place who does have money, but who has to go home pretty sad for missing out on that big pay jump. I love to see that sweat, those emotions. That's what I want to see from poker, but I understand it is a lot of money compared to the small buy-in. The players should have some freedom to decide. So we do have this compromise of, hey, if you do decide to make a deal, 10% up top. We want to see some action. We want it to matter. And everybody knows that that's what's happening. And look at that pro photographer right there in the background, taking those pictures.
In a new chair, unfortunately.
And there are some chair shenanigans.
Like I'm on a boat or something. Like with the cruise ship, yeah? Ferry. So, enjoy your journey. But don't puke on the table. No, don't worry about that.
Yeah, so this was the story. I have no idea what's going on here, but I looked at the tables and they didn't like the chairs for some reason. A couple of the players, including Cody, they are swapping their chairs. I'm not sure if they felt like they were unlucky or if they were not the right type for them. But yeah, a couple players, for whatever reason, you heard the banter in the background. They physically swapped the chairs. You can actually see on the socials them doing it. I don't understand why that was, but that's what they did. The players have received extra time banks. Yeah, guys, this is very, very important. I believe I was there with them. They were very happy. All the players were cheering of getting, I believe it's 6 extra time banks. So, yeah, some of them celebrated like they won the whole tournament, that they get to think yet again after spending all their time banks. So, you can see Cody here, of course. What else can we expect from the man who has been all over the place? Extremely loose style, extremely entertaining. Safe TV, it's payouts actually. There we go, thank you 𝗙𝗶ৃ 𝗴'𝗹. And 𝗙𝗶ৃ, look at this. This man who was down, all the way down to 8 bigs. He keeps running really, really hard. 10s in the small blind. I believe this is go time. You don't want to allow your opponent to see the flop. Of course, we can do some shenanigans. We leave in some chips behind, in case the big blind goes crazy against Cody. But 𝗙𝗶 will go for it. We have that raise. Looks like it's not a big one. There we go. Those yellow chips are 1 million. We are with a field of 9 out of 2,785. That's why so many chips are right here. And Cody, I don't think there's anything he can do. There we go. So first blood at the final table is drawn, and 𝗙𝗶 takes one away from Cody. I, of course, have to tell you that these guys know each other. They have been playing against one another at one of our feature tables. So there is history between most of these players. Mazi says, Kala game over. Rohan says, Vasilis is the best player by far on the table. He got this. I must say Vasilis, he was the star of the feature table. The unsung hero who didn't actually win any big flashy all-ins. There were no big massive pots, but time and time again, he knew when to apply aggression, when he needs to limp min raise, limp free bet, when he needs to put in a big bet. So he has been playing the best so far, Vasilis, so I have to agree with Rohan. But remember guys, we have fresh blood, including Cody, that came back from that outer table. And we are yet to see how the new dynamic develops. I look at the bounties, there is still one left, 1 out of 43. This means that yes, this is a mystery bounty, but all the big bounties are gone. 75K went to Poland yesterday, the most important one. So now we basically are playing for the face value for those payouts, because the bounties, they barely matter now relative to the actual payouts that we're getting here. 𝗏𝗏 is the one player we have not really seen. And he's using those freshly minted time banks. Everybody got 6, if I heard it right. And the small blind, he can go both ways. I think king use offsuit is actually a perfectly reasonable all-in. The big problem he has is that without knowing how he plays, he has that big stack on his left who can spare a lot of chips. And 𝗏𝗏 has no yellows. He's using that time bank with the kings. We can probably guess that just going all in. Already you made the final table. Yes, there we go. And insta call. Did I see that right? Yes, insta call with ace-10 offsuit. Unfortunately for the last remaining Polish hero in the tournament, the only one at the final table, he is up against it. Tonino, insta call, didn't even think about it. Ace-10 offsuit in his hand. And we are looking for a king or a deuce, or we will lose our first player right away in hand 97. Maciej Kalaga, re-raise Chile, is that right? 115 best life cash? There we go, we have that fist pump. Can the king or the deuce come, or will the rich get richer? This is not looking good at all. for our Polish hero. We have some backdoor straight draws. 10%, as you can see. We need that king. That's not a king. Good game. It was a short performance, but with king deuce, the right way to play it is to go all in. You have that king high. Line against blind. Your opponent has absolutely every hand. And who is that handsome man? I actually saw myself over there. And we have lost one player right away. And we're changing the chair. Look at this. So a chair is being changed by Cody this time.
But anyway, you were small stack all the time. Yeah. And you took 3 play jumps. Yeah. Small stack and double and double. Yeah.
I have no idea why. Maybe it was an unlucky chair. I checked those chair guys. I was literally there. They look absolutely fine to me. Maybe we have some superstition going on and 2 players swapped chairs already.
Well, if happens somebody else is doing the heavy lifting. I'm tired since yesterday. Like everybody's tired. Not too tired, but tired of the heavy lifting. It's only 1 week tournament. Yeah, no problem. That's week. Only 1 week tournament. Just young guys, yeah, so...
You see some banter, the guys are saying, how can you be tired? It's only a 1 week tournament. It has been one of the bigger ones that we have here at King's Resort. Obviously 2.7K entries. It's a no small feat. And I understand the players yesterday, 13 hours of play. A lot of these guys were right here on the feature table under the bright lights, knowing that you guys in the chat are scrutinizing their every move. That obviously takes a toll on your stamina as well. One of them was Casco. We haven't seen him in a long time. I think it was at the start of yesterday. So it's nice that he made it all the way back to the final table. And Bird is saying, I'm a cash game player and even I have more tournament live earnings. See, that's the problem, especially these days when you see someone relatively young and those players are getting older and older. When you see someone even in their 30s, late 30s and early 40s, you just never know who is an online player who is just swapping to live, because maybe his brain is starting to be a little bit slow, but still they will have a lot of knowledge and skill from online poker to swap to live. It's getting more and more difficult to guess a player's skill based on their appearance. And even #1 most respected poker book writer Darrell Carney, I mean, he's not the youngest man exactly. And there we go, Christoph, look at this. Going for it with King 10 offsuit. He is changing his strategy. I think on the bubble, he was not going for plays like this, but he understands that the ICM pressure is not as high as it once was when we were in the top 12, 9 and 10. Now he simply goes for it and gets rewarded because Paul Kovaccio, look at this, is folding the ace-3 suited and Christoph gets it through. I love to see it. I love when players actually change their strategy. He plays differently before the bubble and after the final table bubble. He was literally stalling, he was playing very tight, and now no time banks used. He simply puts the chips in with one of the looser hands and is rewarded for it. That's exactly how it should be. If you take your time, if you must, at least do it strategically when it actually benefits you. But when you don't have to, put the pedal to the metal and go for it. Let's see Cody. Yesterday Cody has been very, very loose. Now he does have a chip stack that he can utilize to yet again put pressure on his opponents. Now look at this. Mishka Popper, the master of the short to medium stack, with the ace king suited. an absolute monster when you have 21 big blinds. Let's see the raise sizing. Will he bump it up a little bit, as some players have been doing with ace-kings? 2.7 big blinds, yes. It's a slightly bigger sizing that you would expect. So 2.7 bigs is the price of play. 𝗏𝗀 on the small blind. He folded and Vasilis lets it go with free use of suit. Miška Popper. Has the rail right there. There are a couple players on the rail, a couple fans, and they seem to be supporting this man. And Christoph is now up to 14 big blinds. He can inflict real damage on most of these stacks. It's good for him. He was very patient. We see that he can actually switch gears, and we see what we were expecting. The game is loosening up. The players are willing to go for it, willing to play. $3K package already secured. Final table glory, top 8. That pay jump already secured as well. So now we will see some looser plays. And Casco, I mean, with a king-jack offsuit, there's only one way to play this, and that is the raise. The only question is, how much do we raise here? 1.4 million is the sizing, 2.3 bigs. The blinds are at 300K, 600K, 600K. Well, for Vasilis, the offsuit variant will probably be a fold. And lucky is not lucky in the big blind, especially with 17 bigs, where every big blind matters. Maybe you don't want to get adventurous. There we go, and we let it go. Yeah, that's right. If you are from Germany, ladies and gentlemen, I love you. I appreciate you. It's amazing that you are here in our English stream. But get yourself over and listen to Stefan, okay? Our German caster, German commentator on our German channel on YouTube and Twitch. He is my master. He always helps me with research, all the data. And I owe a lot to our German commentator, who is an absolute pro and veteran of King's Resort streams. And there we go. The Cody show resumes now. He had to fold to a free bet before. Now we have an actual good hand. Well, lucky, I don't think he should be playing this one. And the Cody show is right here. I think that's the thing. When you have a player like this, it's really exciting to watch him navigate those big stacks. Try to outplay people, try to play really loosey-goosey. We've seen so much of that yesterday. It was incredibly entertaining. But today, of course, once you start having more short stacks, you have those big pay jumps. You don't have as much play behind as the blinds keep increasing. It won't be easy to get the same Cody show we got yesterday, but I'm sure he will not disappoint us, and he'll give us a show nonetheless. Casco with the 10-5 suited. Looks like he does not want to apply pressure with a very loose hand. Paul is one of the middling stacks, but for Vasilis, we have zero doubt of what he is going to do. Vasilis can make some insane folds, incredibly tight folds, when he feels like his instinct is right. But when it comes to fighting for small pots, I would say when it comes to consistency and aggression, and picking those big sizes and attacking those weak ranges, Vasilis is the man to beat. So there was no doubt that he was going to race. And Cody, look at his right in his ballpark. We know how he loves these small suited hands. So we will be heading into the flop with arguably the two most entertaining players so far. Well, this is a very good board for Vasilis. For Cody, however, I mean, you have some backdoors. Low backdoor diamond draw. We have the backdoor gutters. But for all intents and purposes, this is not really a playable hand. Wow, look at this. Vasilis actually deduces that, hey, either I have Cody beat, but am I really getting 3 streets of value if I bet flop, turn, and the river? Is he calling with worse? And he's played with this man a lot yesterday. He knows that Cody likes to be aggressive, and there we go. Cody with that bet. Vasilis continues these great plays in these small pots. And Cody with that flush draw. Let's see if he can get there on the river. It is a king, a blank. This board is very, very good for Vasilis, but remember, guys, it is Cody. He can represent the 9 here, and possibly hands like Queen Jack offsuit. So if he would bet, he has to bet big, but I believe this is a respect check for Vasilis. Cody knows that this man is capable of actually protecting his range, which means checking back some aces when he does check back. And now the problem is in Cody's shoes, if you bluff here, you risk your opponent just calling an ace because he thinks you're trying to get him off a chop. There we go, there's that fold. We did not see fireworks, but very interesting check by Vasilis. 2 reasons for that. Number one, you probably think that, hey, if I bet the flop, turn, and the river, what is really calling me? That's worse than what I have. And second, it is Cody. He knows how Cody plays. These guys have been at it yesterday here right in front of our eyes for quite a while. So he continues his great plays and everything is going his way. Without those big showdowns, still no massive showdowns for Vasilis today. Only straight up a red line. That means when you win the flop without seeing showdown, it keeps going up and up and up as he keeps applying that pressure. He keeps checking back when he needs to. And today, he is the man to beat so far. Christoph lets it go on the button. Whoa! He actually folded ace-5 right as Cody wakes up with aces. I would love to actually see a shove with an ace-5 there. But Cody, let's see what he does. Is that 1.7? Did I hear that right? Yeah, 1.7, 2.8 big blinds. Unfortunately for Cody, with those pocket rockets, Mishka. Has the 4 deuce and Cody actually shows him the aces. Oi, 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 oi. That is very unfortunate.
Everybody fold is better than lose. So, you know, we take it. Glad I didn't raise my ace. Yeah, we would not go very far. Ace on the flop, yeah? We don't see the flop. Yes. I think. What if? We, yes. What if?
Well, we listened to some what if scenarios. These guys are talking quite a bit, guys. Make sure you turn up your stream. Or at least turn up the volume when I am not talking, because then you probably will hear some info, some banter from the players themselves. Lucky, I don't think that he will play this. There we go, there's that fold. And Christoph, is this go time? Ace-10 offsuit on the cutoff. I think it is. It's time to put it in. We already shoved with King-10 before.
Too wide to call, but how much is it?
And you might think that Cody is posturing, but remember, this man likes to assess every option. I don't think he will be calling with Queen-7 suited, however. And looks like this will work out for Christoph. Taking it down and chipping up to 14 big blinds. You always want to stay above that 12 big blind threshold. You want to have full equity when you go all in.
And you held back. Good job. This man has much more discipline.
And we have some kudos for that ace-5. That ace-5 should have actually been out of the tournament right now. I think with the ace-5 on the button, it is time to ship it, but obviously he saved his tournament life by playing very tight. But nevertheless, if we are not results oriented, he should just be going for it. Lucky with the 16 bigs. Also an awkward situation. Do you min-raise here? Do you shove? Or do you just fold this? We've seen from some of the players. With 8 players left, you do have all those options. There is one short stack behind him as well. There we go. He goes actually for the folding option with that weaker ace. And Miška obviously is not going anywhere. He does have a decent stack here. 12.4 million, 21 big blinds. It's time to raise it up. The question always is how much will he raise? This time it's 2.3 big blinds. And I don't think Casco can continue. Here we go. We have that fold. So far it has been piano, piano, which I believe Cody, at least Cody claims that it means slowly, slowly in Italian, chill. Piano, piano, the more you know. And after these exchanges, let's take a look. Maciej Kala eliminated 10,000 euro plus those tickets, so 13,000 effective. We're not sure if he got some bounties as well. None of these guys got any big ones. Tonino still up there, playing very, very cautiously. Vasilis, oh my goodness, look at this. Vasilis from being down, he has been grinding. Almost no showdowns. Everything comes down to winning those small pots, pot after pot, with his relentless calculated aggression, checking back, protecting his ranges. He, in my eyes, is the man to beat. And in the first place, the man of yesterday, the man who was entertaining us for hours and hours, Cody, still in that top 3. So that's what we are looking at, those top 3 stacks, and of course those short stacks right there, trying to double up, trying to survive. We want to see how they fare. And Miška with 23 bigs. This player once was very tight, but once the bubble burst, once he knew that, hey, I am getting my 4-ticket package, he has been pretty aggressive. And it's 2.7 big blinds. I love how Miška, he keeps changing his raise sizes. He's the same as Cody. Cody has a larger variation in those raise sizes, at least had them yesterday. So Miška, I think he went 2.4, now he goes 2.7, and he just takes it down. And he says how amazing it is that he just took down the blinds. Lucky under the gun with the 6-4 offsuit. There's only one way to play this, and it's to say bye-bye. I think Cody just exposed one card. He did say whoops. Yep. So was that the 7 of diamonds? I think it was. So keep that in mind. The players have seen that one card is out. Casco on the button, 41 big blinds. Obviously, it's time to raise it up. You have 24 million. All those chips that you want to definitely put to use. Unfortunately for him, there's another offsuit ace. This time, though, 𝗏𝗏 with the ace, queen offsuit, absolute powerhouse. In the late positions, is he going to just free bet to a standard size? Or will we see some crazy all-ins like we have? Or will he even call? I think when we were nearing the final table bubble, some players actually opted to just call with their hand like this. But no, we have the little bit more standard free bet to 5.2 million. A very healthy size, leaving himself with 19 bigs behind. And Vasilis Nicolas, look at this. I don't think he has any history with Paul. He just lets it go. No reason to risk it. And Casco. We're showing the ace. Yes, it is the ace shown to the table. Yesterday we had a hilarious situation. One of the players showed, and the other guy, he was actually free bet bluffing with ace-4 offsuit, right? So he was free bet bluffing ace-4 offsuit, and he was like, oh, pick the card that you want to see. And the player that already showed him, he started reaching for the 4. And obviously the guy who free bet him, he didn't want him to see the 4. So he took his offer back, covered his cards, and quickly mucked them. So believe it or not, we actually had I show you one card bluff yesterday at the feature table. And look at this, Christoph. Another all-in, this time with a premium hand, ace-10 suited, obviously a strong hand right here. When you have 8.5 million. And Casco does have a decision here. There's a lot of chips to play with. I think because Christoph actually went all the way up to 14 bigs though, it's a little bit too much of his stack to risk on a weak pair. So the expected fold came. As will this one, by lucky. And we continue with that final table. Now it's time to check what everybody's drinking. I love to see it. You know, some of the fun players, they are drinking beer at this stage. Looks like we have waters all around. Cody with the Doyle Brunson. He will not pay respects to the man. Vasilis on the button, 8-6 suited. That is a raising hand if I've ever seen one. And we know that this man rarely shies away from going for it. Wow, look at this, he just folded. What is happening? Maybe he saw something that isn't there. Maybe he saw that the guys in the small blind and big blind want to go for it and shove, but oof. I must say that's a quite an unusual fold for this player. That leaves me quite surprised. Speaking of 10 juice guys, if you don't know, Doyle Brunson, and I haven't listened to the whole thing, but if you're interested in his life, he actually has an audiobook out. It's before he passed away, and he recorded it, so there's an audiobook narrated by Doyle Brunson himself. And I must say it's absolutely incredible. You can't believe what sort of poker was played back then and what sort of life he had trying to get into the basketball game and playing for pennies in very dangerous games. R.I.P. Doyle, we can say now, and it's always sad when these old school players who have been there at the very birth of modern poker leave us. But if you want to hear the memory, he did record that audiobook. Re-raised Chili Dog, yes, 10 deuce Doyle. He was actually fighting a lot, believe it or not, but he was fighting and stealing when he was a kid. He was not definitely a vanilla. He knew how to take care of himself. And I think there's a stark contrast to players like Doyle Brunson back then, who were in games that were very often crooked, and the new guys that, like me, that come from competitive gaming, they go into poker, then they find that, hey, there are forums, there are streams like this that we can watch, then we discover coaches and solvers, and we play from the comfort of our home or from beautiful venues like the King's Resort. But hold that thought, looks like Lucky is going for it. He is committing himself with the ace-10 suited. And luckily, or unluckily for him, nobody could call him. He adds a couple big blinds to his stack. And I'm pretty sure I saw some older footage. Maybe you guys can confirm, re-raised Chili Dog. I'm pretty sure that Doyle back in the day, I'm pretty sure I saw him in Rozvadov. He was at one of the World Series of Poker Europe. I'm not sure if it was in Rozvadov specifically, but I do have a feeling that I might have seen him here in one of the vintage clips. Maybe you guys can confirm that, if it was actually from Rozvadov, if it was from another World Series of Poker Europe. Actually, I don't think I've met Doyle. I don't think I've met Doyle. I've met all the guys like Jungle Man and Phil Ivey. Obviously, Martin Cabral I see quite frequently. But no, Doyle never ran into him. Lucky 7-6-1. He does take his time usually before he folds, and now he lets it go. Well, Cody, I think if there's one player that's capable of playing a hand like this one, it is this man. Look at that smile. And it is a raise from the small blind. We were wondering when the Cody show will resume. And it is now. Mischka can have any two cards, of course. The King 5 offsuit should be a defend. You should not be folding against a man like Cody, but look at this, the respect. Mischka has seen how unpredictable Cody is. He knows that he can put in some check raises that you don't expect. He's capable of calling you light, so a call that, in theory, you should make every single time was not made, and Cody maybe, just maybe, he's resuming the trend of the show that he gave us yesterday. Polkovachu, this is a strong enough hand to open, especially when you have 19.7 million. There we go, he goes for it, 1.2 mil. Raises for the minimum. Let's see if he will get some customers. Lucky is taking his time, but of course with a hand like that, you can't really do much. And Mischka in the small blind, 8 you suited. He's not the man to mess with hands like this. And uh-oh, Tonino.
I raised, man. What to do? It's raised. You fold in the blind like this. I fold small blind.
Everything okay. See a flop.
There we go. So Paul, he did raise, of course. all is well, no mistakes made in the end. And Tonino, as we've seen from him, he does not like those jacks. He actually folded once to a straight all-in. Now he only fluts them in the big blind against Paul. And let's see if Paul can punish him for it. House of Cards player says Paul is my favorite. Now let's see. So that's 1 million. Tonio should be calling, of course. And now those backdoor clubs can hit. They are the most obvious barreling cards. Well, on the 4. It's very tough to make an argument for Paul to keep barreling here. One of the sneaky lines is the bet check bet line that you could take with a weak ace, for example. So we will see if we will employ that. Never mind, look at this, another full house. This time with the right for Tonino. And the big question is, how much are we going to bet here? Are we going to go big? And that's 2.5 million. Just under half pot. Nothing that can call him in Paul's hands. And the favorite of House of Cards Poker on the YouTube chat lost a small pot. But what can you do against jacks and against a strong full house like that? Carpet Catcher would be nice to see a bit more of the Cody show. Was entertaining yesterday. Let me know. You know what, Carpet Catcher? We had the Cody show. We had some crazy runouts. I guarantee you guys, I will rewatch that stream. I hate the sound of my own voice, of course, but I will rewatch that stream because, listen, I don't think you can have a crazier show than we had yesterday during that day free stream. I mean, that was the most improbable run of cards and run of characters that we've had ever since I can remember, consistently for the full 13 hours, let me tell you. So, yeah, of course, Cody, we've seen him already put on some pressure with some weak hands. We still have that banter, but there's nothing like watching a player like that play deep poker, confusing his opponents when there's a lot of chips behind, like we've seen yesterday. And there we go, Christoph, look at this, wow, wow, wow. This man is not changing his strategy. Actually, with 17 big blinds, he definitely had the option of just min-raising. He does not have to risk it all, but he decided, hey, I'm going to stick to my guns. I will play straightforward, just like I did at 12 bigs, and he puts it in with 17 big blinds. Now it's up to 19. He is not messing around, ladies and gentlemen. I think my favorite hand of Cody yesterday, yeah, there were a lot of clowny hands when he was cold calling free bets with suited garbage just to try to bust someone when we still had the 75,000 in. But I think a really nice showcase of his skill was the Jack-10 suited, where Cody basically check-raised a mediocre top pair. He bet the turn as well, in a very light fashion, and he check-called when the straight was on the board. One straight was possible. He bluffed, cashed against this opponent who had simply king high. That was an absolute masterclass. So yeah, that yesterday had absolutely everything. Today though, it's not easy when you are in a spot like this one. There's a lot of pressure. The stacks are not as big, of course. Everybody is paying a little bit more attention at the final table. They will fight for more pots than they have yesterday, of course. When a lot of the players on day 3, they are just waiting, trying to chip up, ladder up, get close to that final table bubble, and they will let go of a lot of pots. I'm kind of assuming that we will see players care a little bit more. Mishka, wow, look at this. Open raising, Tonino letting it go. Tonino was thinking with the 8-5 suited for quite a while. And Paul Kovacic in the big blind, he does have a relatively easy call, but look at this. Mishka goes for 2.7 bigs. Because of the big sizing, Paul is actually having second thoughts about what to do. Is that a free bet? Yes, it is. Oh my goodness. Somebody is attacking that big sizing, I guarantee you. When you raise bigger like Mishka Popper has, the one hole in that strategy is if other players decide that they want to play aggressively against you, you are basically leaving a lot more dead money in the pot, where you accomplish a very similar thing by raising smaller. I don't think we've seen a light free bet like this besides one exception yesterday. And look at this 10-jack offsuit attacking that bigger raise size, scooping that bigger pot, and this man is very happy with himself. Look at this, that satisfied grin under that hat. It's always so satisfying when you adjust against your opponent and it works out, when you make a light play, when you make that read, when you make some assumptions and you end up being correct. Sometimes this is even a better feeling than that big sack out, the big cooler with aces against kings. Casco on the button. Of course, there is a folding hand, but 𝗏𝗀, ace-10 offsuit in the small blind is nearly a monster. Let's see if he actually ships this. There we go, 3 big blinds in the small blind. Reasonable hand, and oh my god, Vasilis, he is the one man who will never fold ace-3 offsuit. He knows he has to play this. The question is, will he free bet or will he just call? The time bank is going in the middle. He is not thinking about folding. And I can guarantee you that the strategy of this man basically means that he will mix it up, mix in some free bets, mix in some calls. Looks like we are heading towards that free bet by Vasilis. The price is 4.1 million. 2.3 to call for 𝗏𝗀, and in theory, they should go to battle right here. House of Cards says Paul is a long time reg in kings. With no bet beats, he ships this one. Let's see what he's got. The time bank is going in the middle. This is a blind against blind spot against Vasilis, who has been going aggressively against these smaller pots. Remember, guys, he chipped up all the way to 22 million from roughly 6. Almost purely by just taking down pots like this one. So let's see what Paul has. Will he go for it all? Will he put in that re-raise, or will he just call? Or is he going to wave that white flag? Blind against blind with 8 left. You have to think about those ladder ups, that ICM pressure. Both of you guys have very healthy chip stacks. You're not incentivized to go to war against each other, of course. Why would you risk going all in with a hand like ace-10 when there's a couple short stacks at the table that you just have to wait out for those nice hefty pay jumps for thousands and thousands of euros? But of course, this is blind against blind. This is Vasilis, and he lets it go. Vasilis with another big success. He is showing the 3 or the ace? I'm not. Yeah, he showed the ace actually. And I can guarantee you, if this was a cash game, he would not have it so easy. But this man just knows when to zag, when to zag. And today is the Vasilis show. Yesterday, decidedly the Cody show. Today is the Vasilis show. And Paul, maybe he saw through it. Look at this. Based on the banter, I feel like Paul knew something was up. He felt like Vasilis is being loose there, but again, you have those short stack, you have Christoph to think about. You have Mishka to think about, who will have still a lot less big blinds than you have. Do you really want to risk your tournament life? Do you want to risk thousands and thousands of euro you will get just by waiting these shorter stacks out to go on a hunch, to try to protect your ego against the aggressive player, Vasilis? And when Paul put 2 and 2 together, he decided, no, it's not worth it. Lucky has 14 big blinds. He actually has a decision. Paul has been aggressive. Yep, there we go. It is the all-in. I don't think Paul can call. 15 big blinds is just enough. Luckily for Lucky. That he should not face too much resistance from lighter hand. He won't be at risk.
Look at the... Look at the
Cody kept his title at WrestleMania. There we go.
Scout report, scout report.
We understand.
Birdie saying, yeah.
Say Ben or tutto Ben?
He has ace-9 clubs.
What?
Ace-9 clubs.
Another language lesson. Bene and tutto bene or molto bene. I'm not sure. It really feels like we have had some Duolingo sessions during the stream yesterday and today as well. And of course, we love the Italians. That was Italian. We love the Italians. Here at King's Resort, a lot of our dealers and floormen are from there as well. The CEO of the King's Resort, Federico Brunato, of course, has Italian roots too, being Czech Italian. So we love Italy, and of course we love all the players from Germany. There's so many of them here, so it's no surprise. A lot of the times you hear Italian at the tables, but it's not from the Italian players. It's from the players from all over the world who overhear it, from all those Italians who come visit. The same thing happens with German, actually. And the funny thing, you can see the video on the King's Resort Instagram. Cody, of all people, has an Italian catchphrase that he keeps repeating. It's piano, piano. Which left me very confused. He is indeed Greek. But piano means slowly, slowly in Italian. And now we heard another player also mention Italian. Another Doyle Brunson. Now in Vasilis' hands. The only reason to play this is to pay homage to the man, to the myth, the legend, who kept up the pace, who kept playing high stakes against the best of the best until his demise. Now Lucky, he likes to take his time and then fold. The King 5, I mean, maybe you can get out of line, but the problem is you have Cody in the big blind, and when Cody is in play, you want to stay out of his way. And Christoph understands that as well. And the styles of these three chip leaders could not be any different. You're looking at one of them, all the yellows in this man's stack. But Tonino is very straightforward. He does not get involved in pots unless he has to. When we were on the bubble, he was not bullying everybody. He kept playing his game, and it brought him great results. Vasilis is the complete opposite. When he can go for it, he usually does. When he smells weakness, he applies pressure. And the third big stack, Cody, he again is completely different from those two players. He is a chaos incarnate. He likes to play loose, but less in a straightforward, methodical way, like our Swede, but in a I'm going to mix it up, you will never know what I'm doing way. And all these three styles have been working out just fine so far. But Mishka has the ace deuce, there's no folding this. Going all in here is absolutely reasonable with a strong hand like this, blind against blind. We are never folding, obviously. The time bank is going in the middle, the freshly minted, everybody got 6 extra ones. Not too many were around after so many tough spots yesterday.
Not lots. That's enough information for
Oh my God! Can you believe this? Cody's aura is too powerful. Ace Deuce of Diamonds folded. I guarantee you it is because of this man. The nice banter between them. Oh my goodness, this man is too powerful. And Cody, wow, talk about a title at WrestleMania. We're talking some Henry Cavill Superman vibes. Or if you guys are comic book nerds and you watch some recent cartoons, the track aura Cody emanates, it just makes people get out of his way. They've seen how unpredictable he is yesterday. Most of these players played with him for hours and hours on end. But I think if you fear Cody with the SG suited, you should just shove into his face. Don't give him the chance to outplay you. I don't think it should be by folding, but you know what? Cody has built up a fearsome reputation. And Mph Popper, Mph is the victim of it. Now with the King Jack suited, this is a completely different situation. Of course, he has to go for it. One interesting thing, I am pretty sure, I'm 90% sure that Tonino, he's actually looking at the cards before it's his turn. We've seen him insta-call without looking at cards before. I'm pretty sure he actually checks them before it is his turn. And now, wow, this is an action flop, blind against blind. All the chips could go into the middle. Mph has a top pair good kicker, absolute monster blind against blind, but Tonino right there with the flush draw. Tonino does like to stay on the passive side. We did not expect that raise from him. Let's see how this develops. Any heart could spell doom for Mph. So far, so good. And another draw comes in. Potential clap. So Mph really is incentivized to do two things. He can either bet relatively big to try to protect his hand, or he can check and basically go all in. I don't think that would be a terrible play. You check your opponent, so many gutters, so many floats that he can have. And once he bets them, you just go all in his face, try to charge his draws. Those options, I feel like, are the best in this situation. And Mph wants to go ahead and evaluate that. Betting is absolutely reasonable. Checking, just shipping it all in. More than fine. We go with the standard option, quote unquote, more straightforward, 2.3 million. Bet on the turn. And we try to dodge those hearts. And it will be interesting if Tonino actually changes his approach and starts bluffing in case he misses. There we go. We will get to find out. I think Mr. Tonino Sturzo is giving something away. He is just smiling. Look at this. What a cold man. What a cold man. A sly smile. This nice man persona is hiding behind it a wolf in sheep's clothing. I think that fake tell that he gave out, is it going to completely bamboozle Mph? He gave him the nicest smile, nicest smirk, and he casually puts in 6 million chips. Oh my goodness, Mph, you have a super strong hand. Most of the draws did miss. You kind of have to call here, but I think Tonino has been so tight all this time. And that live read, I would 100% believe that this can't be a bluff. The way he just smiled nicely, look at how relaxed he is. And he casually just tossed the chips in the middle. Will he, with that fake tell, with the fake projection of comfort, will he completely bamboozle 𝗏𝗀 to fold what is actually a monster blind against blind. Nowhere, there's no possibility in theory that you should be folding unless you are absolutely sure your opponent will not bluff. With those highs, with those backdoor clubs, with that 4-5, there's so many other hands that can have double gutters, for example. I think he has to call, yes, but whew, let me tell you, what a fake tell that was. I think in the end he will realize, hey, this hand is way, way, way high up in my range. Once I check here, what better hands do I ever have here? That was my plan all along, to bet and check call when the draws miss. The only reason why he's thinking about it is Tonino. Remember, guys, this man was never putting on pressure when he could. He was the big stack. And he makes the call finally. Oh my goodness, he just had to make it.
No, 6 million. You see why I need the time banks? That's why I need the time banks.
No, you don't need the time banks.
No, I need.
When you double barrel, you need to call the river.
I need the time banks.
I have to agree with Cody. I'm sorry, I have to agree with Cody. When you double barrel, you have to call the river. That is 100% true. But guys, pay attention. That was a masterclass. We have seen it time and time again here, that some people manipulate their image to their advantage. And take a look at this. Vasilis, wow, through all those plays, through that red line, barely gets to showdown. He is our brand new minted chip leader. Cody in that second place with 28 million. Tonino right now with that bluff, with that very sly body language that didn't work out in the end. I don't think it ever could against that hand. He's not trying to fold out King Jack. He's still up there with the big boys. And 𝗏𝗀 right now moves himself to that fourth place. Hoi, oi, 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 oi. That was very tense. That was very, very, very tense. But that's the thing, guys. I think if you played poker 10 years ago, what is that whisper going on over there? Look to the top left. The guys are whispering something to each other. Oi, 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 oi. Was that some secret strategy? Or were they talking about there's actually secretly vodka in my water bottle? I am not sure. And we have seen it time and time again. You cannot stereotype in poker anymore. If you were playing 10 or 15 years ago, if there was an older gentleman who was casually clothed, you could basically tell everybody that, hey, this guy will not be bluffing the river with air. He misses, he will not be bluffing. He's never 4-bet bluffing either. But especially here at Kings, I remember in Slovenian Poker Tour, many people have been burned by trying to stereotype too much. So good on 𝗏𝗀 for finally calling a hand he really had to call in the end. But if he would read way too much into those live tells, he might have actually folded a monster like that. That it definitely was. King Jack, after everything misses and you barrel twice, as Cody says, you have to call. And let's see what 𝗏𝗀 does here. 22 million. Suddenly he's a rich man with a lot of the chips. And Tonino, finally we've seen him be aggressive. I think it was an absolutely perfect timing as well. Great body language, he used this tight image. I don't think he ever was expecting to make a hand as strong as that to fold, of course. But nevertheless, let's not take it away from the great bluff and the great way he conducted himself in that hand. And let's see if he can take down another one. Oh my goodness, it does look like that. A bottom set for him. Just a very weak backdoor straight draw for Paul. Any 7, any jack will improve his hand, but when you don't have at least the backdoor space as well to boot, you just don't want to attack this board against the pre-flop raiser. So Tonino recovers just a little bit. And the pot goes his way. And look at that beautiful blue felt. Kings Million European Poker Championship. All of these players, unless they have to do something so super urgent, otherwise they have 4 different tickets for this big event, ranging from the smallest buy-in to the 1.15K main event. That will be a hell of a show. So if you guys enjoy Cody, if you enjoy Vasilis, in all likelihood, I know the Swede is very, very excited. He was saying, oh my God, I won these tickets. I will 100% be here. So if you want to see these heroes in person, make it to the Kings Million European Poker Championship. I believe you can actually start booking your stay already. You can book that stay. You don't have to have too much money. You can just play those small side events. And because of the way that this works, the way we have designed this, the 4-ticket package, in all likelihood, you will get to meet these guys and see them in action, even in the small buy-in tournaments, the mini-main, for example. And here we go, Paul against Vasilis. Paul, the House of Cards poker's favorite, long-term regular, gets the better of this blind against blind with a mid-pair. Vasilis goes for that protection bet with the ace-4. There you go. 800K is the big blind. We are increasing the price of poker right here. And I think this is interesting. I think Vasilis' plan, because it's so tough to make pairs, is to simply charge the draws of his opponent, try to protect his hand, and he will slow down either on the turn or on the river. And now it will be very interesting to see. Look at this. 4 diamonds. And the problem in Paul's shoes is, if I check, what will Vasilis do? But yeah, he decides, hey, the 4 is strong enough. No reason to turn this into a bluff. I can win in showdown. And on a rare occasion, he doesn't drag this small pot his way. He has been the king of small pots, I have to say. Small pot after small pot after small pot. That's how he built his massive stack. With no flashy showdowns, almost everything came through that red line, taking down these small pots. When he did have a hand that's showdownable, he actually trapped his opponent, protected his range, and scooped those small pots as well. So these 2 men for sure, Cody and the Swede, they have been the ones to watch so far. There we go. Tonino, the man we now know is capable of playing back, of pulling off those bluffs. Raises to 2.3 big blinds, bumps it up a little bit, but uh-oh, Casco with those checks, a premium hand that many people hate. Is 3-betting to 5.4 if I heard that correctly. 5.1 it is, slightly smaller. And I believe, unless Tonino decides to continue his newly found aggressive trend, will simply release his king-queen offsuit. There we go. And Casco drags a nice pot, which equalizes a little bit the battle between him and Tonino. 23 and 27.7 mil, respectively. Here we go. I can't wait to see who actually takes this one down. It is a little bit strange because we do have already one big winner. Krzysztof Mielnik from Poland, who already went home with over 75,000 euro, roughly 78 if you take his small cash into consideration as well, by pulling the 75,000 euro bounty. And no matter what happens here, the second best player will still have slightly less money in his king's wallet than the Polish luck box who pulled that big bounty. Lucky actually folds, and Krzysztof lets go of the king 6 off. Vasilis scoops another small pot, the king of small pots, one of the 3 chip leaders. Continues that trend of making massive folds, big plays in big pots. Once in a blue moon, we know he's capable of absolutely insane plays. Especially yesterday, that king 9 flopped flush that he somehow folded on the river against a simple bet from a full house. They completely left us flabbergasted, so we know he's capable of that. But 90% of the time, you will see him battling for those small pots, trying to attack weakness, trying to go after pots that nobody else wants. And all this hard craft, all this hard work propelled him all the way to being one of the biggest stacks. Casco with the ace-10 and off, of course, is raising. The price to pay is 2.3 big blinds for the others. Vasilis does not have anything to do with this one, but lucky with the king-queen of suit. There we go. Never folding. Are we going to just ship it in? Or will we be simply calling right here? The time bank is going into the middle. What's it gonna be? It is against under the gun +1. If you are up against the button, I think it's a pretty easy all-in. Against this position, I'm going to be honest with you, Chad. I'm not sure what is the play that you should be making. Maybe it's a mix, somewhere around there. But Lucky has been on the tighter side, I must say. We have not seen him be too aggressive when he had the option. So if I could bet, I would be wrong, because he goes for that big race that is all but an all-in, only leaving a few chips behind in case the table goes crazy behind him. And now the ball is in Casco's corner. Yes, he folds the ace, and Lucky will be very, very happy about that. Haha! Pick one, baby, pick one. It doesn't matter. No, he didn't. You snooze, you lose. Didn't want to see it.
No, nothing like that. I wish. If you have an ace and he has an ace, my hand is really good. No ace. Ah, no ace.
No ace indeed. We will see a fold from Tonino right now. Casco with that 4-3 offsuit will clean the battlefield. And that's the thing, the shorter you get, the less appealing are these suited connectors. Back when we were 50 plus big blinds deep, the 5-3 suited, if you believe that you are better than your opponents, if you think that you can get them off strong hands, if you know you will get paid when you hit, if you know how to zig and how to zag, the 5-3 suited in this position can be appealing. But when people have 18 big blinds and sub 30, suddenly these suited connectors that we have seen, especially this man play a lot, Cody, they stop being appealing. And Krzysztof I think Krzysztof has only one move. It looks like when you play a video game and you only mash one button, Krzysztof, it doesn't matter if he has 8 big blinds or 16, he basically just goes all in or folds. And Miška in the big blind. Oi, oi, oi. He has Krzysztof completely dominated. I think we have to make this call. Yes, you might be behind of ace-x hands. But remember, Krzysztof really does have only one move, and that move has been all in during this final table and even before for the whole day. And he makes him fold. Oi, 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 oi. Miška releases the king-queen.
Yeah, just not happy that I called.
Then you call.
You should call.
You can call, then you were happy.
You should call. Then you're happy.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's call to be happy. I also said it was a goalkeeper against it. If I lose, I clean. And then again I'm short.
Well, Cody says he understands. I'm not sure if you heard that exchange, guys, but he actually gave away that he had king-queen. I think he's complaining that he doesn't have time banks again. Is that right? Did Miška actually ran out of time banks yet again? He actually folded. Yeah. I think this. I'm pretty sure that's what he was saying. You got 6 time banks. Did he really use every single one of them already? I'm trying to see why that fold actually happened. I express, instant call he would make. Vasilis, look at this. He's actually tightening up, and is correct yet again. I want to see Miška. Yeah, he does not have time banks. It looks like, yeah, he used them all actually in that close decision. So Miška is really, really struggling. It looks like he has no time banks left, and when he doesn't know what to do, he defaults to a fold. Yeah, we have a question actually about the RNG. How does the bounty work if it's a card and a computer? Yeah, that's right. There's a random number generator basically. You press the button and the computer in the back end, it randomizes and picks whatever bounty there is. So it's just the same, exactly the same as drawing a random number. You can pull up, there's a bunch of random number generator apps as well that you can use. A lot of players actually use them when they play online poker. I think a lot of sites actually ban them. They say, hey, random number generator, we don't want you to use it. But it's exactly the principle that we have that. I expresses, I learned so much the last 3 years watching the streams and knowing what not to do. Yeah, I think this is very important. It's very, very important. When you watch, for example, the 100K, we had a 20.8K here in Prague last week, a week ago roughly. That was the high roller. We had absolutely the best players in the world. We hear Espenor Stad, Kajan Mokri was here, Jungleman was playing it. So when you have these players, of course, you see basically perfect and optimal strategy. But I think what iExpress is saying here, when you are watching these streams, these are real people that you encounter in your 1-2 game, in your 5-5 game, that make real mistakes, that maybe didn't study spots like this, especially when it comes to such a rare situation like 8 players left out of 2.7K entries. And yeah, they make mistakes, and it's not just about learning how to not make the mistakes yourself, but it's about learning how to play against these players. And look at this. Casco actually is putting in the yellows. Each yellow is 1 million, so this is a free bet against Cody. 6.9 big blinds. Wow, wow, wow. Casco, I think this is the second time he's getting out of line with these free bets. Well, Cody, whoo, whoo, whoo. Somebody has been watching the Cody show. I have a feeling that people were telling Casco what Cody had all day yesterday.
Next time you come.
And he knows that Cody likes to be on the loser side. Casco takes advantage by being loose himself. Yeah, so when you are watching these streams, guys, number one, of course, the players will make mistakes, right? You don't have to emulate them. There are some very, very strong players here at the table, though. Like our hero from Sweden that everybody loves with the white poker face hoodie that you're looking at, that you can genuinely just learn from. He really picks his spots. He goes after it when he should. But then you have players that maybe play for fun. But how you can learn is put yourself into the position of their opponents. How would you adjust to somebody not playing quote-unquote optimally, not playing like the robots, not playing like the computer, and you can try to figure out how you would play against them, how you would adjust, how you would maximize your expected value, as people would say. 𝗙𝗀 actually folding. 𝗙𝗀 is a player on the tighter side, of course. It's like playing in a 1.500 euro tournament. We hear in YouTube chat as your first day of poker because you have the money. The money is so insane to play against because they still don't know the fear of a bluff or all-in. Yeah, you see it quite frequently. A lot of the players have the instincts, hey, I should probably bluff here, but fear takes over, they don't go for it. And you have to realize this field, a lot of the players that come here to King's Resort, they basically enjoy the amazing atmosphere. You have great hospitality here, beautiful nature, you know, you can relax. When you go outside, you can enjoy the absolute madness of King's Resort when you are inside. Go for that spa. So most of the players, they are not full-time professionals. And what does that mean? Well, how often does it happen if you don't play poker every day that you get to be in the top 8 of 2,785 entries? It just doesn't happen very often. And the likelihood is that we're not just talking about day one, we're talking about being so deep, so much pressure, so many pay jumps. It's probable that most of these players, they have never been in a situation like this one. Yeah, exactly. For most of these players, it is the most they have won already in their life, and 120K, of course. This is one of the bigger tournaments that we run here. So there is a lot of pressure on these players. So I see the chat is always surprised. Oh my God, he didn't play it like the chart would. He didn't play like the robot would play it. How is that possible? How are these players so bad? Well, that's the thing. Most of these players have never been in the exact same situation we are here now. And take a look at this. Vasilis against the cutoff, against 2 big blinds. I perfectly expect him to go ahead and continue. But he is free betting to 4.4. What is going on, guys? We have not seen aggressive free bets almost at all. And now, this is the third time at the final table when we see the big blind getting out of line. Of course, speaking of charts, with a hand like this one, from time to time you can mix it in, especially if you think that Tonino is on the tighter side, which he actually is. He doesn't strike the players as the man who would defend light. If you don't think he will 4-bet you properly, you can get away with this from time to time. And he even folds the ace face up. This is very, very dangerous to do against a player like Vasilis. I think we are playing with fire by showing that we fold the ace just like this. And Vasilis has been doing everything right. He talks to the players, he's very friendly. He was telling everybody his life story, where he's from, where he grew up. He shows his hands when it doesn't really matter much. So this is the prototype of a player, of a professional that I actually like. You have a good time. You make the other players have a good time as well. You show them cards as well. You give out some expected value because it makes the table just more enjoyable. But then, because of that, people let their guard down against you, and there is a method behind that madness. And because he has been so nice, even though he's an aggressive player that picks his spots, people simply fold and show him an ace, which obviously is very, very unprofitable to do against a strong player like this one. And 𝗙𝗶₴, hello from France, fantastic to have you here. They have goosebumps under the table. Or I can't repeat that word, their pants. All in or all out. Yeah, so YouTube, welcome everybody. Fantastic to have you here. And look at this. Lucky, speaking of aggressive big blinds, all in against Vasilis. And that is the right play with the ace. iXpress says maybe this summer I'm gonna come and play a tournament trying to hum that final table. But I would say I think first of all, when you come to Kings,
every year is year of Romania. From 1986 when I born, this is what I hear. Year of Romania.
The year of Romania. Yeah, we have a lot of Romanians doing really well. I'm surprised there's only one of them at the final table here.
All the Rankan I met here after she was the GT. Ionita, all of them, very, very good. Negreanu. Negreanu, he's Romanian actually, but he's American.
Romanian talented for poker. I don't know why, but
It's coming possibly from the DNA of Negreanu.
𝗙𝗯𝗹𝗏? Yes. From the DNA of 𝗙𝗯𝗹𝗏.
Sorry.
We had a table talk about the Romanians, of course, in Kings Resort. That's the thing, the Romanians that come here, they are really, really strong players. There's not that many of them here. Well, when they come, I feel like it's similar to the guys from Mexico, led by Jose Casillas. So we have a bunch of Mexican players here. Obviously, there's not as many as the Italian, Czech, or German, but we disproportionately see them at the final tables and play in the later stages, because the ones that do come, they are actually really skilled. And yeah, I think that coming to Kings, of course, you have these the mystery bounty, you don't even have to go to the final table. We have a question for Stephosaurus on Twitch. Are there still the big bounties in? No, all the big bounties, all the significant ones are taken. Yes, yesterday, Krzysztof Mielnik from Poland pressed a button and took home €75,000 just by pressing one button. So that one has survived the longest out of the big ones, and we have a short interview on Kings Resort Instagram if you want to see what he will do with the money, but all the big ones are gone. And yeah, well, I mean, the mindset, honestly, if you come to Kings Resort, the fields are so massive, and we have not just these big events. Of course, on stream, we will show you this massive fields of people playing for 100K up top. But I think the better mindset is, hey, I'm coming to Kings Resort to have a fantastic time. I'm going to play a lot of poker. And if the main event, I'm going to keep trying. We have even some flip and goes in some of those tournaments. If that doesn't work out, there's a bunch of side events. We even had a high roller here at the Pirates Poker Treasure. Every day, there are tournaments to play. So I think that's the better mindset. I'm coming to have a great time. I'm going to play a lot of poker. And obviously, it pays to be ready. And while you're eyeing out those big final tables, you study the theory, you mentally prepare yourself, and count on possibly being there. I think that's the best thing to do.
The answer is later. Because the best life ever. We have family, kids.
So hunting that final table, I think is an absolutely fine goal. But be prepared to play more tournaments, more buy-ins, not just this one. Obviously, statistically, when you have 2,785 entries, These players are incredibly lucky. Incredibly lucky to be here. It's obviously very improbable that they would make it this deep, no matter how good you are. So I think the best mindset too when you come to Kings is, hey, I'm gonna play my best poker, I'm gonna have a great time, and I'll be ready to play multiple tournaments. And Vasilis, he actually passed on 9-7 suited before, but 9-8, a little bit too strong for him. And he takes it down. I express says, I'm going to see when Buddy Rents is going. I'm thinking he was here this week. Yeah, a lot of players were here. Of course. I mean, with so many entries, of course we had a lot of players that you might know here. Yeah, I would definitely recommend it. If you come here, don't just think, hey, I'm only coming to final table this tournament with 3,000 entries. That's my only goal of coming to Kings Resort. I think the mindset is come with your buddies or meet friends, play a lot of poker, jump from an event to an event. There's plenty of titles to go around every single day. We have these side events as well. While the big one is running, there's a lot more to Kings Resort that you see during these streams. The feature tables and the final tables has a lot to offer. Martin says CCR in the back and playing poker. I'm actually not sure what CCR means. No idea what that means. Maybe you can explain. There we go. Cody on the button. This is absolutely a premium hand for him, and he takes it down. By the way, guys, if you want to meet me, I do the commentary here, but obviously I'm locked into the booth. But if you do want to meet me in June, there's something called the Festival Series. That one is absolutely insane. There will be a 500K guaranteed main event, which obviously is on the lower end for us here at Kings Resort. As you know, the Pirates Poker Treasure had 1.5 million guaranteed, but the reason why that event has only 500K guaranteed is because there's between 6 and 10 other events every single day. It's going to be absolute madness, and this is the one time per year where we have mixed games at Kings Resort, and I'll be making content. So if you do make it for that one, make sure to say hi. I will be running around the Kings, documenting even the lowest buy-in possible. And look at this, Christoph all in with the hijack, with 10 big blinds. And Mishka, we know he likes to fold, but there is no getting away from this. On the button, now the only question is, do we go all in or do we just call with the ace-king? We should just be putting it in. You don't want somebody with a pocket pair to come along with you. What? Wait, that can't be right.
I would like to show, but
No, I couldn't believe it. There you go. So we just have that call. I would really prefer it all in. But here we go. Ace Deuce against Ace King. Everybody wants to see. Everybody's curious. We have that big pay jump coming up. Every single place matters now, of course. And Christoph, the man with the plan, with the one move for the last several hours, all in or fold, is hoping to catch that flush. Some low straights. The deuce. Some crazy runners. Let's see what we will get. Can Mishka knock out one opponent? Oh, there's that gut shot. 26%. Any free, any deuce would seal the deal and double up Christoph. So far, so good for the Ace King. 9%, still the same outs. Can Christoph pull a miracle on the river and get there against the Ace King? No, he cannot. Good game. Nice show, Christoph, with the all-in. Number 55, I feel like, during today's stream.
Now you can hug me still.
Finds the end of the road. He takes home 13,100 euro, and of course, guys, all the top 10 are taking the extra 3K worth of 𝗙𝗏𝗡 European Poker Championship package. 4 tickets in that. So if you enjoyed these guys, if you like how Cody plays, if you liked and enjoyed Christoph, if you want to meet these players, if you want to say hi, make sure you don't miss out on the big festival.
Tight is right.
And we have tight is right. I'm not sure who said that. I think it was Vasilis, right?
I don't know what it shows because he takes one out of it.
The man that is anything but tight.
Party. Asking a shot. Guys.
Open raises with ace-9 suited this time. And another Doyle Brunson. This is the third time in a relatively short time that we see it. And Paul clears the field. By the way, we have to be careful. 𝗏𝗀 𝗏𝗏 1926. We have to be careful about the music. Technically, it might be copyrighted. iExpress says it's not the goal for sure. Having fun, laughing with bad beats, and offering you guys it's a drink. Yeah, here we go. And I must say it will be kind of weird. It will be strange because I've been watching these players on TV. I've been commenting on them. And because they won the ticket package, when they come here to Rozvadov, you will see every single one of them in person. And I must say, you know what? I know I'm not a complete, of course, I'm not an expert. I'm a play-by-play caster. When this event comes along, I would love to have an expert actually comment with me. When I can play completely dumb, I absolutely love that. But the thing is, even though I have been playing poker professionally for over 10 years, so I have been critical to some of these players' plays, and you just know that all the top 10s, I will meet them in person when the big 𝗙𝗏𝗡 comes around, because all these players are coming here to Rozvadov as long as they don't have anything other urgent, because they do have that package. So that will be very, very interesting to meet all these guys in person. And you can do the same, by the way, and shake their hand, tell them, hey, thanks for the show. Novgov, what mysterious bounties have remained? Well, the mystery bounties, we actually have the Twitch bot updated, not on YouTube, however. Everything is gone. All the big ones, they are gone. The only one that is any sort of reasonable money is 1,500 euro, 1 out of 43. 75,000 euro yesterday was rolled by Krzysztof Mielon from Poland. He pressed one button, and just like that, he has his second biggest score in his life and took down 75,000 euro. That happened late in the day during day 3. And you can see our short interview with the winner of the biggest bounty if you navigate yourself to the King's Resort Instagram. So unfortunately, we don't have that no big bounties anymore in here. So what you see is a little bit more standard play. And Paul Kovacic, as our chat told us, he is a regular. He plays a lot in Kings. I have seen this guy at many a final table. He's facing Lucky, and Lucky, against 2 big blinds, you can actually defend. Well, is he getting some ideas? Green juice suited. That's a very good hand in the big blind. I don't think that I'm all in. Is the standard play? Yeah, there we go. We just call here. Bird, I'm out for today. I need some fresh air without a computer. What is fresh air? I don't understand. I am here in 𝗏𝗏 in the small casting booth. That is soundproof. Make sure that nobody can hear the tells. I'm definitely looking to the outside as well. And see you next time, Bird. It was fantastic to have you here. And look at this. 𝗏𝗏 manages to outflop Paul, who's very likely to go ahead and go for that bet, try to protect his hand, get some value from those weaker 8s, from those 4s, from hands like 10 jack offsuit that can definitely continue on this board. Well, for 𝗏𝗏, there are no strong draws he has to protect against. Everything that is a draw mostly are backdoors, so you definitely want to just call. Look at this. Riddle me surprise, he goes for that very, very, very tricky, sneaky raise with a top pair, no kicker. Oh my goodness. And Paul must be thinking, hey, what the hell is going on here? Why is my opponent raising? He never has 8s. 8s should be going all in before the flop. Queens should be going all in before the flop. 8-4 offsuit should not really be in his range. There are very, very few combinations that my opponent can have that actually do have a queen. And 𝗏𝗏 gets lucky. Oh boy, how lucky did he get? And I think, Paul, this could spell disaster, because how do you give credit to 𝗏𝗏 for a queen? All those strong queens he should be re-raising before the flop. This is an extremely difficult situation. I told you on the flop that a queen with no kicker has not too many reasons to raise here. This is a very, very tricky raise by 𝗏𝗏. I think Paul must be very suspicious of what's going on here. We had the mystery bounty in the background, by the way. Looks like 15, it must have been the last 1500. Oh my goodness, this is such an annoying spot for Paul. 𝗏𝗏 did a thing that a strong player wouldn't expect. He played the hand differently from standard. He played it differently than the chart tells you how to play this hand. He went for that raise. And Paul does not want to fold. Those time banks are going in. Ace Queen is going all in before the flop, guaranteed. 8s are going all in before the flop, guaranteed. King Queen also have a strong incentive to go all in. Why would you raise Queen 10 on the flop when you don't need to protect against almost anything? Queen 10 or lower. Why would he raise a queen like that? 𝗏𝗏 with his tricky play that I wouldn't expect put Paul under pressure, but Paul finally, he did figure it out. I think the combination of not too many obvious bluffing combinations and 𝗏𝗏 being on the tighter side allowed Paul to get away from this one. But that was not easy. I am not surprised that he used so many time banks. Looks like he only has one left to figure out that this is a fold, and he made it. And a very interesting race that changes the composition of his range in his opponent's eyes. Didn't get paid. Nice fold. Yep, high soft guys poker. Very, very nice fold. And a very tricky race. The reason why you basically want to call there with the queen is because when your opponent does have those strong hands, you want to keep some of those top pairs in your range, right? Because all of the time you can call with those ace highs and the gutters. And if your opponent keeps betting, you have nothing to call with. So that's why vast majority of players, I assume, would just find the call with the queen. And you have to think about, hey, what worse hands are calling me? I would not be surprised if he would have stuck Paul there, but Paul found the fold. And look at this, now he's in the cutoff. Is he just going to go all in here? Looks like he's not. We see a difference in strategy. A lot of the other guys, they were just going push or fold with 12 big blinds or lower. some even with 16 big blinds or lower, but Paul only goes with that min raise with the king check offsuit. And oh my goodness, Cody, what are you thinking about? Come on. I think some alarm bells are going on in Cody's head. He doesn't have the cards to back it up. But basically, is Paul min raising to just go ahead and min raise fold? Is that why he only used this small sizing? iExpress says, I love to hear you talking with a smile on your face. Thank you very much. Well, we have a good show. That's the thing. I'm not sure how I'm doing this, but almost every time when we have these streams, we have some insane runouts, we have great characters, and very rarely it actually gets boring. So the players have a good time, I have a good time, and hopefully you guys in the chat are also entertained by the King's Resort stream. Now Vasilis in the cutoff. This man loves those small pots. He loves to show aggression, but he does it in a very calculated way. He usually has a reason to do it. He mixes in some hands when he can. But we didn't really see him get too out of line so far. And aces for Miška after Cody limped. And Miška has been extremely tight against Cody. He's worried about Cody's aura. He doesn't think that Cody is folding enough. And that raise. Oh! And he shows the aces.
He changed the colors like that.
Just like 𝗙𝗶.
Yeah. And you were very honest as well. Like, unless it's aces or kings, then I
I'm always honest.
Cody was joking that he had the one card only and he changed the colors. So he had one red ace and one black ace. And by swapping them, basically it looked like he changed the color of the same card. That was pretty funny. Now look at this, Paul with the ace king of hearts, premium hands all around by making that fold, that very difficult fold for his ego especially. With that king eight, he now gets rewarded by a hot deck, and Vasilis, wow, folding the queen jack against that early position. And Paul continues his trend of just min raising. Lucky, let's go of that ace-10. He could have an option to put some aggression up against Paul. But as House of Cards Poker is telling us in the chat, Paul is very respected by the other players. He's a strong regular that has been playing here for a long time. So, looks like the players are not willing to get out of line against him. Well, Tonino, you have a very much a premium for a big blind. Of course, that's not going anywhere. Unfortunately for him, both of those players are there with the hearts. There we go. There's a check back. Paul actually decides to pot control. And as we know, Tonino, he is capable of bluffs. We've seen that with the busted flush draw when he casually tossed in millions of chips. But we have not seen him double barrel just yet. And I think that this will not be a spot where this player will bluff. There we go, he lets it go. And Paul, who was up against it, if he just made one wrong decision, he would be out of the tournament. He's suddenly all the way up to 14.7 million and 18 big blinds. Outside of that danger zone. Arturo Dominguez cocktail, is that what it was? Is that what the players are getting? Vasilis Nicolas, 8 use of hearts. Piano, piano. The man whose catchphrase, for some reason, is Italian, Cody. Who kept telling everybody piano, piano yesterday. Open raises with King 8 offsuit, and that's the Cody we know. Getting out of line, open raising looser than should be the norm. And Tonino decides that, hey, with the force, I can get lucky against Cody. But we do get rid of Casco. So let's see, the Cody Show, episode 47, right here on the flop. And indeed, it continues. That King 8 offsuit raise gets paid off as the 8 hits on that flop. And Cody goes for that c-bet. You're trying to protect your hand, basically. You can get value out of some hands. I think in Tonino's shoes, honestly, if I was playing against Cody, I would just let go of the force. Of course, on the flop you can actually call it, but you know Cody likes to barrel. He will make your life very difficult when it comes to trying to get to showdown. So, yeah, I think Tonino could have just let Cody have it. But now he's in a world of trouble with that 3%. The 4 does not come on the river. What is Cody going to do? Is he going to try and value bet against just about exactly the hand that Tonino can have against some ace highs potentially? Nope. It is a check. And 5 million chips go Cody's way. Just like that.
The 8 is laughing. Translated word by word. Die 8 die lacht in German. Die 8 die lacht. The 8 is laughing.
The 8 die lacht, the 8 is laughing. We have a German lesson here. So far we've learned Italian, Serbian, and now the German words are coming out. Let's see what we got. Vasilis, we have not seen too much from him. He is keeping on the tighter side. Of course, when he can pounce, when he does smell weakness, he does attack it. Has not been the case in the last couple orbits. And Lucky does have a potentially raising hand right here. No, Queen 10 offsuit. We will let that go. And a 5 deuce. I think this is even too much for Cody. He does like that suited garbage, but 5 deuce offsuit a little bit too loose here. However, Mishka with the Jack 10 off with 28 million chips, he absolutely should be raising. Ah, we're actually folding, Mishka. I mean, if it works, listen guys, listen. We say that Mishka is very, very tight, but it has been working out for him, okay? That's the thing. You get into a deep field tournament like this, very likely for the first time, you are playing for absolutely massive money relative to the buy-in, and you got here by playing very tight, by folding all the marginal spots. I mean, can we really fault you for keeping doing that? I suppose not. Ninja in the YouTube chat says, I played in the 𝗏𝗏 millions with Cody. He went all in freeway pot. Guy next to me folds, but I snap called him. The face he made when I snapped him was priceless. Eliminated before day 2. Yeah, Cody, I've looked at his Instagram. He does have multiple titles already from Kings. I think he plays in Kings Casino in Prague. But obviously, there is a method to Cody's madness. He likes to have a good time. I think this is very, very important. Sometimes when you go to these, especially, let's talk about Kings Prague. Sometimes when you go there, maybe if you go there in the afternoon, some of the regs just have their own clique, you know, they're not the friendliest. But I know Cody plays there as well. And win or lose, I would love to have Cody at my table. Even though obviously he can make your life a living hell. He's extremely unpredictable. He can play very, very loose. But also he can make some genius level thin raises, thin bets, and thin call downs. Still, it's a lot of fun to have a player like this at the table. Of course, Ninja, if you eliminate him, it's good for you. And again, blind against blind. Keeping it nice, keeping it friendly. But 𝗏𝗀 is the one who actually hits this. We know that Vasilis likes to play back, but this time he has nothing. Vasilis likes to have at least a backdoor, at least a gutter when he decides to play back. And Paul, with that disciplined fold with the King-8, survived in the tournament, and now he's not just surviving, he's beginning to thrive again. Climbing all the way up to 21 big blinds. And really, it's a testament to the guys from Romania. I see quite a lot of them making it deep in the main events, but also the side events here at Kings Resort. There are a lot of regional communities that come here. Of course, a huge amount of Italians comes, a lot of Germans arrive, but we have guys from Mexico, the infamous Mexican gang, led by Jose Casillas, who actually won the Colossus last year when we still had the World Series of Poker Europe here. We have the guys from Romania, a lot of the guys from Poland often come to visit. 𝗏𝗏 millions, by the way. That one had a lot of the Polish guys. In June there's the Rozvadov, the festival series in Rozvadov. That will have a lot of Norwegian, Swedish guys, people from Finland. So all those Nordics will be coming here. And it's just wonderful what tapestry of countries and players make their way here to this beautiful Czech town of Rozvadov. And look at this, Vasilis, of course he likes to go after these pots. Now the question is, will Lucky punish him by free betting, or will he just call? It is that call, and actually the 5 free offsuit does reasonably well against King Jack off. You can see 34%. That's because the boards that they both hit don't really interact. You can still hit those straights. That's why the hand looks like absolute garbage at first glance, but blind against blind, it's absolutely reasonable to play it. And on a board like this one, yes, Vasilis has nothing, but when Lucky just calls, he basically is saying, I never have queens, I never have jacks or eights. And Vasilis, obviously, he raises before the flop, he can have all of them. Unfortunately for him, Lucky has one of the hands that Vasilis is trying to represent. He only called with a relatively strong Broadway. So we see that call this time around. The the question is, will Vat'silis continue? Well, there's not too many backdoor draws that improve his hand, that give him some hope. The only way why he would decide to bluff is when the board runs out obviously in his favor. The ace is quite good for that, but there's just way too many overcards and no equity for him. So let's see what Lucky does. In Lucky's shoes, I think we can simply check and expect that difficult situation on the river when Vat'silis bets. Now look at this, we don't want to see that. We don't want to see that river. We don't want to give Vat'silis a chance to put us in a difficult spot. So we simply go ahead and bet to maybe get some value from some pair plus draws, but mostly this bet is to protect our hand and especially avoid that difficult spot that we would face in a lot of scenarios on the river if we just check here and allow Vat'silis to be aggressive against us. There we go. So this is exactly what we were hoping for, ending the hand right now. And the king of small pots, Vat'silis, I feel like we can call him that. So many small pots, we've seen him battling, trying to take them down, pounce on weakness, but when he feels like, hey, there's no hope, I don't have any equity, there's not much I can do, he very much knows how to give up, how not to overcommit. He made one of the sickest faults I have ever seen with that flop king high flush yesterday. So very exciting player to watch. And now he has queen 9 offsuit. That is well in his raising range. Here we go. In that selection of cards, he will be raising queen 9. Will be firmly there. And Lucky out of position with the king 9. Really should not be playing back. The one way how you can enter the pot is if you do think that Vat'silis is too loose. You might throw in a free bet once in a while. But uh-oh, there we go. The two action players, Vat'silis and Cody, will be going at it, and finally at last. I'm very excited to see how these contenders, Cody definitely the player of yesterday, Vat'silis, the hero of today, will play against each other. And it might not look like it, but this is an absolutely action flop. Vat'silis with that top pair, Cody, at first glance, you might think he only has ace high, but this is a ace high with a gut shot to the nuts. With the backdoors to the nut flush draw, he can hit the ace as well. He is blocking the potential aces of his opponent too. He's blocking those ace 9s. So this is absolutely a hand when you are deep, 21 million deep, that you can choose to put in that race and put in multiple barrels and even play for stacks. He will never be folding here. Now the question is, are we going for that raise that would be good with his hand, or are we going for that call? Cody, even this man with the infinite aura, has some respect for Vat'silis' game, did not go for that raise. Definitely was an option on the flop. And now on the turn, his hand improves. As you can see, 29% when he has only ace high against that strong second pair. How will Cody play this if Vat'silis decides to bet? There we go, there's that check. Vat'silis still has a very, very strong hand. When you are on the button against the big blind, this is a powerhouse. All those one pair hands, fours will definitely call you. Small pocket pairs as well, weaker 9s are calling you. Now the question is, Cody, he has the option to re-raise, even to go all in would not be a mistake here with such a powerful draw. But we are going for that safe option. Again, that respect for Vat'silis. I think if he considered Vat'silis to be weak, he might actually be pouncing against him. And now, by playing passively, he misses the river. And this really is not the best time to think about bluffing. Not against Vat'silis, not with a hand like this one. Cody might have to wave the white flag here. But remember, guys, yesterday we were the witnesses of the Cody show. I don't know what this man can do. Yes, it is that check. Cody with that stare. And like I told you yesterday, during day 3, when you don't have a big pay jump, you don't have to think about these short stacks being around you with smaller stacks than you have. You can be a lot more aggressive than right now. I think the Cody from yesterday, if we were deeper, we would see some fireworks, we would see a show. But it makes a lot of sense that we played it safe. And I think part of the reason why we did play it on the more passive side is this man, who has not shown weakness, who knows when to play back, who is one of the guys at the table who will not be bullied if you just put in big raises. Paul in the hijack, this will be a fold, I assume. Oh my goodness, look at this, with 21 big blinds. Paul is mixing it in. Of course, when you have the offsuit ace and you want to get adventurous, this is one of the best hands to do it with. Decent equity against everything. You are removing those ace queens, ace jack, aces, ace kings that your opponents can play back against you, free bet you with, and deny you to see a flop. But still, obviously, in the hijack with ace 3 offsuit, we are getting out of line here. Let's see if Cody can smell some weakness with ace-7 off, though, against the hijack. You don't really want to play. Unlike Paul, you don't have that initiative. You will let it go, of course. And Mishka, I think anybody else would call, but we know that Mishka likes to play on the cautious side. There we go. It folds the 10-5 suited. Why would Mishka change when it has been working so far? He is in here for those ladder ups. And just to remind you guys, if you are just joining us, 17,300 euro already these players have locked in. 22,800 is the next pay jump. 6th place is getting that, 22.8k. And on top of that, all of these players, the top 10, have the 3,000 euro package in their bag. Those 4 tickets for King's Million. So it is understandable that everybody's looking for those paint jumps. Mishka, more than anyone, clearly is eyeing up those extra thousands and thousands of euros. €5.5k euros. That's a lot when you bought in with just 480. Lucky with the 7s in the cutoff. Of course, that should be a race. Mishka Popper in the small blind. We know that he's sticking to his guns. Mishka is not getting involved unless he has to. So I am expecting for him to just let it go. But the mid race is there. It's only 2 bigs, 1.6 mil. There we go, as expected. He does let it go. If it works by changing it, and remember guys, Mishka was complaining that he doesn't have time banks. He likes to think things through before he puts the chips in the middle. Some players would do exactly the opposite. Some players, if they don't have a time bank, they go for the aggressive route. You kind of tell about the person's nature when you get into those situations. And Paul Kovacic open raises. And I'm looking at the clock now, by the way. There will be a break after this hand. 𝗙𝗯𝗹𝗀 says, slow playing players is so bad for the game. Well, not slow playing post-flow, but the players that take their time, yep, it's not the best. I know that there are some solutions in the work. I know Triton is testing the chess clock, so everybody would have their own individual time bank. And if they think for a long time, they are basically hurting themselves. Okay, guys, there we go. Right before the break, we have 8s in the big blind against Lucky's King Queen offsuit. Obviously, with the 8s, you are never going away. Banter Andrei says Paul is one of the best of the last 7 years of year of Romania. Yeah, Romanians have been doing really well here at King's Resort. And look at this, Casco actually does free bet. He loves those free bets in the big blind. He does this with 5s, with Jack 10 offsuit, and Lucky just waves the white flag. Casco has been low-key taking down so many pots for free. And right after that free bet, we take a look at the chip stack. So Vasilis, wow, look at this. He actually is way ahead of everybody. 32 million. Cody with 27 million. Mishka Popper with his tight plays that keep working, 26 million. Tonino, the once chip leader, is down. And we will see you after the break. About 14 minutes here at King's Resort.
Cash game streets, content creators, the likes of ''𝗹''𝗀, Johan Guibert.
Yo for a long time was kind of the face of French poker, I would say. It's changed a lot in the last handful of years. The French have really surged in creating a small group of talented pros that are kind of taking the tournaments by storm.
Benjamin Pollock is a legend of the World Series of Poker Streets. He plays under the banner. Antoine Saoud, David Benjamin from the old school side of the spectrum,
yeah.
Julian Martini, Thomas Santern. Can't overlook Bertrand Gnopelier, 𝗙𝗀. He made his mark. Meanwhile, 𝗙𝗏 could be making a mark here with ace-jack against this cutoff open from Ranilani.
Yeah, I think this one's just good enough. He's not really going to have a choice but to stick it in.
That's exactly what he does. Uh-oh.
Unlucky.
First occasion on which Ukraine's Dmytro Stetsura is going to get involved, and it's going to be absolute top of range, which influences that involvement. Horrendous for 𝗙𝗏. Now, even a cold call, which is the very least we can do with these aces if we're Stetsura, screams strength.
Yeah.
You know, trying to lure Ilani
there's
into
just
something.
like, yeah, you're kind of just handcuffed, you know. Yeah. Aces are a cheat code. If ever you're going to have a cold call range, you can work them in there.
Yeah. 𝗙𝗏 understandably on his feet here as his light begins to flicker.
So many creative ways to...
Yeah, the stand-up D-Mike, grab your backpack. Yeah, we've seen it all.
He's going to need a miracle here.
And that isn't it, as he lacks a spade, and he lacks chips.
You know, it's you're sitting on aces, and you just made it 37x. And you go, oh my God, I misclicked. But, you know, you got the 6-5 suited, you kind of just play it off.
Yeah, right.
Like, oh, well, another day at the office, boys.
There's nothing worse than that guilt that you got to wear when the guy gets after. And maybe, you know, they deserve it if they're trying to exploit.
Well,
but you show up with the aces, and it's like, oh, my bad. Would you look at that?
It's a part of the opening range, you know. Sorry I happen to have it this time.
Well, pocket 7's also a part of the opening range. From the cutoff for Neugebauer. So he's made it 9 to go. Oh, he just flats king queen off from the button.
Pretty common on the button. You want to be using these Broadway type hands. They're not quite good enough to 3-bet get in, but they're way too strong to ever consider folding. So you kind of try to avoid folding them at all costs by coming through with a call.
Now
He's now getting out of line.
𝗙𝗂𝗍
That's clear.
is proving abusive.
𝗙𝗲 could have jammed, I suppose. Versus a cutoff open, 25, putting it in, I think might be quite reasonable. And maybe he leans on king-queen suited for that sort of play. I would have a hard time not back jamming this, knowing full and well that I was getting called by 𝗙𝗂𝗍, but also just believing that he's out of line.
Well,
There it is. He
𝗙𝗲
shares my thoughts.
induced, I suppose. Maybe we reserve the right to change our mind about how we want to approach things. I don't know that his intention was to induce.
No, this is just a byproduct of a series of events that you live and die by. This kid seems like he's out of line. We're gonna back jam and hope that we have some of this range dominated, which I don't think is all that unreasonable. Quite possible that 𝗙𝗂𝗍 has worse king high and queen high type holdings in his squeeze range here, especially if he's as liberal as we see. Though the ace-9 off, probably not that bad versus cutoff button.
He's already got 36 in here, and he's just trying.
It's
kind of
really
questioning what this is unconventional behavior from 𝗙𝗲𝗍, right?
Yeah, and we did see the queen-8 off, but nobody else knew.
No, right. But from 𝗙𝗂𝗍's standpoint, he's kind of like, what?
It feels
Flat
weird.
jam?
Yeah, it feels weird because you expect the pocket pairs like below the 9 to just be jamming pre. Right?
Correct. And
So-
the bigger aces also to be
Yeah.
maybe taking up a more aggressive posture. And so look how well he's performing here with something as paltry as ace-9 for a 233K pot. And check.
How well he was performing.
Correct. The update now is a very poor performing king high flop. 𝗙𝗲𝗍 can get behind it, tasting the 233. And it doesn't spoil on the turn. Just needs to dodge an ace, which he does. 4's full on the end. Roll your sleeves up and enjoy a deep stack. This feels oddly, and I know that we don't have adequate data maybe to make these sort of blanket generalizations about what we're seeing. An ace suited on the button, a jam from Lee, but I was going to say sort of a piece of fruit ripe for the picking in terms of the deference and sort of the lull, like anybody that wants to actually say, all right, let me change gears here and snatch some chips. Might, be well served.
Yeah, I think part of it is, though, we're still so far away from the bubble entry, either just closed or will be closing after this level.
A jam from 𝗙𝗂𝗍, and unfortunately for Lee's purposes, Hlasovic has folded an ace.
Spades are live, though.
The path to a W and continued attendance here in this main event has been made that much more difficult for Taehyung Lee. $136K pot. Now, while that isn't the flop that we had in mind, it does present an opportunity to counterfeit the 9s. We'd love to see something like a jack.
Jack
on
of
the
spades,
turn.
10 of spades, maybe for max sweat.
The 5 of diamonds instead.
King of spades.
So,
Boring term.
King of spades for split pot. King of spades is split pot.
Spends money back.
𝗙𝗂𝗍 facetiously pretending not to have a grip on the game. And maybe this is somehow a karmic arrival on the river as Lee, given a stay of execution, and ask your doctor if your heart is healthy enough for a double.
My heart.
They're eating the dogs.
They're eating the pets? Is that what's happening? Oh, please turn your attention away from American politics, rest of world. We'll return to our regularly scheduled program at some point. Meanwhile, nothing irregular about a 𝗏𝗡𝗏 Open, ace-5 of clubs. Mins it, and of course the temptation of Jack-10 suited is ever present.
These spots are particularly tricky because, you know, in modern theory land, we don't play a lot of calls. But in old school street poker, there's no decision to be made here. We got Jack-10 suited, baby. We're going to see a flop. We're going to do it as cheaply as possible for 2 big blinds.
So a flat versus the upfront opener. We begin to range at least one of these two guys higher up.
Yeah, what we have seen start to happen is because there's a need to have a calling range under the gun 2 versus under the gun 1, you will start to see hands, especially at this depth, like jacks, start to play a little bit more passively pre. That way you're able to defend against squeeze jams from perhaps a 20 big blind stack behind.
Sure. I'll play flats with 6s. 1-6 is busy in Natal's hand, and he will close the action, getting a nice price.
It's probably one we can just let go.
A rare 4-way affair. And an 8-high flop. Natal with the best hand. No flush draw out there. I mean, granted on the board, but in reality, nobody has the spades.
You know, it's always kind of like funny when it actually happens because it's so 2008.
What's that?
If I'm Natal, I think I just stop and go here. I flop the top pair. This board doesn't rate to get bet all that frequently 4 ways. I need some protection for my hand, and I got backup in case I get called. I think I'm just all in here.
Well, he disagrees, but I hear where you're coming from. It does end up being checked in 3 spots. No, 𝗏𝗏𝗏 does have a wheel gutty, and Hradecky just has a dream.
This is a pretty ambitious stab. I mean, you know, he will be protected by having a lot of pocket pairs in his range here, so it does make some sense. Going half pot into 4 people with no pair, no draw, no backdoor of any real note, it's a dicey endeavor. I mean, you are going to get the 6s to fold here. They don't really have much of a choice. I stand corrected. He's a non-believer. And now if you're Natal, this might be why I would just open jam. He might find a hero fold here in spite of the fact that he's being laid quite the price on the pot. And actually has his counterparts here drawing nearly dead.
Well, it is interesting how exactly the argument in favor of not checking is revealed as Hradecky's position bet finds a flat in 𝗏𝗏𝗏, and that flat sends the best hand into the muck.
Ace-5 hits the muck too, which would have turned the nuts.
Yeah. And now Hradecky has arrived here with just 1 patron, continues to have position.
It's just kind of impossible to fire again. You're just like way too naked. I think you just have to not double delay, but delay here and potentially play some river jams depending on what the run out is. I mean, it's just hard to find the hands that fold here to half pot. 6s, no spade exactly, and even that, I'm not so confident. He zips it.
A check jam over the top of that second barrel, and an incredible outcome for 𝗏𝗏𝗏.
Final table with 2 big blinds, or day 1 with massive chip lead?
Oh, I care about the money. Final table with 2 big blinds. 2 big blinds, you can spin, you can win. Bendinelli win the APT with 1 big blind, so final table with 2 big blinds, definitely, so for sure.
Final table, 2 big blinds.
Okay. Okay.
Final table with 2 big blinds left, because then I'm in the money anyways. Yeah.
If you have to choose 2 big blinds on the final table or massive chip lead on day 1?
The final table one.
Final table.
Yeah?
Yes, because winning is different.
Okay.
But both option, I take it anyway.
Creeping up on that 100th hand, Bobby. Hand number 95.
You want to make any
UTGCO 9-6 offsuit.
You want to make any? How many hands total? Guesses? Over and under? I'll put the line at 167.
Ooh, you know, 169 was right in my brain.
Oh, so you're on overs then?
Yeah.
Okay.
Pocket sixes for Naeem. And Wang with the ace-8 of spades in the big blind.
Wow. It's about 27 bigs. Could see a jam here from Wang. Probably just going to call.
He seems like a cool cat.
He's a cool cat, yeah.
And he's going to play it that way. So they'll go heads up to this flop.
Proves the structure's very good that it's not just a jam fest.
Wow.
I mean, that's a pretty good flop for Wang, flopping the absolute nizzles. And Naeem's going to think this is not a bad flop at all. Going to bet small or check.
Yeah, he's like, I got the spade 2 here. Check, check though. 10 of hearts turn.
Oh, it'd be really brutal if it just comes like 6 of diamonds or 6 of hearts in the river. Wang should probably check again here. Yeah,
And
good
does.
check, good check.
Like I said, he's a cool cat.
I think Naeem can start betting now. Probably bet like 1.2, something like that.
Oh boy, he's going to walk into it. So 1.1.
Again, even as Wang here, I don't really see the value in raising. I feel like opponent's going to bet fold way too much.
Keep it cool, Wang.
I think we just need to call.
Ooh, like that. Throws the stack of time banks in the middle, some posturing and acting.
What animal.
Got the nizzies, and he's going to act. Let's see if he can make a non-believer out of Naeem.
Oh, he's going to make it 4 million. It's going to be way too big. $4.2, something like that. Yeah, that's
3.7 is the sizing.
It's very large. There's not really that many bluffs. When it's like king 3, deuce 10, Wang's going to have lots of flushes, some 2 pairs, even some sets of deuces and 3s from the big blind that we would just call.
Maybe he's going off, seeing Naeem do that loosey-goosey call earlier and hoping that he'll do it again.
Yeah, monotone.
Many minds he's regarded as sort of the resident warden in the poker prison. You know what I mean? Like he just likes to fact check people, make sure stories check out.
I feel like half the community find him to be a hero, and the other half think he's a heel. So it's
yeah. Maybe it just depends if you're on the receiving end of one of his.
Depends if you've done anything wrong.
Exposés.
Yeah.
The less skeletons you have in your closet, the better off you are if you're on Sean's radar.
That is true.
Meanwhile, Ace-8 suited once more has presented itself, this time to the other Hungarian, 𝗙𝗂 𝗧. His 25K open is flatted by the chip leader's pocket 7s, and that's mindful of the position from which the raise came. Madani in the cutoff, flatting king deuce of hearts, however, Justin, and now Karlik mulls over from the small with king jack of spades.
Yeah, suited hand on the button, plenty of chips. Not gonna get yourself, not gonna get yourself in too much trouble, but at the same time, it's gonna be tough to win a nice sized pot with king deuce here. Ooh, all right.
Nice to be able to close the action and not be concerned about anything happening behind us if we're deep fast with these 2 9s in the big blind. 𝗙𝗏 did call as well. Family pot, and Queen Jack 9 is damp. We've got bottom set. We've got a couple of gut shot straight draws, one of which has a pair of jacks to go with it. All we needed was a second diamond out there to really make things spicy.
It might come. I don't think anyone's going to be betting this flop, so...
Well, Madani does have himself a king high flush draw to go with his gutter, but that is really wet texture.
Yeah, if you bet this, you're okay playing for stacks if you lead this flop, I think.
Well, 30K
go
into 137 isn't exactly screaming. Wow, that is a disciplined little muck there from Gerald 𝗙𝗏.
It's not so much the 30K bet, it's the people behind, and then concerning yourself what's going to be happening on every turn. Unless it's a 10 or a jack.
Well, we know fold is never on this man's mind.
That's right. I like just calling here, too. That's wonderful.
Ace 8 and the 7s bow out.
Big turn card for fast.
By the way, that bet by Madani got a lot of mileage as it pushed 3 players into the muck. Now a bit of a pesky road to improvement for Madani. He's got top pair, but the 4-liner on board. Plenty of 10x, I would imagine, in the big blind defense range.
Yeah. For it not being a heart, that's a pretty good card for Madani to not put any more money in. He gets showdown value.
Expenses the flight, like it's not. You're not going to crush it there. You can enjoy yourself.
Oh, he's going for it again.
Yeah, you have to go.
I used to play like one series there 2 years ago or something like this. It was fun, yeah.
80K this time into the 197, and I gotta say, I'm a bit surprised to see it, but perhaps he anticipates that Fast would be more inclined to lead had he made the king high straight here, just given the face-up nature of it, and that leaves him merging.
Yeah, I think that's very fair. I think he might be trying to get the showdown, but I also think if he gets called here, he might realize that his hand's no good anymore, and he might turn into a bluff. But I think he might just be trying to get a showdown with top pair, just trying to get some value from some other queen X's or other flush draws.
It is, of course, troublesome as we see the board failing to pair on the river. Fast has the best hand, doesn't know it. To have hearts ourselves if we're Madani, because really that's the kid we'd like to assign across the way. And so the shutdown on the end, and the 9s are able to get face up for free.
That's why the bet on the turn is kind of nice. If you know if you check back the turn and Fast were to lead out 100K and you would consider calling, you know, maybe it's sometimes just better to bet 80K yourself.
Meanwhile, back at the feature, chip leader has opened with ace-3. By the way, gentlemen in the background there, I don't know if you caught a glimpse of that. Picking an interesting place to find a catnap. Jacks could make things interesting here. Not, however, compulsory, especially on road to the money bubble, to inflate things out of position.
I agree. It's nice to be under rep too. Like you can just know you. Oh well, not now, but just comfortably get to check call a couple streets and know you're probably gonna have the best hand. But
on an ace-king 7 board, however, we recognize the issues afoot.
Still probably need to peel one off. Having the jack of diamonds is really nice. Plus, there is some attachment, I guess, when you kind of slow play a bigger hand than you're supposed to. I feel like most people, including myself, we want to see one more street with it. Just prove it to me.
Yeah, in case it's a one-and-done sort of effort. Well, Hlačánský, though, has been in line for the most part, so We'll see what comes on the heels of 20 a man. Just because Olszewski's got this ace doesn't mean that he's going to be in the mood, pardon me, for another barrel. Predictable second check out of the jacks. A check back this time. Oh!
Oh my.
And Jacob, dressed in spades, knocks on the door. Where do these cards come from? I mean, I'm not suggesting that all of a sudden this is going to be some seismic pot, but perhaps these are the moments that positively reinforce the peel.
That is true, and I like the check back from Olszewski on the turn as well. Just pot controlling, and it's probably fast going for the check raise here, it looks like.
Might that have something to do with the sizing, though, from Olszewski? If all of a sudden he comes with full pot, maybe check raise isn't what's on our mind here. Some queen 10 could be a foot. I don't think pocket aces, pocket kings are what he anticipates.
No, not those. But yeah, queen 10 is scary, but
25K is not.
25K makes his life a lot easier.
Take a picture of those chips, because you're not going to be seeing them after this action.
Now, it's just how much does he want?
$125.
It gets paid.
I'm a little surprised by this. Spots for Ďeeb, who currently runs in third, as you got a glimpse at the chip counts.
And everyone here had the 10,000 euro to get in this tournament. I'm not trying to say Sean's more comfortable than everyone else, but you know, he's played for millions of dollars numerous times in his life.
Well, Mr. Madani has played pocket kings enough to know exactly how to approach them pre-flop. Upstairs he takes us, 26,000.
Okay.
Sevens now for Ďeeb in the small.
That was a nice sigh.
Inflation not on his mind. 1-7 into the bin, by the way. Not good news for Sean. He's going to be all alone and out of position against these Cowboys. 10-9-3, a couple of overs. Unclear whether or not he thinks 10x, 9x is part of the equation for a Madani open up front. Into 76 comes just a modest 18K, Justin. Not really a sizing that we anticipate is going to relieve Ďeeb of all of his range.
I think Ďeeb is going to be calling just about everything, but this makes it nice price. Having the 10 and the 9 out there always presents more straight draws for the upper ends, the king jacks, queen jacks, king jacks, king queens. This is a spot where I fully expect Ďeeb to peel another one off, even if he does size it up here, which I'm sure he's going to do after down betting.
112 in the pot, and yet we continue to milk.
This is a very milky.
What are the arguments against the downsized turn bet after that very downsized flop bet?
To me, it shows that he has some showdown value. If he has king high or queen high, or even some ace highs right now, I expect him to bet big, put pressure on a lot of these hands. His bet sizing says to me he has a hand that he's okay getting to showdown no matter what.
Okay, now interestingly enough, even though we see Sean check, this is one of those cards that when you down bet flop and turn and the big or small blind rather defender gets to this point, the backdoor flush, middle pair card pairing could put us in a bit of a blender if all of a sudden D were to have risen up for a healthy size. And look at Madani, unafraid whatsoever of that development. Barrels once more.
1, 2, 3. Okay. 1, 2, 3.
Well,
60K.
The milk might work here. To your point, I thought Sean might consider it, maybe a check raise, just merge it a little bit. Probably would like to have the 7 of diamonds in his hand instead, but again, this just shows that he has just a ton of value. But I think Sean sleeps very well at night and
yeah,
doesn't have to worry about what the other person had very often.
You know, he didn't look uncomfortable, but he did look a little bit confused by the line, and so 60K worth of curiosity satiated as those 7s find showdown, and unfortunately they find the muck as well once shown kings.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to the final table of the Pirates Poker Treasure Blackbeard Mystery Bounty. Apparently there was some discussion about the deal already, but let me tell you, no deal was reached. We will be playing for it all, at least so far. And let's take a look at the players that are here remaining. So 7 heroes are left, 17.3K already guaranteed in the pocket, plus those tickets, that's 3,000 euros, so 20K plus of value already secured in the Pirates Poker Treasure Blackbeard. And the new chip leader is Vasilis Nicolas, the man that has been on an absolute tear today. We didn't see a single massive pot from him, but he has been attacking those small ones. He has been looking to push against weakness, to punish those that don't care about those spots that he can take down, and without too much flash, he has chipped up all the way to a sizable chip lead. But overall, all of these players still have a chance at that 120,000 euro plus up top with that 3K worth of tickets already secured. Janos Maidan, before the break, he's actually asking about bounties. Well, our bounties, all the big ones are gone. We just have some tiny ones remaining. So, unfortunately, we will not see those big rolls. The big 75K went to Poland. So now, with the big bounties gone, we really are playing close to standard poker. You have a couple €100 worth of equity if you bust somebody, of course, in that all-in token, but all in all, the money that we are looking forward to is the 120,000 plus up top and all those pay rises that come along the way. Cody with the ace-4 offsuit. We have seen some players get adventurous with a hand like this one. Now even Cody wants to go for it. And Casco on the button, this man, sneakily, so far he's shown us one point of aggression that he likes to attack, and that is when he's in the big blind, somebody raised against him. We have seen multiple free bets by this man. Looks like he actually let it go. Is that right? Well, that allows 𝗏𝗏 𝗏𝗏 to race with King 5 offsuits. And Vasilis, he knows very well that this is a strong hand. But look at this! A respect fold from Vasilis. I'm very curious. He's running away. Did he have to go to the toilet? Did he forget something during the break? I'm very curious as to why Vasilis would actually fold with a King 8 there. He folds the King 8 and suddenly he ran away from the table. And here we go. Tonino, all the way down, he was once the big stack. Is there right here. Petr Černíček 7552 is asking, the deal was discussed. Apparently a deal was discussed. So we had the one planned break and then we had the deal break as well. And fortunately for us viewers, maybe unfortunately for some of these players, no deal was agreed. So the double break was because of the deal and no deal agreed between these players. Dimitsu 12, you don't ask me. Don't ask me, but I was actually at a massive big event, 5,000 entries and 5 players made a deal there. I mean, it's a lot of money for the small buy-in. I understand that players don't want to risk, but come on, 7-way deal, that's a little bit too much. And lucky with that Queen 10 against 𝗏𝗀. Paul goes ahead with the c-bet. Well, for lucky, a jack is a nice card on the turn, but besides that, not too much hope. So he lets Paul have it. Well, Dimitri, you know what? I understand it. I understand it. In a big tournament, when you have these thousands and thousands of entries and you get to that top 7, top 6, top 5, I understand that some players want to lock in that money. They don't want to risk too much. They still leave whatever 10, 20% up top and play for it. And they want to go home with that payday. I understand it's a lot of money, but still, I have to agree with you. Seven people deal, a little bit of a stretch. And of course, you guys in the chat and me here, when I am commenting, we give the players the freedom. As long as they leave 10% up top and play for the win, they can make the deal whenever they want. But for me personally, I want them to play for it all. You know what? The emotion, the ups and downs, the absolute heartbreak of not winning the tournament that could change your life, I think that belongs to poker. This is exactly what we want to see. Dimitri, yeah, it was one of the Irish, it was in Ireland, yep. And the deal, yeah, there was 5-way, the stacks were very similar, and they just made a 5-way deal, played for it up top. Still very exciting, but of course for us here, for the spectators, we want to see the players play for everything. We want to see that heartbreak. We want to see them dealing with it as well. We want to see the pressure of the pay jumps get to them, that bead of sweat running down the player's cheek. This is why we watch poker, for this excitement. That is the one side. Okay, of course, us in the chat, 7-way deals, 5-way deals, that's not what we want to see. But on the other hand, yes, these players play for a lot of money. We can't handcuff them completely, right? It is their buy and they bought in with. So that's why we allow this compromise of leave at least 10% up top, and this is how most venues actually do it these days. There we go, Vasilis. He has actually slowed down a little bit. I'm not sure why that is. Why he would slow down when suddenly he's the chip leader, but he has folded some of the hands that he has been raising with a smaller chip stack. But this time, he goes with the ace, with the kings. And lucky with the ace-3 suited on the button, you can definitely play that. Asking Mishka with the king 9 offsuit against the 2.1 big blind, but we know that Mishka has a strategy. It has worked so far. He has no reason to actually change it, and that is to, if he can't fold, he will. He doesn't have those time banks. He mentioned it many times. He can't think hands through. He's not confident that he can play well without the time bank post-flop. So he's very, very tight and folds the king 9. As you can see, this time it worked out well for him. Pocket deuce. Vasilis is bluffing. Vasilis says pocket deuces, shows the kings. And we see a completely different strategy right here. when people play for the money, and this is why they want to make a deal. You can tell that Miška, for example, he wants every single other up, every 5,000 euro obviously means a good deal for him. Does not want to risk it. He's not here to go ahead and fulfill his ego, be splashy, give us some crazy show. He really, really wants to go ahead and double up, play it safe, not risk it when he doesn't have to. I think exactly when you are in this situation, this is when the players want to make a deal because they want to play poker, but the pay jumps and so much money on the line relative to the buy-in, it doesn't allow them to play their best poker. That's why they push for a deal, they make it, and then once the pressure is gone, they already secured that bag, then they get to play a little bit more relaxed. And Cody on the button, this should be a free bet. And in Lucky's shoes, there we go. There's that free bet by Cody. And Lucky against an action player like Cody. If he thinks Cody is out of line, he does have the option of just going ahead and shipping it in. You might argue that a hand like ace-5 suited might be better than sixes. There we go. There's that time bank. We know that Cody is an action player. If Lucky is smart, he watched the stream yesterday. There we go, there's that all in. Yes, Lucky realizes that Cody has been out of line. He pushes his bounty in and it's an all in. Absolutely beautiful. Lucky 761 is on to Cody. He knows that this man is more than capable of free betting light, and I love to see it. Now, Cody, what is your answer? Lucky can definitely be doing this with hands like this one. Ace-Jack suited, most likely in his range as well. It's just around the level where it is close here. And Lucky has been on the tighter side, I must say, for most of the night. So the question is Cody feeling it? No, he is not, and a beautiful play by Lucky. Tops the table, GG, he says. He was ahead, and he took advantage of Cody's perceived aggressive image. We know that Cody obviously had more than a reasonable hand to free bet with, obviously. But nevertheless, Lucky with his reasonably tight image went for it, and it paid dividends. Schalk Johannes Shortsting says, you play to win, not to make deals. Yes, of course you play to win, but put yourself into the shoes of these players. You paid less than 500 euros to have some fun in the beautiful King's Resort, right? You came to play some tournaments, maybe play some side events. Who knows, maybe make some cash, and suddenly the pay jumps are your monthly salary. I mean, I understand that the players were discussing a deal at least. I mean, I get it. But of course, for us here in the audience and for all the players that have won tournaments before, the big ones, of course, you want to play to win. And that's exactly what we want to see. And look at this. Speaking of playing to win, Tonino, the once chip leader that has been playing reasonably tight, is going for it all, but Paul Kovacic has the ace-king, has Tonino dominated, 31 against 69%, and this man, who once was a big chip leader here on the stream table, is suddenly at risk of being eliminated in 7th place. Can we flop that jack? No. There are some backdoors, however. A 10, for example, would be a nice card. Oh my god, it is a jack. That's way better than a 10. A jack on the turn sends a dagger into the heart of Paul. Can he recover with a king on the river? 2 outs, 1 king was folded. This would be an absolute miracle. 2 outer on the river. No, he cannot. Tonino doubles through Paul, who is still alive with 9.9 big blinds, 9.9 million. We have increased the blinds to 500K 1 mil. What a hand, what a hand. I thought that Paul has a little locked in. He had all the momentum in the world. After that, very, very tough to make fold with the King 8. Paul was chipping up and chipping up and chipping up. It seemed inevitable that he will join the chip leaders of this tournament. He was only one jack away from getting it done. But it is this man, the once big chip leader, at the stream table, who doubles up and who is up in the middle of the pack yet again. Cody in the hijack, we know that he likes to play. It is a race, of course. To 2.7 big blind, the patented Cody race sizing. We've seen him yesterday to race anywhere between 2.1 and 3.4. Rizaldi says, stop gambling, no gamble, no future. Guys, I have to be absolutely clear with you. If you gamble, gamble responsibly, okay? King's Resort has those relatively low buy-ins. They will not break your bank. You will not break your salary. If you don't have those buy-ins that are for a few €100, we have smaller buy-ins as well. Even during the King's Million, there's going to be a 250 mini main. So, yes. Gamble, but make sure that you do it responsibly, okay? Only do it with the money that you can lose. Either if you're a professional, have that proper bankroll, and if you are not, only gamble and play poker with money that you intend to lose and treat it as entertainment. That's very important. And Cody open raises with the kings here. $1% or 2% max of the bankroll. Yeah, it's actually, it might be even. Some of the professionals I interviewed here when we were here at Kings at the Slovenian Poker Tour. Actually, there is a player in Slovenia. His name is 𝗏𝗏. He was playing online, and from a $20 satellite, so $20 he buys in from to a satellite. His bankroll is about $2,000, so 100. Yeah, you're absolutely right. But he buys into a satellite, and he wins a ticket to a big tournament, and a big one. And it actually happened to be the biggest tournament online at the time. All that fault. I'll finish the story after we look at Paul Kovacic. So Paul is down to 7 big blinds. Oi, 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 oi. After that brutal beat with the ace-king against ace-jack. Everybody else sitting pretty with 20 to 31 big blinds. Absolutely neck and neck. Look at this. There is no clear chip leader anymore. Vasilis has dropped a little bit. Lucky is up there, but everybody else has 20 plus bigs. The Venice Sound says Blush is the best. He won 2 bracelets, but his story is absolutely incredible. And that man, he doesn't get staking. He plays on his own dime, always has. So basically the story he told me here at King's Resort when
my brother, it's your problem. You people wait till all the blinds. I'm okay with that.
Cody's stealing all the blinds. 3 big blinds, look at this. They are making yet again. And the Cody show is back, ladies and gentlemen. He opens to 3 big blinds, which is a massive race size at this stage of the tournament. And now he actually promises the table, hey, I'm going to show every single hand that I open. He actually promised the table he will do that. I don't think that's true. I think he was joking around. But yeah, he open raises to 3 bigs, forces everybody out, takes down the blinds, and tells them that, hey, I will show every single hand. I don't think he should. Yeah, so by the way, guys, there's this Slovenian player, 𝗙𝗏 𝗹, and he had $2,000 in his bankroll. From 20 bucks, he went to a satellite, and he basically won one step. He won another step, and another step. And he went all the way, I think it was $5,000 or $10,000 buy-in. It was the biggest tournament online at the time. And he came third. He came third in that tournament. He won over $1 million. Over $1 million when his bankroll was 2,000 bucks, right? And the funny thing, he actually didn't sell action. He was, I'm pretty sure he said he was shy. Oh, well, maybe I don't have skill advantage. I'm not going to sell action here. So almost all of the action, if not all, it was actually his own. And most of the players, when they score this big, from 20 bucks you make $1 million, I think most people would treat it like lottery. Hey, okay, I'm going to take a vacation. I'm going to take it easy, buy a house, you know. Not 𝗏𝗏. Actually, 𝗏𝗏 used it to start a career. He hired coaches. He was playing, actually the next day after winning the $1 million, he was playing for $10 again. He kept grinding those satellites. He hired a coach. He tried to get better. And now basically 𝗏𝗏, as the chat says, he is one of the best poker players in the world. He won multiple World Series of Poker bracelets last year. He comes here usually for the Slovenian Poker Tour as well. He plays a lot of mixed games. But to this day, he plays tiny buy-ins. He plays huge buy-ins. He simply loves the game. He lives with his girlfriend, you know, absolutely calm life in Slovenia. Nothing extravagant, doesn't flash around his money, but he keeps crushing, he keeps getting better, he keeps playing on his own dime. So that's the player that you want to take as your role model. If you win a big amount of money, treat it as, hey, I like the game, I play poker because I enjoy it. The buy-in doesn't matter. It's all about solving the puzzle. How much am I playing for? And if you win a big amount of money, hey, that's really nice. But 𝗏𝗏 now, I think he's won, I'm not sure how many millions he's won, but it's a lot. Obviously, he crashes online as well, online and live, and it started all the way with $20 from a 2,000 buck bankroll, where he made over $1 million. Oh, you guys have a home game, that's amazing. Can he take more time banks? I'm not sure. So all the players before the final table, all of them got 6 time banks, by the way. So 6 time banks was the extra, but we saw 𝗏𝗏, I think he used all of them, right? 𝗏𝗏 Sound says 400 spectators and only 40 likes. Smash that button, guys. It's free. There we go. That's how you do it. Smash those likes. Go ahead and subscribe if you are not subscribed yet. Subscribe yet here on our YouTube. Let's go. And look at this. 𝗏𝗏 is up against Paul. I don't think even he can get away from this, can he? Blind against blind. I don't think he can. Well, no, it's not blind against blind. It's +1 against the small blind. I actually do think that 𝗏𝗏 can find a fold in these positions, maybe. But Paul Kovacic decided to go for it from one of the early positions. And we know 𝗏𝗏 has one strategy. The strategy is to be tight. He can find some looser plays if it makes sense, but most of the time he has been just folding. He does not have those time banks. Use them all in a big spot, and Paul can be very happy about this. All the way up to 9.9 bigs again. Yeah, I think 𝗏𝗏 won 2 bracelets last year. Must be a nice thing. But my point, Winnie Boy, my point is that if you make a big score, yesterday my friend Mielon from Poland, he got a 75,000 euro bounty. But when we asked him, you can see on our Instagram, when I asked him, what are you going to do with the money? And he just said, my bankroll just got bigger. And I'm going to play this tournament, and I will take that 120K. Now, it didn't work out. He didn't actually win the 120,000, but he was playing very solid. He didn't even change how he plays, and he basically acted responsibly, and that's what we want you to do. We want you to have a good time. Of course, most of you guys, because, yeah, you have to pay for that travel, right, and we have to pay our dealers. Most of you, on average, in one big tournament, you won't be making money. 10 to 15% actually make the money. But we want you to do it responsibly. either have a big bankroll, basically just go ahead and play poker with the money that you can lose. I think that's the right way to do it. If you are well trained, know what to do, you will never have problems. And that's the beautiful thing, Winnie. And Venice Sound is saying that the beautiful thing about poker, you can really decide who you want to be. If you want to treat this as your profession, you want to lock in, study for 16 hours per day, play 16 hours per day, and take your whole life and be a poker player, you absolutely can. If you want to treat it like a small vacation, instead of going camping, you go ahead and come here. You don't even have to play the free to 500 euro main events. You can just play 140 euro side events, have a great time at King's. You can do it as well. That's the beauty of the game. And the beauty of King's Resort, who allows you to do this as well. And of course, from time to time, you will find yourself being in the top 7 out of 2,785 entries, playing for over 120k euros. Cody, what is going on here? Ladies and gents, I think the Cody show is back. I don't think our overlay is wrong. This really is Jack 7. I mean, if you turn the 7 around, it kind of looks like Jacks, but Cody with the call in the hijack with Jack 7 against Lucky. Is this trying to get revenge? Did they both check dark? No, I don't think so. Yes, they did. What the hell is going on? Check dark. What the hell just happened? No, the button is in the right position. He really called before the flop. They both checked before the flop was dealt, and they checked it down. What the hell was this hand? Was it a misclick maybe? Check dark flop and check turn with Jack 7 offsuit. You know what? It is the Cody show. I have to tell you, we coined a new term, CTO, 𝗙𝗶 𝗹. Who knows what's going through this man's head? This was such a crazy hand. I think they checked in the dark. I think there were some shenanigans going on. Because Cody instantly checked dark on the flop. His opponent checked dark on the turn. Cody did the same. And he just gave up. Kind of value, yeah. Charlie is saying no value with ace-queen. I think Cody just threw him off with that check in the dark, check back in the dark. Now look at this, all in with the 8s. Vasilis actually is calling in the big blind. Take a look at this. Casco still has a decision, it looks like. No, Vasilis did not call. So Casco raises, Polkovaču goes for the 7.9 bigs. This is a very close spot. There we go, there's that all in. We are looking for that king or a jack to knock out Paul. So far so good for this man that suffered a brutal bad beat with ace-king against ace-jack. Can he dodge the king or a jack on the river and double through Casco? Yes, he can. Vamos, we heard from the rail. Now, I'm not sure if you heard, guys, but it seems like there must have been some sort of drama during the break. Because Paul is saying, hey, nobody will make a deal during this tournament, only heads up. And he was pretty emotional about it. Remember, the break was longer than we expected. There were some discussion about the deal. And let me tell you, every single time I've seen, if there's 4 or more people and they are discussing a deal, I would say majority of the time it ends with some bitterness with somebody. Somebody doesn't want to make the deal and they don't make it, or if they do make it, someone's not happy about it. So I'm not sure, but judging by the table talk, maybe there was talk about the deal and somebody disagreed. And now we are saying, Paul is saying, hey, there will be no deal until the heads up. Yeah, Quinn says just take your time and think. Guys, Cody's aura, basically Cody makes people play in the strangest ways because he himself plays very creatively, and by Cody checking back in the dark, it looks like almost instinctively his opponent checked in the dark as well. It was absolutely bizarre. But that's what happened. I'm pretty sure Cody confused him so much by that instant knuckle on the flop and on the turn that his opponent didn't even think, and before he woke up from that lapse, he was on the river and he didn't get any value from ace-queen. But hold that thought. Speaking of Cody, Jack-9 suited against 𝗏𝗀, who suddenly has a lot of ammunition to play with, 17.8 million, and he's jamming against Cody. He knows that Cody is on the loser side. If you think your opponent is too loose, ace-jack, that is making it less likely that the opponent has the aces, that he has the jacks. That will always call you. Becomes a nice shoving hand to try to punish your opponent for being loose. I don't think Cody can call, but you know what? You never know with Cody. He's counting down the chips. We have seen some crazy calls, by the way. Now, it would be an absolutely crazy call, of course. You raised under the gun, the very first position. This is the tightest that you should be. Yes, we are still seven-handed. Jack-9 is basically one of the weakest hands you open. There we go. Fold face up. You know where I want to see 𝗏𝗏? Actually, I actually spoke to Martin yesterday. And he will be here for the Big Kings Million. He was actually here, guys. 𝗏𝗏 was playing here. Unfortunately, he didn't make it to day 3, so we would put him on the feature table. He busted in day 2 of this event, Martin 𝗏𝗏. But for the Big Kings Million, you can count on him being here and playing basically everything. So that's where I want to see him. I like it when he's here. But of course, him tilting the high rollers, the serious players, it never gets old. Those guys just gamble and don't want to play post-flop. Well, it's weird, right? Because then we did have that gamble, but they checked it dark with the ace-queen against Jack-7. Misha with that race, 𝗏𝗏 with the same hand, just with the offsuit variant. Paul is on an absolute roller coaster. This man was down to about 8 big blinds. Now he's up to 23. And he decides to protect that stack, the newly gained ammunition for his gun that can take down some chips in the middle with 𝗏𝗏. Oh, look at this. It's Cody who's calling for free offsuit. Oh my goodness, Cody. We were worried at first that the Cody show might not return, but this is a Cody show. Check dark again. Is Cody just checking dark everything? What is going on? Cody against Misha. Instant check by him. What's the check dark yet again? I mean, what is happening here, guys? Queen Jack suited button fold. Yeah. You can see this. This is some Twilight Zone. I'm not sure what happened during the break. If there were some, it seems like the players are not talking as much as they used to. Sometimes when they do discuss a deal, and they come back from that deal break and there's no deal. Maybe something happened during the break. I don't know, but we are seeing some bizarre plays. Any Polish player left? Unfortunately, Kapok, we lost our last Polish player, first one that actually busted. But don't be sad. The 75,000 euro bounty went to Poland. Krzysztof Mielnik, aka Mielon, yesterday pressed one button and he takes home 75,000 euro from the Pirates Poker Treasure. Mr. Blackbeard saved his treasure for him and he looted that chest. Takes home 75K. So no matter what happens, the second most money from this tournament already went to Poland. Dimitri thinks if Martin was at this table, it depends. It depends. I think if he was one of the short stacks, no. If he was one of the big stacks at the table, we have seen some tight plays, especially on the bubble. Look at this. Mishka goes for that free bet. Very nice. Pushing Vasilis away from the pot. Oh my goodness, oh my goodness. We have some phrases we can't return. We can't repeat them, however we agree with them or not. And Paul suddenly is one of the healthy stacks. Remember, the blinds have gone up. 1 million big blind, 1 million ante. There is a lot of chips. Yet Cody, we have seen Cody still raising to 3x, to 3 million before. And Mishka, usually he just lets it go. Yeah, here we go. Waves the white flag, which means Tonino can call here. Here we go, 1 million call. And Tonino has Paul dominated, but Paul with the pre-flop initiative usually will have the right to go ahead and c-bet. Try to take the pot down. Of course, when you open, especially in the early position, UTG +1, you expect to be reasonably tight. You know that Tonino never has ace, king, aces, or kings. You can potentially have those. So it is on you to try to put on pressure. And the question will be, if the diamond rolls off, what will happen? Most of the time, the players just give up. I know that some aggressive players, they would just look at the 9 and just say, hey, my opponent couldn't have hit the ace-9 or king-9, so I'm going to keep betting. Is Paul actually thinking about going for it? Oh my God, yes he is. So he protects his hand right now. This does two things. You protect your hand, and he has the option to actually turn it into a bluff on some rivers as well. And you don't allow your opponent to try to knock you off the hand himself if you check. Very interesting, and I'm really interested in knowing if his plan was to actually turn into a bluff on the rivers sometimes. We actually, we have the Nightbot saying that these are mostly amateur players sitting on TV table for the first time. And that's the thing, this is the beauty of it. You are watching real people. 2,785 entries. Believe it or not, this man Cody, he has multiple King's trophies under his belt. The same Cody that checks dark, that likes to have a lot of fun. So even though obviously he plays a lot, he is accomplished already. He read Kings. I think in Prague he also got a couple of scalps. he just likes to have fun, right? He's not a guy that sits in a dungeon and studies poker 24/7. He came here to have a good time, and you can see it from his place. That good time he does have a lot of the time. And you know what? Between us, don't tell anybody, guys. I know there's hundreds and hundreds of you, but don't tell anybody. I kind of like when the players are under pressure. You know, when you watch those high rollers that basically only play with 10% of themselves, all of them have the stake. They have it swapped, basically. They don't even play with their own money. They have pieces of each other. You see them calm as a cucumber when they play for millions. But when you look at these players, there's so much pressure. 7 players only left. Out of 2,700, you have to only go through 6 people to make more than double than the average salary in most countries. Obviously, there will be a lot of pressure, and I have to say, when people make those mistakes, when they do crumble, when you see them sweating, when they don't play the optimal poker, this is the entertainment that I want. It shows their humanity. It shows that it's not easy to be on the big stage. When you came here to 𝗏𝗏 to have a nice holiday over the weekend, to play some poker with your buddies, and suddenly you're playing for most people's multiple yearly salaries, I mean, that is part of the game, and mistakes will happen. It is a lot of pressure. And I think something happened during the break, let me tell you. The players, they were laughing around, they were joking around, but ever since the break, ever since we added that extra time for that deal, it seems like the mood has shifted. Suddenly everybody got a little bit more serious. Besides Cody, who likes to have fun either way with calling weekends, joking around with whatever he does. It does feel like there's a lot more pressure on the players ever since we returned from that break. That's what's fascinating about these slow buy-ins and massive fields. You are not seeing robots, you see real people actually make mistakes. I think Vasilis, however, if you are looking for a player that is very strong, Vasilis is one of those. He rarely makes mistakes. He knows how to switch gears, but he doesn't switch them in a big way that he would say, I'm going to go crazy right now. He goes with his instincts from time to time in those big pots, but he has been very reserved. When he feels like he should go for it, like right now with the King-4 offsuit, he absolutely goes for it. He does things that are actually not plus EV. Like showing your king right now, obviously showing your opponent what you've done, it's giving away information, right? So he doesn't mind to give away some information, but most of the time he plays solid, he really picks his spots, and that's what happens very often. You have some of the players like Vasil, and then you have players like Mishka, who obviously are trying to get to that ladder up. They want to play really tight. They don't have any time banks. And even a 5K extra euro is a big, big deal to them. That's what you get, the big variety. But don't discount that. We do have strong players at this table. And I think especially our hero from Sweden, he has been putting on an absolute clinic today. With one absolute insane fold yesterday, without which he would not be even in this tournament. Casco, jams, and Polkovac, look at this. This guy, also a very strong player. We did not see too many mistakes from Paul, and it is 10-9 against Ace-King. 10-9, very, very happy. Casco does not mind to be seeing Ace-King. You don't want to see those 10s, those 9s, or those jacks. Can he actually capitalize on that? One of the best case scenarios when you go all in with 10-9 offsuit and get called. Can he hit the 10 or a 9 or those straights and remain in this tournament, or will Paul continue his ride? Well, the 10 is there on the flop, but unfortunately for Casco, so is the ace. Paul has pulled way ahead now, 77 against 23%. Only one card is between Casco and a departure away from this final table. It is a top 2 pair for Paul. We have lost Casco, and speaking about strong players, many people in the chat are saying it's the year of Romania. Paul was all but out. And look at this, great sportsmanship, great sportsmanship. Cody is consoling the player that just left the final table. Look at this, nice. Maybe we were wrong about the drama, never mind. The players are just locked in. And everybody came to congratulate the player we just lost to his winnings, to his place.
I like the confidence.
And obviously, when you talk about weak players, you cannot mention Paul at all. He has been grinding here along with other really successful Romanians. He's a staple at King's Resort. And if you want to see someone who plays solid, this is the man, Paul 𝗀𝗀. And if you want to see someone who can make mistakes, but he does them when he trusts his instincts most of the time, he just goes with what he feels is right. And this time it was ace-deuce. I believe that the ace-deuce, he folded mostly because of the big blind. These players have decided that, hey, if Cody is in the pot, I'm going to try to have a little bit of a stronger range because Cody is such a wild card. You have no idea what Cody will do. He can check down one moment with absolutely nothing, then he goes for a check raise and pummels it in and calls your big bluff. And looks like we will have another check down with the king high against the ace high. And Lucky, no, it's not a check down. Actually, Lucky went for it with the trips. He did not trap Cody in the end. And Cody lets it go. And here we go, guys. After the carnage, oh my goodness, can you believe it? The man that was down to 8 big blinds suddenly is our narrow chip leader, Paul 𝗀𝗀. Through solid play, he did not get out of line. He even folded a hand that many would actually continue with. Is right there, Cody, down there with 20 big blinds. But ladies and gentlemen, I hope you have your snacks ready. I hope you have your water next to you because this could be a very long day. We have a no clear short stack. Everybody has at least 20 big blinds. And we heard it from Paul, there will be no deals until at least heads up. That's the statement that he made. So, crazy developments. We are on a roller coaster right here when it comes to the final table. And lucky 7-6-1. Look at this player, the man who actually did punish Cody with that jam with the sixes, goes ahead and raises with the aces. Will he get some action? Doesn't look like it. Does someone like Paul have a deal on hotel rooms and such there, or does he live in the area? Well, obviously, the thing is with Kings, the hotel rooms are not expensive at all. You can go into the 5-star, but you can also share the very cheap accommodation here with, I think there's 3 or 4 beds in one room. It's obviously you won't get the luxury and you won't be in the same building, but you can get that. But I also know personally that there's a lot of players, because 𝗏𝗏 has so much action, they usually rent a house, rent a room near 𝗏𝗏 or in 𝗏𝗏 or a flat, and then they travel here every day to play poker basically. So it's a combination. If you don't play here day in, day out, you can use one of the cheaper rooms that Kings have here. And of course, we want on the posters, we obviously show you those 5 stars, and we have the Leon Suite, the absolutely top class, luxurious, marble and gold. We show you that, but if you are on a budget, you can actually share accommodation with a couple of bros and get them from, I think it starts like €25, something like this, per night. It's something crazy low. But yeah. And you have the point system. Now there's a new VIP system. It was rolled out about 5 weeks ago, I believe. So now if you grind a lot, you actually get points, and you get discounts on the hotel rooms as well. Wait, are there new Admiral rooms? Really? I didn't actually know this. You know, this is vital information in House of Cards that I should know. And Yeah, well, when I stay here, I often stay in the Admiral. Did they renovate the rooms, really? What was wrong with the previous one? I thought Admiral was just fine. But now it's the 4-star. Okay, well, I have to check it out. That's the thing. Even when you are a caster like I am, when you are commenting, a lot of the times you want as many good players as here as possible. 𝗙𝗏, haven't seen Leon for a while. I actually heard stories. Leon has been seen in Prague. It must have been a couple months ago. So he's fine and well. I know he had some health issues. It was in all of the papers. But yeah, I have heard. I have heard from Leon. He definitely is around. Admiral first floor got renovated. Fantastic. Wow, that's really great. You know, a lot of these resorts, for example, if you go to Vegas, a lot of the resorts, they renovate once and then they leave it hanging. I can talk stories about Circus and the Luxor, and everybody knows that those hotel rooms have not been updated in possibly decades. But I think it's really, really cool that Kings really try to push it, try to get better. They try to renovate. I didn't even know that there is renovation. They are now there for 2 years. Oh, I didn't even know. I always stay on the ground. When I stay in Admiral, I stay on the ground floor usually. Oh, you mean Admiral itself? Oh, I see. So it's not a recent renovation. I see what you're saying. There we go. 𝗏asilis in the big blind. Opts to just call. Both of them have a lot of chips. Remember, guys, this is neck and neck. I haven't seen such a close final table when there is no clear chip leader. Everybody has between 20 and 30 big blinds. I don't think I've seen this in a very, very long time. Usually there are a couple short stacks, one guy that's going after it, and maybe then someone doubles through him and he's the big one. But almost everybody here has that mid stack. And look at this, 𝗏asilis. We all know that he likes to play and fight for these spots, and so does Paul, by the way. Paul is very experienced. I know he has a lot of fans here in the chat, and he correctly deduces, hey, I'm probably, if I bet the flop turn and the river, I might not get paid off by worse hands. But I am against 𝗏asilis, who likes to fight for these small pots. Very famous for it. He's been doing it all day long. I will check to him, let him bet. Get value that way. Well, 𝗏asilis is very disguised. Look at this. Technically, he has a double gutter. He has the ace as well as an insurance. Ace and jack. No, just the ace. Ace and jack are the outs, yeah. Well, Paul has to call now, and I think he will call, especially against this opponent. So only the ace, only the jack can actually help him. And let's see the river, ladies and gentlemen. The all-important river. I think this is one card that 𝗏asilis can give up on. Yep, I think he will. Are any of these players pro? The way how Cody plays looks like he is an amateur. Well, Cody, listen. Cody, we love Cody. He has a lot of fans in the chat. Obviously, Cody likes to have fun. He has his own special way of playing. He makes a lot of players very uncomfortable, and in many situations it actually worked out for him. I mean, he's in top 7 for God's sakes. So Cody is definitely not playing like the book tells you. I don't think you will see Cody studying the charts until 4 a.m. in the morning. He is a patented, I think, bona fide street poker player who will try to put you in tough positions. And obviously a lot of the time some of the plays he makes are extremely unconventional, but somehow it's working out for him. He's got multiple Kings titles and he's all the way here. I mean, yeah. Paul is definitely a pro. Yeah, people say that he's a big-time grinder. He plays a lot around here. This man, I mean, 𝗏asilis does not have too many scores on hand and mob, but I know we had a player here in the chat that is actually dealing on him on Sweden. So he plays in Sweden. You usually don't want to track those clubs, by the way. I could tell you stories, but I will not for legal reasons. So he plays in untracked games, I'm guessing. But he's been very, very solid so far. So Vasilis and Paul, you can consider them very, very strong players that understand the fundamentals. And here we go. We have not seen anything like this in a very, very long time. Multi-way pot, can you believe it? Paul raised, Lucky called, and Vasilis is right there, but he is the man who is now way ahead of everybody with that big pair. I'm not sure what Lucky is doing. Well, Lucky every single time, he takes his time before he acts, and then he decides, hey, I'm going to check. Immortal, the buy-in's under 500 euros, so you're gonna expect some amateurs. Obviously, I think vast majority of the field are amateurs. This is a mystery bounty. Remember, guys, mystery bounty is an extremely popular format, especially for amateurs. Remember, yesterday we have a guy from Poland who was in top 30 roughly, top 26 or something, and he pressed one button and he is now 75,000 euro richer in the mystery bounty. So obviously this tournament is called Pirates Poker Treasure. It's not exactly a name that screams, hey, we only allow professional players. Of course not. If you play in the Pirates Poker Treasure, you expect a lot of amateur players, especially when it's a mystery bounty. But look at this. Vasilis, he dropped down a couple of big blinds. Now he has the trips on the river. And all these players know how much he likes to attack these small pots. They very much know that he is capable of bluffing here. And that's why Paul is taking his time. But yeah, his hand is way too weak to call. And Vasilis, well, he has to be happy still. Dragging him multi-way pot, even a small one, is a big deal. And he's all the way up to 26 big blinds. Every single pot matters. Every single chip is important. Because suddenly when you cover someone by only 6 big blinds, when you go all in, you are still not out, but he is. And all those ladder ups are very important. It's a lot of money that you're looking at. And Mishka, look at this. Mishka's strategy, it doesn't change. Well, if I look at Mishka, I can guess that, hey, this man plays very straightforward. He is on the tighter side. Obviously, it's been working out for him. Interesting. Oh my goodness, it's 3.5 big blinds. He raises 3.5 million, which means that Tonino should be just going all in. I think especially against that big sizing, Tonino's Turso, he should just put it in with the ace-king. But he only calls somehow, and against all odds, we don't have that big flip that we expected before the flop. And Cody, this is a very big raise. Mishka went ahead and raised 3.5 million. Is Cody actually reaching for chips? Oh my goodness. Oh, I was so worried. Cody. You got me so worried that you will go for it. And here we go. Ace-king against queen. Somehow, it did not end up as an all-in before the flop. Both players flop pretty strongly. You still have the 2 overcards as Tonino. You can hit the queen. A queen on the turn would be absolutely devastating for Mishka. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. Some way, somehow, we are just in a single race spot right now. Mishka goes for that c-bet. Tonino insta-call. I would like him to take his time. Maybe say, hey, I want to think about it a little bit. But here we go. 2.3 million is the bet. Insta-call by Tonino. Let's see what happens. It is the ace. Oi, 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 oi. Mishka all of a sudden is way behind. But what is a saving grace for him? This did not end up in before the flop. There is a way where he does not lose all his chips right now. Even though Tonino has a good hand. Look at that. We are slow playing the ace-king here. Dimitri is laughing at the call. Is Mishka going to block bet? I think it would make, it does have some merit, try to bet against the 10. Most of the time, you just want to check though and see what happens and then face that difficult decision if you face that bet. We did see Mishka though with the block bets on the river. Check and check. Can you believe it? Somehow, Mishka, he lost the battle. Sure, but he has a chance to win the war. I think he must be baffled right now. I think we know that Mishka was supposed to be out of this tournament at this point. He was supposed to be out. Queens against Ace-King with 20 big blinds. Yet somehow, he is alive and kicking with a very healthy stack. No value bet. Oi, oi, oi. Tonino saved Mishka Popper, absolutely. This hand should be all in pre-flop. Both players playing 20 big blinds. I think especially that's the thing. I think the reason why Tonino just called with the Ace-King is Mishka's big sizing. He open raised to 3.5 million. And Tonino was thinking, what is this? Is this just aces or kings? I think this is what spooked him. Even though in theory, if you look at it, hey, you might get stuck anyway. There's a lot more dead money in the pot. You still have ace-king. So even if you go all in, you are blocking those aces and kings, and you have decent amount of equity against queens. So obviously, in theory, you're supposed to just ship it when someone open raises too big. But I think he was thinking the other way. Hey, why is he open raising so big? Is this just a premium hand? I might not have any fold equity when I go all in. And well, some way, somehow, we did not lose a player because of that. Quinn TV says, if you're not going to have it all in pre, you have to value bet. Yeah, I think I agree. Value betting, your opponent can have a lot of aces there. I think the random aces can play it that way, so he can definitely go for that. I think so, Brogers. I'm pretty sure the reason why he just called, because he read too much into the 3.5x. Well, not too much. He was actually right. So when someone open raises 3.5 big blinds, he hasn't done it before. Remember, Mishka, he did throw in some bigger raises, but it was 2.7, 2.8. He has not done as big as 3.5x. I think it's possible that his opponent read into the 3.5 million as, hey, this looks really strong. I don't think he will fold if I go all in here at all. And that's why he just went with it and played cautiously. Now, obviously, I agree with you guys. The default play should be to just jam it, and on the river, you go ahead and value bet, but such is life. And obviously, guys, we have players that they can feel a lot of pressure. They can feel the ladder ups, and they are changing their game, being a little bit too cautious. But remember, we do have a couple players that have been aggressive, that are picking their spots. And now we have the absolute wild card, that is Cody, who open raises with 8-7 off. And Tonino is there with the ace-10 of diamonds. Welcome to the Cody show. I don't think anyone can say a word about Cody. We have established a long time ago that this man is in a league of his own. We dubbed his play 𝗙𝗶ℴ Optimal. He definitely isn't tight. He isn't too crazy. But boy, he likes to play a lot of hands. Lucky 7-6-1 on the hijack. Now this man is one of those guys that he plays on the tight side, but he also reads into his opponents. He can definitely pounce when he feels like it's the right time. Ooh, Paul gets a walk with the king 10 suited. And I think there's a problem for all the players right now. And the problem's name is 𝗏𝗀. This man is locked in. I'm not sure what happened during that deal negotiation, but he pointed at the players at one point in his first double up, and he said there will be no deals until at least the heads up. He told everybody no deals, and ever since then, he's climbed up the ranks. He has been playing very solid. If you want to see a solid player, Paul is definitely the one. He doesn't get too out of line. He tries to pick his spots, and if somebody's a serious professional, Paul is the one, and now he has the chips to back it up. So I think Paul will be a problem for all these players. Chipman 2001, excellent coverage. Thank you so much. We very much appreciate your feedback, guys. And Paul knows that with 6-4 offsuit, you definitely can go ahead and limp. And Vasilis, look at this. Vasilis has been very, very aggressive against everybody else. He was always attacking these limps, but with a 10-5 suited, you definitely can go ahead and raise. But there is certain respect between these two players, between Paul and Vasilis. I think they both respect each other's game. That's why you don't see them getting out of line against each other much. Yeah, I think, Brogers, I think you're absolutely right. If there's one player you can't criticize, it's definitely Cody. Cody doesn't pretend that he's a professional. He doesn't pretend that he came here to play ABC poker. Clearly, he's come to King's Resort to have a great time and put on a show for us. So, yeah, I get it. You criticize the other players that are quiet and play very tight, very seriously. But you know that Cody is here for fun. I mean, how can you not love that guy? And there we go. Vasilis with that nice value bet. Didn't go for it on the river. Again, it does feel like there is respect between Paul and Vasilis. We have seen these players attacking those that they see as weaker, see as not protecting their ranges, not checking those strong hands to protect the weaks that they can actually have. And even judging by the body language and the banter, you can tell that these players are respecting each other's game. By the way, I'm trying to get Cody. That's the thing. In case, I'm not sure. You never know with Cody. He might win this tournament in a landslide. He might bust in the next hand. But I am trying to get Cody in case he busts. If he doesn't win the tournament, or if he's heads up, same thing. If he's not gonna make heads up, I actually asked Cody to join me here in the commentary booth. So we will be able to ask him about what is his motivation, how does he come up with these creative plays. And if he likes the term we coined, the 𝗏𝗏 optimal. And look at this, Paul, the man with the skill, man with the chips, open raising with the queens. Lucky 7-6-1. Usually he's not the player to play hands like this one. I do think that he can have an option to play, but once you do this, once you smile, you look at your opponent, it will be very, very difficult to actually play this. If there's ever been an opposite of a poker face, I think this is what we've just seen. Wow, Vasilis, I think Vasilis, listen, I know you're trying to be friendly, I know you have respect for your opponent, but I think that it's a mistake to tell Paul your thought process. It's been a nice table. Even Paul is very nice to his opponents, but you can tell that during the hand, both of these players are locked in. They really are trying to go after every edge. But I would really be careful if I was in Vasilis' shoes to tell him, hey, I had ace-8 there. I was thinking about 3-bet fold. I realized you've been open raising the button quite a bit. Well, now that I think about it, maybe that was a mind game. Maybe Vasilis was trying to tell Paul, I know that you're opening wide. I folded this time. I'm going to 3-bet fold. You never know. And honestly, guys, I must say that I've been playing online for 15 years. I've been studying with some of the now best players in the world. But when you play live poker, some of these live regulars, they are so clever. They act like your best friends, and they're genuine. They actually have a great time with you. They act like your best friends. But when you actually realize what happened later, your best friend suddenly used every single detail that you revealed to him to screw you in that one crucial big pot to bluff you off that pair that you shouldn't be bluffing, but he basically used the information you gave him where you just thought you're having a nice banter, you're having a good time, you're just talking to a friendly player at the table. And it especially happens with these live regulars that are in their 40s. A lot of these guys will be super friendly with you, they will be chatting, but actually behind the scenes they are using every single piece of information to their advantage, and they are just waiting for that one big spot to use it against you. So it does feel like these players are just having a good time, but it can all be a mind game behind the scenes, and they might have some ulterior motives. I wouldn't put it past Paul or past our Swedish hero. And let's take a look at this. Paul, speaking of which, gets outflopped by Cody, who decided to peel ace-7 suited in the small blind. And now let's see what Cody does. Now this is very interesting. When you are the pre-flop raiser in the hijack and you only check the king-high board, I mean, why would you do this if you have absolutely nothing? So most of the time, when you only check back a hand like this one, you're saying, hey, I have some sort of showdown value. And I have showdown value that I intend to go ahead and call against you. That's in those high frequency c-bet spots. When you don't c-bet, it's basically what you're saying. Oh my goodness, this is extremely unfortunate for Cody. I think he was one of the players capable of actually value betting. Yeah, he's actually going for it. Look at this. That's 2.2 mil. Goes for that block bet. Try to get some fin value. 7. He calls. And Cody is not happy here. Yeah, Brokers pull the rack right from under you. Yeah, this was in Vegas. I was playing in a massive, I think, I'm not sure how many players. It was over 10,000, I think. It was one of the WPT primes, and it was the biggest day one in history of WPT, right? So I'm playing there, and it's 1.1K. Listen, you guys think that 500 euro is a big buy-in. In the US, if you see players, people that go to Vegas, 500 or even a 1.1K, it's not a big buy-in, right? 10K is the one that people save up for and play. But 1.1K, when you go for a holiday in extremely expensive Vegas, nothing like the King Resort, Vegas is extremely expensive. 1.1K, you had random grandmas playing. Again, this was a huge tournament, massive, everybody wants to play it. You had random 50, 60-year-olds going there, and I got completely bamboozled. A nice man in his 50s acted like my friend. We had nice banter, nice back and forth, but only afterwards I realized, oh my God, this guy was just nice to me to try to get rid of me, and then he absolutely owned me in a big spot. That's why I busted from that tournament. Lesson learned. Be very, very careful when you play against some of these sharks. And Cody getting out of line. He never stops, by the way. 5-4 offsuit, 14 bigs. He still goes for it. Yeah, no, Brokers. So, guys, be very, very careful. Yes, we do have a lot of amateur players at King's Resort. I mean, listen. It's Pirates Poker Bounty. It's called that, right? Pirates Poker Bounty. So, a lot of these players, yes, they will be amateurs. But I see it time and time again. There are so many wolves in sheep's clothing. And we had one tournament just a couple of weeks ago. We were playing the Slovenian Poker Tour, right? And there was this nicest man. Everybody was calling him, oh, this old uncle was playing, right? Glasses, smiling all the time. He wasn't playing too many hands. He was very timid. But let me tell you, this man was an absolute beast. Apparently a chess player. He was turning hands into a bluff in the most thin spots that you would never find. He was open raising just like Cody to bigger sizes, and everybody assumed every time he did it, they hit aces, kings, or queens. And for the whole night, this man was taking down so many big pots for free. They just could not see past this old man river, this nice man with a nice demeanor, smiling away, not playing too many hands, actually pulling massive bluffs left, right, and center. And you know what happened? You can watch that final table, Slovenian Poker Tour. Once they saw a couple showdowns, they realized, oh my God, I can't believe it. This old man river, he has been toying with us all night. They didn't even bother. It was all streamed. He was so tight that none of them even bothered to check the stream after the delay. None of them even looked how this player played. And once they saw a couple showdowns, they went completely insane against him. They started open jamming king 6 off into him, and the whole tournament was over from 3 players to a winner in 4 hands. It was absolutely crazy. So I know, guys, you say, oh, what are these players? What are these plays? Well, when you come to King's Resort, I have to warn you, a lot of these players really are amateurs. They play very face up, but from time to time, a lot of these live regulars, they will look like a nice man that's talking with you, he's having a good time, but suddenly, on the back end, he will be choosing the craziest and correct blocking combos to overwhelm bluff you when you just are 100% convinced that he must have aces every time. Yeah, it's wild, guys. Check it out. This is the fastest top 3 in the history of King's Resort. I'm sure of it. It was only 4 hands, and in Slovenian Poker Tour, it's here on YouTube. Just rewind to the end of it, and let me tell you, that was absolutely insane. You have to live through the breaks. I think a lot of people simply missed it. But let's take a look at this. Tonino goes for that bet against Vasilis. And Vasilis must realize that Tonino is not the one to actually be loose, but this time he is. And yeah, the ace-9 suited is a hand that you can definitely defend here, but everybody sees Tonino as that tight guy. We know that he pulled 1 big bluff, but besides that, he's been pretty tight. Yeah, I couldn't believe that final table. And the young guys, they were trying to outplay each other all night long. They were playing GTO, they were using the best 4-bet bluffs and trying to find the best blocking combinations, you know, super advanced plays. These 3 guys are swapping chips between each other. And meanwhile, this old man river, old uncle that plays chess, he was pulling the massive overbets and bluffs left, right, and center, open raising with suited garbage to 3.5 big blinds and making them fold absolutely everything. At one point, it was blind against blind. He c-bet really big with complete air. One of the young guys, he actually folded top pair, top kicker. It's absolutely crazy. We couldn't believe it. And yeah, that was one of the most insane tables I've seen. Absolute wolf in sheep's clothing. By the way, excellent coverage, thank you. Oh, come on, Nightbot. Nightbot is a hater. He didn't like that on YouTube. A lot of you guys were spamming excellent coverage. I will allow it, you know. The one time Nightbot does something that we don't like, obviously we like you to sing us praises. Thank you so much. Obviously, it means a lot when we get this feedback. Unfortunately, Nightbot is a hater, and on YouTube, he stopped people from spamming nice coverage. And here we go. Absolute carnage. And I told you guys, this man is a big issue for them. You can call everybody, call them out for making some questionable plays. Not Paul Kovacic. Oh my goodness, this is the year of Romania, the chat was saying. This man is a massive chip leader, 31% of chips. All solid plays, he never goes crazy. He plays just straightforward and very, very solid, picks his spots, and he's all the way up there with 50.8 million chips. Cody is the short stack at 14 bigs. You never know what Cody will do. Extremely unpredictable player. He's the one player that you can't really say, hey, why is he playing that way? He is not pretending that he's this GTO wizard. He obviously plays poker to have a great time. And he puts up a hell of a show. So it's very tough to hate on this player. Very tough to criticize him because he's not pretending to be something he's not. But I am very worried. Vasilis now, the thing is, clearly Vasilis has a lot of respect from Paul's game. He even tries to tell him. That's the thing. I have a feeling like Vasilis with Paul is like if I would meet 1.500, you know? 𝗙𝗵 would just listen, and I would tell him, oh, yeah, I thought that you were raise folding, and I had this hand, this is my hand, this is why I did this, you know, just to try to get that approval. But it starts to look like that Paul is the man to beat at this final table. And re-raise Chili Dog, thank you so much. We'll actually take a look at the history. I think it's the right time to do that. Actually, Paul's biggest score came in 2022 during the World Series of Poker Europe. He was 5th here in Rozvadov at WSOPE, 321,000 euro. And that was right here where before the World Series moved to Prague. So obviously he's very, very experienced. He even final tabled the EPT main event in 2022. What a year he's had. Actually final table the EPT also in Prague at King's Casino. So this man is no stranger to success. And he does travel. He loves the Czech Republic, of course. And here we go, guys. We have a race from Lucky. Cody's there with the 5-4 suited. Cody doesn't care. Look at Cody. Hey, I have 5-4 suited. I have only 14 bigs. I'm going to call anyway. The Cody show continues. With the 5s. I don't think he should be going all in. Yeah, Mishka definitely could have gone all in. With 13 big blinds, it was a really good spot to squeeze there. And he could have gone for it, but we know how Mishka plays. He basically is waiting. He already was successful with multiple other ups. Why would he change now? And look at this Cody. With the check mark. Low full house. It looks like he's continuing. He's checking right now, and there we go. 6.2 million going his way. Didn't go for the value, but I would love to see Cody to go for it. Yeah, Dimitsu. I mean, are you surprised, Dimitsu? Are we watching the same stream? Come on, both of us know that Mishka obviously, he values every single other up. He does not have those time banks to think it through. He likes to play it safe. And here we go. Paul Kovacic. It almost feels inevitable at this point. Ever since he was down to 8 big blinds, ever since then, Paul Kovacic can't make a wrong move. And now he is very stoic. Ever since he doubled up, he pointed at the other players and he told them there will be no deal until the heads up. And with all the intention of actually staying there. And look at this, Cody. With the jam, that's a very good play, I think, especially when you have Tonino in the big blind, who is very unlikely to defend light against you. Actually taking the 4s and going with it, that is a very, very good option. He does like to get out of line, but this is not one of those hands that is out of line. It is absolutely fine to go for it, and he does just that. Dimitsu, I'm not surprised, I'm just tilted. Yeah, that's true. Reverse Chili Dog is easy for us to see the whole card. I think there's a big discrepancy in the motivation of the players, by the way. Absolutely massive. I mean, if you look at Paul, you see that for Paul, being this deep in the tournament is just another Tuesday. I mean, he's been 5th in the biggest tournament we have here at King's. 300K plus for 5th place in the World Series of Poker Europe. For him, there's no difference between this and playing with top 30 players. So it's obviously different. And Mishka, I can already tell that Mikhail, as is his full name, this man, it means a lot to him. Every single other up matters a lot more than even the ICM tells him. And he decided that, hey, I'm going to wait it out. The tight strategy has been working out for me all this time. And why would he change it now? In a way, it actually makes sense. And by the way, this is crazy. If you look at the hand and mop of Paul-Adrien Kovacic, what a man. So he won here WPT Deep Stacks in 2019, first place, 64K. In 2019, he won La Notte degli Assi, 68K here in Rozvadov. He's got the WSOPC Turbo small win here in Rozvadov, 1 million main event. Not the main event, but high roller. Took it down here in Rozvadov. German poker days. High roller. Took it down in Rozvadov. So all these side events, even some main events, massive, massive scores. So many second places, so many final tables. This is a bane of Rozvadov, and Paul Kovacic right now with all these chips is definitely the man to beat. And Vasilis, you know what? He knows how to play. He knows he has to defend some hands as well. And look at this. What a flop for Vasilis. Unfortunately for Paul, though, he is against the one player who does play solid, but who knows how to play back, how to defend properly and play aggressively. And Paul has a really, really good hand. It's very tough to make anything blind against blind. He happens to have a flush draw, but it's a really bad one, especially when you are up against Vasilis, who has that top pair and the flush draw. Now, this is a very, very good card for Paul. I think it's very likely to make him slow down. If he does have a free, he should consider just checking it. But look at this, Paul, reaching for those chips. Basically trying to, if you bet here, you're trying to get Vasilis off of his own one diamond hands, off of random 5x, off of those ace highs. So it can actually make sense to just bet here and give up on the river. It's a lot of hands that would call the flop and fold the turn here. But I'm very, very curious. Obviously, the call is coming here. The big question that everybody should be asking, the river is not a diamond or a 10. What will Paul do? Will he continue with the aggression? Oh my goodness, it is a king. Another overcard. I don't think either of them really represents this one, and he waved the white flag. Yeah, okay, so the turn bet was designed to make those ace highs fold, to maybe target that random 5x, those speaker one diamond hands. But when you are playing, even if you're Paul and you're very, very strong, you have a title after title after title. Final table, second place is hundreds of thousands of euros that you won at this very table. There's nothing you can do if you are up against another strong opponent who happens to hit a hand. Yeah, re-raise Chili Dog, that's the thing. It's interesting. I know he's Swedish. We did have a player that deals on him in Sweden. And Swedish poker scene is very, very specific. You basically have a lot of poker clubs, but the problem for them is they can't really go ahead and publicize their results for legal reasons. So what he actually does, he plays a lot against fellow Swedes, and obviously everybody knows that Swedish players are aggressive. They tend to be reasonably better than, for example, let's say, I don't want to insult them, but French people at poker. So I think the hand and mob will not tell the whole story of this player, of Vasilis. And we got that information from the chat that there was actually one of you guys has been dealing on him quite a bit. So I can't talk about too much. The legal situation in Sweden when it comes to poker is very dramatic and very convoluted. You can search that online. But yeah, when you play poker there, you don't exactly advertise it. You don't send those results to Hendon. There we go. Lucky in the big. Decided to defend, by the way. I think some of the players are getting a bit frustrated with Paul just open raising so much. Unfortunately for him, Paul just happens to hit the turn with his... No, it's actually Lucky. Lucky hit the turn. Oh my goodness. So Paul goes with the check. Let's see if he will put in the aggression. There's the thing. If you raise before the flop and the king comes, you might be going for representing it, but look at this. Just a check, waving the white flag. And Lucky now is very likely to bet with his 2 pair, and there's not much that Paul can do here. Every little helps, and Lucky takes this one down. But remember, guys, remember, the Sweden situation is just between you and the hundreds of you that are actually tuning in, okay? But it might be one of the reasons why Vasilis is one of the sleeper strong players right here. Why he is much better than his hand and mob results would actually suggest. And you know, with the queen 9 off, I mean, you're just letting it go, surely. You don't want to go too crazy. Okay, guys, if I counted this correctly, if I'm counting it correctly, and I think I am, Paul Adrian Kovacic, he has 26 appearances at the final table when it comes to King's Resort and King's Casino. And I'm not talking small tournaments. Again, he was high up in the World Series of Poker. Europe, we're talking EPTs. So this man is as experienced as it gets when it comes to King's Resort. He is the man to beat. So once you have this research chat, I don't want to hear a single word about not having any pros at the table. This is as much of a pro as you can possibly get playing these bind levels in Rozvadov and in King's Casino, okay? He's one of the best players, hands down, that plays these binds regularly. Extremely decorated player as well. So if you want to see experience and skill, you can just look Paul's way and try to see how the other players are trying to deal with him and how he deals with them. Yeah, Paul is playing good, of course. You know what? For a lot of the players, this comes in worse. For a lot of these guys, when you have 2,785 players, it's basically a very, very high-pressure situation. For Paul, it's just another Tuesday. And by the way, Mishka, take a look at this. His strategy is to play tight, but when you have ace-4 suited in the big blind, of course, you have to go ahead and see that flop, even when you're Mishka. And boy, has it paid off. Flopped, not flush. I mean, technically there is a potential for a straight flush, but for all intents and purposes, Mishka will be very, very happy to see this flop. Unfortunately for him, neither Cody or Paul have anything to pay him off with. And Mishka, this is a tiny pot, but look at this. There's 8.7 million chips in the middle. This is absolutely a big deal. When the blinds have gone up to 1.2 mil for the big and the ante, every pot like this is extremely important. And you heard that clap. Mishka does have that rail. Wait, is this right? Immortal i7? Everyone has to start somewhere. Jesse Lonis was playing $200 tournaments 4 years ago. Anyone can make it big. Really? 4 years ago? That's crazy. Actually, Jesse Lonis, I've met him in Prague. He was here for the World Series of Poker Europe. And now he plays, basically there was a 20.8K buy-in, right? So the high roller, he was playing it. And Jesse Lonis, he doesn't care. He came in, he had slippers, I think it was slippers and socks, the typical Czech combo of slippers and socks, and he's playing there with Junkite, if you know that guy, very popular player, And both of them are playing this high roller, rebuying if they need to rebuy, playing in slippers and socks. So that's very surprising. He's one of the best high rollers around there. Yeah, 𝗙𝗯𝗹𝗧 plays Tritons. He plays everything. He's one of the top high-stakes players right now. So that's very interesting that 𝗙𝗏𝗏 here on the YouTube chat, by the way, guys. If you in the Twitch chat are confused, we have some information that 𝗙𝗯𝗹𝗧 was playing $200 tournaments 4 years ago. And yeah, now he is one of the best players. He plays absolutely everything. And again, he's so casual that when you have a 20,800 buy-in, not the prize pool, but the buy-in here in Prague a couple of weeks ago, no, not a couple of weeks, it was 10 days ago, right? He rolled up with the slippers and socks and was casually sipping on Czech beer and having a nice time. All these guys actually were talking about random shows and ranking sopranos and breaking bets, because 20,000 is actually not that big of a buy-in for players like 𝗙𝗯𝗹𝗧 that used to play €200 or dollar tournaments only 4 years ago, as 𝗙𝗏𝗏 told us in the chat. I will update you about Vasilis. I was dealing many times to him in ex-casino Cosmopol, some clubs, and he's a very great player. Read other people, very stable. Besides Paul, he's one of the best. Yeah, that's the thing, guys. I told you, for legal reasons, the Swedish clubs, they don't disclose the results. And Paul takes down another pot. Look at this. Slams the king. King's down. Yeah, so Aruba, he's been dealing on him, and you won't find those results on HandleMob, by the way. Unfortunately, I think it's the same in Poland. In Poland, the situation when it comes to poker is extremely difficult legally. So you don't exactly want to, even if you make a home game, even if you make a small tournament, you don't exactly tell the HandleMob. And if you're asking yourself, actually, I know some of the backroom info. I'm not sure if I should tell you guys, but some of the flag hunters on HandleMob, they try to get those flags in Poland. I think there's 1 or 2 places that actually allow you to get a flag from Poland, but it's extremely rare and extremely difficult. And basically it's the same story in Sweden. So when Vasilis plays way above the skill level of a player with the 60K HandleMob scores over multiple years, I believe that it might be because of that situation in Sweden. And look at this, 𝗏𝗀 Popper. It's very rare that he enters the pot, but when he does have a strong hand. Tonino decided to defend. This is actually, it might look like he has only queen high, but actually this is a really, really strong hand. You have basically the best backdoor draw here. And I think, honestly, in Tonino's shoes, if you will not continue on a board like this, we should just be letting it go before the flop. Because any 9, any king, they give you an open-ender. Any club, it gives you a backdoor flush draw you can bluff with, you can call with, you can put pressure on, you can still hit the queen or the 10. So, at first glance, Tonino's hand looked really, really weak. But it's basically the best. As you are not calling those low suited cards, it might be the best backdoor draw that you can have there. And I would argue that if you are going to simply fold there in the situation, you might as well take a page out of our Israeli player's book and just let it go before the flop. Play tight. There we go. Cody with, for him, definitely a premium hand. Now this time he has mercy. Sometimes he raises to 3 bigs. Now it's to 2.3. And oh my goodness, 𝗏𝗀 Popper. You know what? This is very deceptive. I don't think the players will see how good the hands that 𝗏𝗀 is getting just are. Maybe they are thinking, oh, is 𝗏𝗀 actually playing looser than he used to? Of course, we can see the cards. We know that he does not. This is a danger zone for Cody. Uh-oh. He knows how tight 𝗏𝗀 is. That's the thing. But Cody hates folding hands like these. Oh my God, yes! Face up fold with ace-jack. I told you there's a method behind this man's madness. Obviously, he plays to have a good time in poker, but he is no dummy. Cody. Basically, Cody's game is as if your intrusive thoughts win. But he is a thinking player, and this was an absolutely clutch fold. Remember, Cody likes to play so many hands. Wow. Very, very nice fold there. I'm absolutely in love with how he plays. We have to respect this player. I think it's absolutely amazing. There we go. Mishka, man of the hour. I know you guys in the chat have been hating on Mishka, but take a look at this. Taking down yet another pot with as straightforward ABC style poker as it can get. And remember, if you are in Mishka's shoes, hey, you have Cody at the same table. You have Paul at the same table. You have Vasilis at the same table. These players play very aggressively. They put you in the tough spots. Paul is obviously very accomplished. So actually, if you believe you are outclassed post-flop, it does have some merit to play tighter before the flop. Especially if you are not at a tight table, you think that the other players do play against each other, they can bust each other. And I think we see the queen 10 suited fold under the gun. I think the philosophy is the same. When you don't have the confidence, you just don't want to risk it. You don't want to play these hands, and you start playing tight, as you can see. But unfortunately for the tighter players, in the long run, Vasilis, Paul, and Cody, they will start running these players over. Now, Lucky, I think Lucky is an exception. He plays pretty tight, but Lucky knows that he has to go ahead and put in some of those really aggressive plays. Dimitsu, it's fine fold. Misha has 8% VPIP. I think, you know why it's impressive? You know why it's impressive? Because Cody himself is super loose, right? We've seen Cody just call some offsuit garbage and check it down in the dark. Most of the time, if you encounter a player like this that likes to play super loose, they usually, when they have a decent hand, they are never folding. Wait. Mishka actually calls with ace-8. There we go. And yet again, Mishka with that hot deck. Very tight strategy, but it's very much working out for him so far. And Vasilis, he has no reason to think that, hey, I should not c-bet this board. There we go. We are reaching for those chips. It's 2 million. And Mishka will just be calling here any minute. He likes to take his time. He does not want to just give out the info about what he has. There we go. Is that a race? Am I seeing it correctly? Yes. Oh my goodness. Mishka likes to mix it up. Look at this. I did not see this coming. He goes ahead and min raises. Is that one of those min raises to basically see where he's at? Is that a min raise for information? Now, obviously, one big flaw when you raise for information, the one big flaw is if the other player decides not to play ball and he gives you the wrong information and decides to free bet and then put maximum pressure against you. You know that on the old shows like The Big Game, I remember when 1.500.000 started to play against these young guns that came from online poker, he started doing these small min raises to see where they're at, and they absolutely punished him with bluffs with absolutely nothing. Now the question is, can Vasilis actually see through it and no, decides not to go for it? He was considering it. And Mishka does take it down. The problem for Vasilis is he does not have enough chips here to try to get cute. And Mitso believes if Vasilis triple barrels, Mishka will fold. Maybe he would. I think if he would re-race and go all in, maybe he would fold as well, but you just don't want to go crazy. And Aruba, he actually knows Vasilis, so we have some inside information. Yeah, it's a very troubling legal situation in Sweden, so if you do play poker there, you don't want to rate it. You don't want to give out the information, but he is away from average player. He might be soon going pro. And I remember when I was playing online poker, it was about 15 years ago, there was this online site in Sweden. They were playing 500 there. They had their own software. And don't ask me how, I actually tried it one time, and the skill level of the players was so much higher than anywhere else on the major sites. Victor Blom, if you know Isildur 1, he also built his bankroll on one of the Swedish sites and other Euro sites. That's when he actually went to battle with Phil Ivey and Patrick Antonius and all these big players like Phil Galfond. And it's a similar situation. Those sites, they were not tracked. All these players played against each other, and we basically saw all these Swedish players as absolute monsters. And look at this. Mishka goes with the free bet. And out of nowhere, hand after hand after hand after hand, the player that the chat universally was scolding for playing too tight, suddenly, with his tight image, is getting hands, and he's getting all the way up there. I would actually, ACM Milandri, I actually would disagree with you. I think the thing is, obviously Heڵ'𝗀 has a lot of bracelets, and if he plays in a high roller, that's why he avoids the high rollers like a plague. I don't think he even came to Prague. He was supposed to come to Prague, but I didn't see him during the WSOPE. The announcement was there, but in the end I didn't see him. And obviously if you put him even in the 20K high roller where you have Espen Jostad, and you have Jesse Lonis was playing there, we mentioned. You have these high rollers, you have Sean Deep playing it, Martin Cabrahel. Yeah, he will struggle greatly in the long run against them. But actually I think Phil is one of those live regs that can use their image to their advantage. He obviously is using the image of being a famous player. A lot of the amateurs, they will not play very well against him. They will try to either outplay him or they will be scared. So these live regulars, and I don't want to insult anybody, but I would actually put Daniel Negreanu in the same boat. These guys really know how to navigate these fields and play against those weaker players, and they made a masterclass out of it. And let's take a look. So Tonino down to 11 bigs, Cody down there as well, 5th place, 11 big blinds, 13.6 million. Mishka Popper out of nowhere. This player you guys were criticizing, he has been playing extremely safe. He was not risking anything. Somehow, pot after pot after pot, teleported him all the way to that chip lead above Paul himself. I can't believe it. None of you believed in Mishka, but right now he is showing us chip leading with 120K up top, and we know that he has been playing very tight, very solid, trying to get those ladder ups, and somehow, through this super tight play, he finds himself at the top of the rankings, top of the leaderboard. At this final table in the top 6, this is crazy. And Cody, here we go, premium hand for Cody. We know that he likes to play. There we go, he does take it down. Yeah, but coming back to that, I think Daniel Negreanu and Phil Heڵ'𝗀, they are really good in these big, massive fields, playing against players that are not professional. Obviously, I think Daniel Negreanu, when it comes to technical knowledge, he will be leagues above Phil Heڵ'𝗀. And the main reason for that is I actually had a lot of respect for him. He lost $1 million, but he did play Duck Polk heads up. He actually had a team that was feeding him solutions, and he actually did lock in, try to study Hold'em hard for weeks and weeks on end. And you basically never lose that knowledge. Once you study the fundamentals, once you put a lot of time into studying the solvers and how the default play should be, your opponent's side, the quote-unquote game theory optimal, approximation. It's never perfect, of course. Once you put hundreds of hours into studying it, it basically stays with you for a lifetime. So that's why I would definitely give edge to Negreanu when it comes to playing these higher stakes games than Hellmuth. But yeah, I wouldn't say that they wouldn't have chance at this, especially Hellmuth. I think that when he would be playing against Miška, he would try to read him as much as possible, and I would not write him off as AC Melandri would. There we go. Vasily is in the small blind with just king queen off. And this is the thing. I think that these players, they are reading too much into what Miška is doing. They think that, hey, he can't have these premium hands around the clock. They are assuming, because Miška has more chips now, because he's been in so many pots, that he is actually getting out of line. But he is not. Miška has those hands. Hand after hand after hand. This tight player is running like a god right now. And yet another premium pair. Now what are you going to do against Vasilis? Now Vasilis is a very easy fold against the shove. But of course the question is, Vasilis doesn't know it yet. Oh my god, he made him fold! Oi, 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 oi. And he's showing one card! He does not want to see. Wow! Vasilis actually does make him fold tens. Oh my goodness. Miška, no, don't tell him. Don't tell him. Oi, 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 oi. You know what? Yeah, when you just fold like this, that's one thing. Don't tell your opponents. Don't tell the table, Miška, that you folded tens. Come on. I mean, I love this. I love Miška. He's a super nice guy, you know. And this is the thing. I think they actually believe him when he says I folded tens here. We can question this man, but he is at the top. I think now he will be around tied with Paul as having the most chips at the table. So 40 million in Miška's hands. If it works, why change it? Why risk it? And I think these two guys that you're watching right here, Paul and Vasilis, they might be the two that will try to attack Miška. Take advantage of his tight place. But that's the thing, you know, Miška is getting so many hands. If you don't see the whole cards like we do, you sort of, it's very easy to assume that he actually started opening up and he's playing more and more hands. But of course, we know here that he has just been running really, really hot, getting those high value hands, those premiums left, right, and center. So if you look at the frequency of Miška's raises, you might be mistaken into thinking that he's actually loosening up once he got that bigger stack. This tour has to end today. Yes, Dimitsu, we are finishing today. No matter what happens, we are playing till the end, to the bittersweet end. No matter what, this will play until the conclusion. So stick around. We will see if Miška's tight play will prevail or if one of the other players will take it away from him. By the way, look at this Lucky. We don't really talk about Lucky too much. He is also one of the tight players. I think the difference is that Lucky, he seems to realize how other players are playing. Until 5 in the morning. No way, no way. Come on, come on. I know it looks bad right now. This is basically where these two players, couple players, are short right now, but I don't think we will go that long. I really doubt it. And Miška with absolutely a premium hand in the big blind. He could actually send it against 18 bigs. 6.9. The problem with going for 6.9, if you are shoved against, what do you do? Yes, what is Miška going to do here? 𝗏𝗏 didn't even think about it. That was the speed of light all in. Oh my goodness. Blink and you miss it. 𝗏𝗏 had a plan and he executed it. Obviously, he's been paying attention. This man, I haven't seen him say a word. But 𝗏𝗏, he just sits there being very quiet, being very tight, but it seems like he is paying attention to his opponents and he knew exactly what he's going to do. 𝗏𝗀 made the mistake of telling people that he folded those 10s. 𝗏𝗏 was listening, 𝗏𝗏 was watching, and just like he did against Cody, where he jammed those 6s, now speed of light all in. And 𝗏𝗀, what are you going to do? He likes his cards, he says, but you know what? If you fold just 10s to a free bet, how are you stacking off with a king-queen suited? And he lets it go. Oi, 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 oi. 𝗏𝗏 7-6-1. I think 𝗏𝗀 has to be careful about telling the players about what he has. It looks like this might be the third player who is catching on. And they are starting to see through 𝗏𝗀's strategy of not wanting to risk going all in. 𝗙𝗶₀ says, I think 𝗏𝗀, he is the future of this game. Very smart player. Yeah, I mean, it's working. That's the thing. Ever since last night, about 3 hours before the end of last night, ever since he ran out of time banks, 𝗏𝗀 has been playing very tightly, but it's been working out, you know. People have been saying he plays too tight for the last 24 places, but he is in the top 6, and everybody else who's been playing looser, they are not here. Now, do I agree with a lot of those plays in theory? Of course not. Has it been working out for him? Well, yes, it has. He has to have 40% to be profitable. Gonna fold, of course. Dimitsu, calm down. At this point, I blame you, okay? If you actually get triggered by these folds by 𝗏𝗀, that is on you. This guy, with this strategy, has gotten all the way to the top 6. Do you think he will change it now? Do you think he's actually going to change? Suddenly go on a break, go to the toilet, pull up GTO Wizard, and suddenly start playing with those charts and start calling those mixed hands that you're supposed to be sucking off with? I don't think so. I don't think so, Dimitri. Of course, we will comment on it, but this is just how he plays. Just like with Cody, you cannot say anything about Cody about, oh, why did he play that way? Obviously, Cody is here to have a good time, to get out of line, joke around with people, and look stylish at the table. And whatever Cody does, you can never say, hey, why is he doing that? Yeah, Cody is very smart. You can simply tell that Cody is very much a thinking player. He thinks through the combinations. He really thinks about what other players have. I think like Cody likes to have his intrusive thoughts take the reins a lot of the time, though. If he feels like doing something, he just does it. Now look at these guys. Even Tonino now goes for it against 𝗏𝗀. And it's 8.9 big blinds. Yet again, I do believe this is actually a call against this sack size. But remember, Tonino also has been tight. He has been making some tight plays, only calling ace-king pre-flop, for example. So 𝗏𝗀, is this the time where you will make that call? No, he does not make it. Hand after hand after hand. 𝗏𝗀 has a premium hand that he could be calling with, but he lets it go. And 𝗏𝗡 London says the way they play is probably why they are the FT and you are. Yeah, of course. If 𝗏𝗀 was playing more aggressively, he would be out a long time ago. With these tight plays, he's avoided so many disasters that is insane. Of course, if you think like a professional player, you would say, hey, it doesn't matter. I look at the charts, I look at what's profitable in the long run. But hey, if this is the first time you are this deep in a massive tournament and you got here by playing super tight, you can't expect 𝗏𝗀 to change now, right? And the thing is, obviously, these guys have to play aggressively against him, but eventually ಮಿಶ್ka will get a premium. He will get the jacks, he will get the ace-king, he will get those kings, and the other guys, they will play back against him as they should, as he's folding too much in those big pots. But if he gets the hands, he will take them down nonetheless. iExpress is asking, what's happening? Are they playing with the handbrake on or what? I think there's only two players. Two players that are playing very tight. Lucky finds his spots. But you cannot say that Cody's playing tight. Nobody can say that Cody plays tight. Nobody can say that Paul is playing tight. No one can say that Vasil is playing tight. So these three players, they play the hands they should, or even more sometimes. But the rest of the table, yeah, they have been timid. And look at this, Tonino, he definitely could have just went with the all-in. And I'm very curious if he will do the same as ಮಿಶ್ka and he will just fold to a jam here in case it actually comes. Fortunately for him, he doesn't have to find out. He won't be under that pressure. Lucky is only 10-7 off. 11 behind. Now he's actually asking. I feel like Lucky understands what's going on. That Tonino and ಮಿಶ್ka, they are on the tighter side. And he opts to see the flop. This is very, very, very interesting. Interesting hand. Look at this. So both players have a gutter. But as you can see, a 10 would be a terrible card for Lucky. And there's that check by Tonino. And this is a turn card that can slow down the action. Let's see if Lucky goes for it. I would love to see it. I would love to see Lucky to put in a big bet. There we go. Unfortunately for him, Tonino is not the man who likes to bluff catch. He's not a hero, and he lets it go. Okay, Cody plays poker, not just cards. I wouldn't put it any differently. I absolutely love it, iExpress. He's a thinking player, but the thinking player that just throws the charts out of the window when he feels like something is right. He absolutely does it. I already told you, we coined the term yesterday after we saw this man in action, 𝗙𝗶ℴ 𝗹 CTO, and I stand by it. This man has his own way of playing poker that you very rarely see. And so far it's bringing him success, obviously. And ಮಿಶ್ka goes ahead for that race. Let's see if some of these sharks will try to attack him yet again. Lucky 7-6-1 in the small blinds. I think he's very much aware of what's going on. And look at this. He's not even looking at ಮಿಶ್ka. Lucky is not interested in what ಮಿಶ್ka does. He looks at Cody. And there we go. There's more or less an all-in. And ಮಿಶ್ka yet again has to fold before the flop after raising. Well, he didn't see the raise? Oh my God, oh my goodness. Yeah, I think that's true. Oh my God. Oi, guys. You know what happened? Lucky did not see the race, apparently. That's why he was studying only Cody so intently. Apparently, the table is saying that he didn't see the race. That's why there was a weird race before the flop. I think he was going all in against the two short stacks. But little did he know, he was actually going all in against ಮಿಶ್ka. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what happened. So he did not realize that ಮಿಶ್ka open raised, and he said, I'm all in, because he saw the blinds being really shallow. What a mistake. This definitely could have cost him if Miška had a hand. Oh my god. That was that could have been a costly mistake, but guys, don't think that he's the only one making this. I've been at EPT Prague, and there was this guy Barak Visbrod. If you guys don't know who Barak is, he's also an Israeli, but he's considered one of the top 5 most winning cash game players in the recent years online. He plays tournaments as well. And this millionaire also, he didn't see that somebody actually went ahead and raised before the flop. He thought it was a limp. He went all in with a ridiculous hand, ended up chopping it and came second for, I'm not sure how much. It was like 80, how much was it? Maybe 100k plus euros in a high roller, but it happens to the best of us. And now it happened to Lucky that he misread the hand. But hold that thought. Cody is up against it, blind against Miška. Who else? This man has a hand after hand after hand. And Cody goes for that bet with that backdoor club draw. Oh my god, it's all in. I think this is a big mistake by Miška because Cody can't actually call here. Our free 1A in tournament, who folds more wins. Certainly the case today. Certainly the case for Miška. Very, very patient. He's not afraid to fold really big hands. Right now, it is working out for him, even though it's giving Dimitsu 12 absolutely a heart attack. 𝗙𝗶₀ says very good live on YouTube. Thank you guys. Thank you so much for tuning in. It's great to have you here. Of course, we had an absolute marathon yesterday. If you guys missed it, 13 hours, I believe, we were here grinding. Well, Vasilis hijack, Jack, Queen 9 suited. Definitely, you have the option to raise it, but tries to take it easy. We have been at 6 for the longest time, by the way. And Cody on the button. It's time for him. Yes. This is very much a Cody hand. Oh, let's go, and he will take this down in all likelihood. I don't think Tonino is the guy to risk it. Well, Cody, well, I mean, 6-4 suited. If we went blind all in, it wouldn't be too different, but yeah, he takes it down. Gets to live another day. This extremely entertaining player. He plays the players, not the cards. And Truman Filler is saying we need more bigger cash games. I actually think that, of course, we have on Saturday, I believe, we are streaming Cash King, so you can watch that cash game. But honestly, I think we actually tried this, and it's very, very difficult to get viewers to watch your stream just because the stakes are high. And the reason is, oh, yeah. Oh, by the way, guys. Okay. Busted. Oh, they can still see you. Okay. Guys, I have to tell you, soon we will have a very special player coming in. And okay. A very special surprise for you. Don't go anywhere. Let's take a look at this hand. And we have that check. There you go. 2 ace highs.
They know my voice. I have a Greek accent.
There we go. There's that bet and a call. And Paul hits that 5. Vasilis, look at this. He has that backdoor diamond draw. 10 on the river. Paul gets a check mark. Let's see what Vasilis does. And guys, stay tuned because we will have a special guest here very soon. Of course, we can't reveal who it is just yet. iExpress says, a very good live, thank you so much. Someone needs to go blind all in. iExpress says, Cody plays poker, not just cards. There we go. Lemon, all good. 75K mystery winner in your booth. Did you win the mystery? I don't think this player won the mystery. It actually went to Poland, to Krzysztof Mielnik. So 75K went to Poland. And let's see what Cody does here with the Doyle Brunson. Will he pay homage to the king? No, he will not. Okay. Paul Kovacic in the small blind. There we go for that check. And Vasilis against Paul. Blind against blind. It's very tough to make hands here. But Vasilis proves us strong and he hits that ace on the turn for that two pair. Let's see what happens here, but it's Paul who's actually betting. And of course Vasilis will try to bluff catch. And a lot of the times, especially when the clubs sit on the river, you might want to consider barreling again. Especially against a player that likes to float, he can play a little bit looser. There we go, that's a big bet. Paul, I told you guys, when the back doors hit, you kind of have to go for it. And Vasilis with the ace, I mean, are you really gonna put your opponent on a queen? Will you put him on those clubs? Absolutely great play right here by Paul. And we know that Vasilis, he has respect for this player. We're using the time bank. Let me know, guys, in the chat. Would you call here against Paul? The man with almost infinite final tables at King's Resort at King's Prague. And he puts the pressure on. Will Vasilis let it go? Dimitsu says, easy call, blind against blind, he has to call. The thing is, it's very tough to find bluffs, right? Another time bank coming in. Paul can very reasonably have that queen. He can have those backdoors that he's actually representing. Yep, it's that call. Looks that way. And Vasilis with a beautiful call. But we have to respect that bluff right there by Paul, of course. There's a reason why he made so many final tables. And by the way, guys, we do a quick sound check. We have a very special guest here in the booth. Now, we will not tell you who this player is, but I know a lot of you are big fans of him. Re-Race Chili Dog, he says he should have made it bigger. That's what she said. Okay, no, I did not say that. I did not say that. Our special guest is already distracting me. Okay, so let's go for that sound check. 1 2 1 2. And look at this. Oh my God! So I'm gonna let the special commentator to take over. So what do you think this player is doing right now?
I think the min raise here tries to represent a little bit of some bluffs that the guy can have from UTG and induce some weird hands like, I don't know, maybe deuces.
Isn't it a little bit too transparent though? When you go ahead and have a monster, suddenly you're min raising. But we have seen this player going all in a lot. Isn't it a little bit too obvious for the other players? Looks like not for Tonino, right?
I mean, it really depends, honestly, because at the same time I've gone all in 2-3 times maybe in the past, but with garbage hands. So it doesn't really make it much of a difference. Here I just induce the bluff or the show from somebody else because I have the aggressive image. From there the rest is history. I get called. I think we're in a really good spot here. Okay, we are in a very good spot, and if this voice sounds familiar, we will not reveal who is in the booth with us. But okay, I'm gonna let you go play by play. So comment for us through this hand. What's gonna happen on the flop? Don't worry, like everybody can sit back down. There is not a problem at all. Ace Jack 8, pretty safe flop for us. As you can see, we also changed our t-shirt. It brought us good luck. We were wearing the black one. The moment we changed, we pick up kings. Pretty nice hand, honestly. And there we go, Tonino. Good player, a little bit tight, if I may say. He was overfolding a little bit, and some people on the table could take advantage of it. Finishes sixth place, which is an amazing score, probably the biggest one for his career as well. Yeah, there we go. So Tonino, he is out, taken out by Cody, and we still didn't get nobody got it right. RX 1A, 𝗙𝗶, you think he's in the booth? Can anybody guess, guys, who is in the booth here with me? Let me know. We have a very, very special guest right here, and GG Tonino, at one point, he was the big stack at our feature table. Here we can hear some Greek excellence at its finest. The player is a little bit tilted because he was carded. Okay. So guys, this guest... Oh yeah, we say we have to wait until you actually play. Next hand, okay. Yeah, so we'll get this guest, guys. You can guess. Nobody knows who it is, but the mystery guest, he will come back after a couple hands. But let's take a look at who is up top. So Paul Kovacic, there we go, still up in the chip lead. There was a little bit of dent in his armor, doesn't have that big stack anymore. Mishka Popper in the middle, Cody with the 19 big blinds, Vasilis, this is very much head-to-head, but Tonino in the 6th place, 22,800. Plus that 3K package. So we will see how this actually plays out. We have some guesses. Player from the USA, 𝗙𝗶. We will see, guys, we will see. Our guest will return in about 5 to 10 minutes. And let's take a look at this. So Paul in the cutoff with the 6-5 suited. And Mishka. Okay, we were checking those stack sizes there.
You tell me how I put my chips. There is a rule. It's by tens. There is rule. It's by 20s or by 4. No rules. No rules. It's rules for you. Not for me. I have no rules. The game has rules.
Okay, we have a guest. You think that the guest that will come on is Dan Bilzerian? We have another tip, so they will come. And we have rules, by the way. There's a discussion about the 20 big blind chip stack. But look at this. Paul is actually free betting with the 6-5 suited. Mishka Popper open raising king 10 suited. I have no idea what will actually happen. Cody in the big. Let's it go. Put the chips in our count. We have some drama when it comes to counting these chips, ladies and gentlemen.
By tens. What's the problem? Just to make some bullshit. And if I don't want to respond, you want to tell me that you want to get to tell us something. What is this?
I don't know how much we play. This is the nature of the game. We play for cheap. I don't know how much you play.
You see?
I don't see because you put
the red in the back of the yellow. I don't see how many you have. How can I see?
Relax. Exactly.
Okay, okay.
Put the yellows, look. Put the yellows here. Yeah, exactly. Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Well, this did look like a very heated exchange, but in the end, all players were friendly. Nothing crazy happened here.
It's the best sort of race here for everyone, not for one person.
I think when it comes to Cody, maybe he thinks ICM is actually ice cream machine. We will see what happens. And 𝗏𝗀 raises, Queen 10 offsuit. Lucky with the Queen 5 suited on the button. What is this man going to do? And there we go, Cody in the small blind with the King Jack offsuit. Actually goes for that call. I would not be shocked if he actually just shipped it in. You have reasonable blockers, you're doing okay against other hands. And Mishka, we know how tight he plays. He is getting great odds though. He throws the chips in the middle. He does have quite a lot of them, but obviously Paul is the player to beat. And it is the battle against all odds multi-way of these offsuit hands. And Mishka and Paul, both of them hit that top pair. Cody with a pretty weak backdoor and one over. Let's see what he does. We have that check. Well, in Paul's shoes, I mean, what are you really getting paid by if you bet over multiple streets? But then again, there are two players. You might as well protect your hand. Quinn TV says Mishka about to lose some chips. Very likely, yes. And Cody has a very easy fold, I'm guessing. What are you doing, Cody? He is reaching for the chips. Those are the yellows. They are the big ones. Oh my goodness. We coined the term CTO. 𝗏𝗀 optimal. Now suddenly we are seeing it on full display. Well, when you have the King Jack, you are blocking those King Queen and Jack Queen hands. So you might want to go for it. Especially multi-way, most of the players, they will underbluff in situations like this one. Nevertheless, you have only 11.3 mil behind. This is absolutely crazy. And if they call you and you hit one of your potential straight draws, I mean, you have to kind of go with it. And now, Paul, listen guys, this man has so many final tables under his belt. Here in King's Rozvadov and in King's Prague. Kind of knows how Cody plays. He knows that he sometimes lets his intrusive thoughts take the reins. And let's see what happens on the turn. Well, if you are Cody, that's the thing. You put in aggression, you don't think that players bluff this way, and you are still blocking that King Queen and Queen Jack. Unfortunately for him, Paul has just about the best queen that he can have besides Ace Queen. Is he actually going to go for it? No, he waves the white flag. And for Paul, I think this is a very easy check back. Maybe we give Cody the chance to hang himself on the river. But once he check raises multi-way, basically he's saying, hey, I either have a set or I have nothing. I don't think too many queens should be check raising that way. I would like Cody to have at least some sort of equity if he goes crazy. So in no likelihood, we will just see a fold here. And Quinn TV, yet again, you were wrong. Mishka did not lose too many chips. There we go. There is that fold. Cody got out of line, but not completely. He's still very much in it. 11.3 mil. Kobe felt like losing chips instead. Yeah, Cody felt like losing the chips instead. Yes, he did, and that's the thing, actually. If you watch players like Isildur, for example, for the longest time in poker, especially when there were no solvers for multi-way pots, nobody actually knew how to play those multi-way pots, and usually they're small, usually you have another player to worry about. So for the longest time, even now in smaller stakes games, some of the professionals, they just crush them. They attack these multi-way pots that nobody else is willing to go after. That's why you saw that. And when you play street poker, that's what you do. Cody thinks ICM means independent Cody model. Yeah, I think when you have 5 players remaining and you have those big pay jumps, it does make sense that, yeah, maybe you shouldn't pull those king jack blocker, king high bluffs. Yeah, it does make a lot of sense. But hey, we have been seeing this player over and over, and he likes to mix it up. And he takes it down. He's back to 14 million yet again. By the way, Quinn says Dan Bilzerian is the pirate in the background. Independent Cody model. Okay, there we go. And guys, remember, it does look like street poker. It looks like the players are having a lot of fun, but we are playing for a lot of money. There's a lot of money up top. $120K, 0.6 for the first place. Now, these players, all of them have 30,100 locked in, and we are adding already 10 of them have that extra package, 3K euros already secured, so we will see them at the Kings Million European Poker Championship. And look at this, Cody in the cutoff, it's go time. Oh my goodness, and he runs into the queens of none other than Paul. The man to be, the man with the most experience, not only at this table, but probably out of anyone when it comes to final tables at King's Resort and King's Prague. Has Cody absolutely crashed, and we are looking for the duck. The juice and the juice only, or Cody is out of the tournament. And can Cody avoid disaster? GG's, Dimitsu says, it's not over till it's over. This is poker. Don't think it's over just yet. So far, so good for Paul. Cody over there. Thinking about it, is the juice coming in on the turn? Will it save Cody? Does not look like that way. Oi, 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 oi. He's pulling the stand-up trick every time you're all in. You want to print the leaving already. No, Cody can't get it done. He is eliminated. Independent Cody model is actually out, but I have to say, what a hell of a show yesterday, especially. That was an absolutely fantastic performance, and this man likes to play street poker. Great performance all around, and suddenly we are down to 4. But what do you expect with those ducks? Dimitsu, you were right. GG's, well played. And by the way, well, you know what, guys? We will try to get Cody here in the booth with us. We will try to get his feelings right now as well. I know a lot of the fans were right here. Quinn TV, he felt like losing chips instead. That is the advantage of me actually being right here on site. I can actually ask some of the players. Maybe it's out of line to ask Cody to come in just after he busted, but I think he'll be okay with it. So if you wait a minute, we'll try to get him into the booth. All right, so let's go for it. So sound check. Is this Cody?
Test 1 2. Test 1 2.
Hello, hello. So ladies and gentlemen, we have Cody here in the booth. Right, Cody. Keep talking. We need to check the sound levels.
Yeah.
Make sure that we are correct here.
1 2 3. Test. What a hand that was, right?
What a hand that was. Okay, so guys, can you hear Cody? Let us know in the chat. Obviously, this is very much a guerrilla action. The advantage of being here on site. Can you actually hear the voices? All right. GG's. Gift a sock says payouts are updated. So 4th place, 39K, 0.6. Let us know if you can hear Cody. All right. And all seems good. Yes, we can hear Cody. Okay, Cody. I mean, what hell of a show. How do you feel about this tournament? And we just saw you bust. with those deuces against queens?
I mean, this is the biggest score I've had so far. Feel like it could be bigger, honestly. Like the field was relatively soft. They were over folding. That's why I adjusted and widened a little bit my ranges. Now, of course, you know, at the final table, the ICM pressure is huge. So the moment I realized that, like, we're talking about 20-30K pay jumps, I also pulled back a little bit of my guns, and I think that was the biggest mistake, honestly.
You think so?
Yes, because pulling those guns back meant I gave up a couple of spots that, like, if I were to contest, I would win. Then we would have a completely different story. The most memorable one, I don't know if you guys remember it, was that ace-5 suited. I had ace-5 clubs. On the flop I have a gut shot, on the turn I have a flush draw, but at the same time I have a massive advantage on the field and the stack size, so I did not want to go for it completely. So I pulled back there. At any other point it would be a snap shove on the turn after I check and he bets double barrel the second pair. Anyway, I had too many outs. I had the gut shot, I had the flush, I had the ace, so I'm like, okay, let's see the river. River was disappointing, to say the least. And yeah, from that hand and on, honestly, I went and discussed a little bit about the deal, because I'm like, let's start playing some poker rather than just push fold, because when we came back from the break, we had an average of 24 BB. So it really meant there is not too much room for poker, but more room for push, fold, you know, all of this GTO stuff that, like, kinda kills the game for me. Yeah, no deal. So we continued played. I was quite carded for the next, like, 2 hours or so. Picked up those kings, made the best with them, thank God. He decided to go for it because probably of my image, opening left and right, some more random stuff. And yeah, and then the king jack hand, I really felt, you know, I haven't bluffed much in the final table. I guess I'm gonna get some credit if I check raise there. I was planning to probably do it with any two, honestly. It just happened to be a king jack because I was blocking the queen, king queen, jack queen, like all of those hands. So I'm like, okay, well, if he has it, he has it. I'm gonna give it a shot, try. Didn't work out, but yeah, no regrets, honestly.
Yeah, one thing I want to ask about, what happened during the break? Because it seemed like everyone was joking around, the mood was jovial, but we had a double break when the deal was discussed. Was there some sort of tough negotiation? Because it seems like a little bit the mood changed after you guys came back.
I mean, there was not tough negotiation, right? Like, everybody here has been playing for 4 days straight, and, well, actually I qualified last weekend, but that's irrelevant to the point. We've been playing for 4 days straight, and because of the huge ICM pressure, we kind of were in agreement 6 out of 7 to proceed with an ICM deal and leave some money up for the top 3. Paul did not like the numbers, so after that point it got a little bit heated because, you know, when you're 6 people interested in a deal and the 7 does not want it, it kind of puts a target on his back.
Yeah.
So,
by the way, let's take a look. Paul, I know when Paul came back, I'm not sure if you heard him, but Paul is the big chip leader guys. Vasilis, Mishka are there with 22 bigs, Lucky in the middle. I know we heard Paul actually being saying, hey, no deals until the heads up. So was he the one who didn't want the deal, or who was it?
Yeah, Paul did not want the deal.
I see. And by the way, guys, we are heading to a break, so 18 minutes. Yeah, we have to cut to the break, but let me know in the chat. Do we actually want more Cody? We can hear Cody. Cody's here. Let me know, guys, in the chat, and we will be back in about 18 minutes. If enough of you tell us, hey, Cody, come back and co-commentate for a bit, we will try to make it happen.
I don't know if getting dealt aces and winning the blinds twice is going to cause a soft boil. I think you're revealing something about your own personality, my friend.
Oh, listen, well documented is my psychopathy, Chewy. I mean, you kidding me? There's a stone maniac out there.
Yeah, I guess that's fair.
This is how it happens, right? I'll get 3-bet 19 straight times, okay? And then every one of those times I was light, let's say, or I was at something. Then I find the aces, and I'm ready for the guy who's been the 3-better 90% of the time. And he just mugs.
Well, he just didn't get dealt
takes a
ace
phone
suit at
call.
that time.
You know what
Yeah.
I mean? Oh. Okay, great. Not today? No? Not this hand, huh? All right.
Commotion with a pretty disciplined fold Jack-8 suited there. Understandable. Tomaszewski's raising off of around 25 big blinds.
Nothing undisciplined about having done so with ace-9 suited as Alani seeks his bearings. King-5 off. We're not married to it.
We're not, but this is, you know, a reasonable holding, closing the action against the button. Let's C3.
Meet for coffee.
Yeah.
You know, maybe not lunch or dinner, but
This has meet
it's
for
a
coffee
date.
vibes, yeah. We're going to see how things develop.
Oh, king in the window, followed by another one behind it. How about trip kings? And all of a sudden, this date's going well.
Yes. Any soft boil is quickly dissipating from Alani's seat.
Paired flops, even with the lack of the ace, the heart, Tomaszewski could certainly just sprinkle something out there to guide Alani into the bin.
I don't see why not. Ace high will very often be the best hand here. So now the question for Alani becomes, do we want to slow play or do we want to raise right now? And if I'm sitting in his shoes, I'm definitely raising. At least strongly considering it. And for Vlados, it becomes annoying. It's not just the presence of the flush draw, it's also the fact that against that button range, you know, Alani could take plenty of hands, let's say 5, 6, 6, 7 with a club, queen of clubs with other side cards.
I mean, even just front door flush draws could potentially take the aggressive approach. It doesn't have to be a semi.
Absolutely. He beats all the flush draws and then all of those bluffs. Not to mention some diamonds, right? 4, 5 of diamonds. These are all plausible holdings as well.
So Tomaszewski does make the call, doesn't find an ace or a 9 on the turn, but really doesn't find the kind of card that should be leaving him under the impression that if ace high was good prior, that it is no longer. And we'll see whether or not a price is laid with these trip kings by Alani that could keep the Lithuanian interested.
Yeah. You know, I wouldn't mind a check. And it would sort of do a nice job of mimicking the way that he played his bluff earlier by letting the turn check through and then making a very large river bet. But this is, of course, understandable. We're just looking to continue getting maximum value. And for Tomaszewski, the ace-9 is tricky. Again, beating all the bluffs. Flush draws are really the main types of hands we would hope to be seeing. Really not giving anything away here. Either player, that is. And he understandably sticks around. There are plenty of hands that he does beat. And it really is only the king that he's behind. Of course, we see that Alani has that, and Tomaszewski is drawing dead.
Yeah, we kind of remove 3x from the equation as played.
Yeah.
Clubs do arrive, however, on the end. Unfortunately for Tomaszewski, though, Chewy, it's in the form of a 9. So kings and 9s nut kick.
Yeah, this is tricky. I actually wonder how Alani will play this.
Yeah, he unblocks clubs too.
Yeah, he has to be weary of Tomaszewski having a flush draw. I think these are the situations that, you know, really kind of above the rim players. Oh, wow, okay, he just puts out 100. Well, that's certainly going to get called.
Deeply downsized.
Yeah.
So much so that maybe... No, ace-9 turning itself into a bluff would just be so absurd.
No, he's definitely not going to turn it into a bluff. but he could think his man has 8 somehow. I think he'll just call, but crazier things have happened. Imagine a value raise and he gets a fold. That would be really tremendous.
The trouble, of course, is that Helani understands how inviting his river sizing is to a raise.
Of course.
So he needs to account for that.
Yes, I don't necessarily think that will happen. I was just reaching for wild outcomes. He bet the 100 so quickly. It's an interesting situation.
Yeah, begrudgingly, Tumaszewskis flings the call in there, and perhaps the road less traveled, but embarked upon to considerable profit by Helani.
Yeah. Rzai, much of the same. I'm sure all of these guys are, but... And Rzai bringing some firepower, 4.6 million. HØKHEIM remains from the previous table, sitting with his 4.4. And certainly a playable hand here.
So HØKHEIM is still present. 160 to skate, he says. 𝗞𝗶HIH into the bin. 𝗧ः also.
I have played against Helani as well. Not quite as much. I found him to be very creative, crafty, certainly tough. And this call with 7-5 off may well give us an opportunity to explore some of his strategic insights here.
The only customer of the open. Ace 9-6 monotone texture, gut shot, and a small club draw for Helani, who checks over to king high and the better club draw.
Yeah, these 3 to a suit flops are always quite interesting, especially when both players have connected a bit. So Helani's decision here, I would imagine, is does he want to represent a flush, more or less, with a raise? Or does he just want to call and perhaps try to bluff on the river if the turn checks through? Both routes seem reasonable.
He faces the follow-through of 100 into 450. This is sub-quarter pot. And it has tempted him into taking the more aggressive path, check raising to 290,000.
Yeah, I don't mind this play, right? He's going to knock out a lot of better hands. It's probably impossible that his opponent has a worse hand than 7 high. It is a bit tricky, though. If called, do we want to continue with this particular draw? And naturally, we do see the call from the king high with the jack of clubs. HØKHEIM probably wise to the fact that Helani may well have some of these hands in his range. And that 6 is an interesting card. Could Helani sometimes have a 6 in his range that he was just kind of looking to end the hand right there with? Possibly.
Maybe now you want a little bit more.
No, but it's, yeah, I'm playing all the EPT.
Ah, yeah?
Since a couple of years.
Okay.
And yeah.
Checks it over. HØKHEIM content to do the same.
So a quick knuckle back. And a very dry 3 of diamonds on the end.
Yeah, now Helani with, a bottom of range type of holding. His decision really, does he want to continue to represent something strong? Does he think it's believable? He looks somewhat poised. Perhaps a slight increase in his breath. Wow. That's a strong play.
Simply rips it in for his tournament life. 1.7, a big overbet.
And, you know, HawkEye has the type of hand that really is never going to lose to a bluff. We can't imagine that Alani is going to have a pocket pair or a 3. He does appear to be breathing a bit heavy. This would be really a tremendous call.
One that would send Alani packing, by the way. Understandably.
Yeah.
HawkEye does find the bin.
Nicely done.
Really didn't try to hide things there, did it? No cliffhangers, no waiting, just
straight away.
Nut straight versus set, quads on the turn. Good night, Mr. 𝗙𝗶HIH in 16th for the first of the 59,400 euro payouts. Meanwhile, back at the feature table, collisions continue potentially. Berggren, Queen 10 off. Getting piled on by Marcinkowski.
And my goodness, this is unpleasant with King-Queen suited.
All that blocker value, the raw power of this hand, how reduced are those elements by this action in front of us?
Unfortunately, they are significantly reduced. Not just the opener behind us, but the fact that the button can pretty easily have an ace. As we see, they have a pair, putting them slightly out in front of us. Of course, the real concern being dominated by a hand like ace-king or ace-queen. And I think that's a disciplined fold. And speaking of ace-king, here we are.
King-queen suffers from things that ace-king does not.
Indeed.
The only manner in which 𝗙𝗏𝗏's kit can be dominated is by exactly pocket aces and pocket kings, and we block this stuff. So he's going to jam in over the top. The decision, quite simple for Berggren to depart. And Marcinkowski is going to be off to the races. We saw something very similar with pocket tens against ace-king moments ago. The pair turning into quads.
And it looks like with the dead cards accounted for, nines are only a very tiny favorite.
2%. And remember here, playing poker, we tend not to want to make it a game of roulette. And the wheel lands in favor of 𝗙𝗏𝗏. Ace-high board. Neither player reacting. We've seen too many hands to be premature in their celebrations. Now all of a sudden, the pot lists oh so heavily toward 𝗙𝗏𝗏's ace-king. Just needs to fade 2 outs, and he's done so. Another one. Bites the dust. Here in the main on this occasion, Marcinkowski, 15th. Seven three suited. Doesn't rate to peak. Oh, wait, hang on. When the glasses speak, you know, we just may be making our decisions based on that. No, stop it, behave. Now a king on the button. Not lost on Tamasauskas is the value of this kit.
I think this is enough. As previously discussed, all that money up top, we do have to play to win a bit.
Not all, but most. Deployed for a second time by 𝗙𝗏 as he tries to keep his head above water. Jack 6 not a candidate. We're going to see some stalling right about now. Chewy, I mean, we are one removed from the immediate paid jump, but obviously...
I think that's what's happening. Although it's interesting. Oh my.
All of a sudden, never mind the stalling. Elani can speed his chips into the middle. Yeah. 𝗙𝗏, this is demoralizing. Decisions were always foregone. Conclusions, and the King 8 does have one overcard to the Jacks, but for Vladas, perhaps the bell tolls.
Yeah, it's an uphill battle here.
Thank you. King 8 against Jacks. Just the king. Black king is good.
ג'קים לקינג 8 שלו. קינג 8.
Updates being provided to the rail. 1.7 million in the middle. No king, though. Queen 10-5.
He'll take a jack now, though.
King is still good.
Instead, the board pairs and the light flickers. Can the Lithuanian find a cowboy to stay alive? Nope.
Good game, sir.
GG's issued.
Always a tough competitor.
Listen, if I'm in the rest of the field, I see this man on his feet stepping out of the arena. I'm feeling a little bit better about my chances.
Absolutely.
Suited connectors or small pair?
Suited connectors.
Why?
Because you can play it multi-way and you have many more draws, and if you have a small pocket, you probably need to fold.
It depends. I have some favorite hands like 7, 8, 9, 10. I like to play those hands. Otherwise, small pocket pairs is not so bad. Depends also the position you have on the table. You know, if you're a professional poker player, you must know that, no?
Suited connectors or small pocket pair?
Small pocket pair. I love suited connectors. Yes, suited connectors I every time would play.
Same, depending on the stage of the tournament. But
your favorite, like
suited connector. It's good to build big stacks.
Which poker legend said this? Of course I lied. It's Poker Phil.
I know this. Or Negrano or no. This is an end against 𝗙𝗏.
Daniel?
No.
No, Tony G.
Yes.
Yeah.
Maybe Negrano. Negrano?
No.
Wait. Tony G. Yes. But I remember this.
Of course I lied. It's Poker Phil.
Oh, Tony G. Yes. Tony G. Yeah. Negrano?
No.
𝗙𝗏?
No. Of course I lied. It's Poker Phil.
Tony G.
Yes.
You're up there.
Oh, you lied.
Of course I lied. It's poker, Phil. What do you think this is?
Break up for his hand? Yeah. Ridiculous. 15 hours of play and we get like 9 minutes of break.
Yeah, but they made too many breaks.
Sorry?
They made too many breaks also, like half an hour.
We had like more break than play in the last couple of hours.
Ace Queen for Gooms in the cutoff. Predictable open. Just the minimum. Tomescu, after picking him up back-to-back, now needs to consider whether or not he wants to try to take the post-flop waters. Jack 9 suited is a good bit of hand.
Yeah, or perhaps a triple threat.
You think it's a candidate?
It's possible. I mean, he's against a cutoff raise.
Wow.
He agrees.
Somehow,
1.5 now, right? Yeah.
you sniffed out this jam, and a quick call from Gooms, who covers, and Tomescu, you know, part of, for me, the argument against this move would have been the fact that I just worked my way into an all-in in the last two hands, and just the opposition's going to be like, really, guy? 3 in a row?
Yeah.
That's a tough parlay.
Well, you can always try to sell. I didn't have it those first 2 times, but I really got it now.
Yeah, that's a tough sell at times, and the 8-8 deuce board is going to make things even tougher for Tomescu to stick around.
I was also somewhat biased by Andrian having made that similar play.
6 of spades on the turn, and all of a sudden Tomescu's got himself flush draw.
Added equity, indeed.
Look at all those outs at the top of your screen, and then look at the 3 of hearts and say goodbye to the Romanian, who, just as we had observed so much patience, looking like it was finally being rewarded, he got a little ahead of himself. No criticism of the play, obviously. Cutoff opens out of Gooms could very well have contained things that would have laid down, but instead, we will fight on, absent Mr. Tomescu. Well, the rubber's meeting the road right now.
Yes, it is.
Current on-tap payout, 48,700 euros. It's going to stay that way for the next 3 visits to the desk. And then a not at all insignificant jump of, let's call it 11,000 euros, 59,400. Band begins at 15th place, on down to 12th. 11th and 10th will be worth 74,000 apiece, and then the final table, 9th through 1st, and you'll see pay jumps with each elimination as 𝗧𝗏 makes his bid to avoid being among the eliminated. King 7 suited. Button jam.
Tomasowski's even thinking it through with King Deuce suited. I like the fold, but it's reasonable to think about it.
Now ภิľ already big blind and big blind Annie invested.
Yeah, just a 9 high.
Suited, suited.
I know, I see it. And spades are hot.
Well, I'll tell you who's going to be hot, 𝗧𝗏, if somehow this King 7 of hearts gets showered against 9-5 of spades. But no, with 5 to come, we're shy of a 3-2 favorite. It isn't the biggest of margins.
Indeed.
Threats looming, as ภิľ has 2 clean cards, and that is a dirty flop. Queen 9-6. 1 heart. ภิľ in front.
Give him an 8 or a 10. Okay, that's this is respectable.
10 of hearts.
9 of diamonds.
𝗧𝗏 picks up the flush draw. The gut shot. The king works as well. And instead, it's a 5 of diamonds. 𝗧𝗏.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to King's Resort and the Pirates Poker Treasure Blackbeard Mystery Bounty. Boy, do we have some news for you. The players are back and they have been discussing a deal indeed, as the players and the chat pros have been talking about and asking. So we have 4 players left. Paul Kovaciu, 44 big blinds, Lucky 761, 27. Miška Alper 17 and Vasilis 16. You can see the payouts before any deals, but I can already tell you guys, it looks like there has been a deal indeed. Or at least it's being discussed. So we can resume the play, and I will try to get the details of how it all played out momentarily. Reminder, any deals here at King's Resort, you have to make it at least 10% up top. So you play for some money and the title. And these are the 4 players. So I'm trying to find the information for you in the chat. By the way, thank you to Cody. No deal made. 𝗙𝗶 says, but we did have a long break. And oftentimes when the break is this long, that means that the players had something in mind. So if there was a deal, Paul obviously is the man with the plan. 68 million, big chip leader right now. Vasilis with those 23 mil. Would be at the shorter end of it. So any minute we will find out. Let's see if Vasilis wants to bet with that 100%. Paul Kovacic. There's not much he can do. And yeah, guys, it actually appears that way. Looks like the players, the 4 players that you see here, they have agreed to the deal. Breaking news, this just in. At the time when you asked 𝗙𝗶, we didn't actually know that there was one. So the numbers, I will read them to you now. We are playing for extra 20,000 euro up top, 8.5k for the second. But the deal is as follows. Paul gets 77,700 euro. Vasilis, 56k.2. Enrico as the second biggest stack. By the way, we have to make sure we give you the nicknames, the correct ones, so you know exactly who it is. So you're looking at Paul. Paul, the name is clear. 77,700 euro for him. Vasilis, 56k200. So already back that, we're playing for 20,000 up top. Lucky 761. Will be one of the players in the deal as well. I'll give you the exact numbers very soon. But right now we have confirmed Paul 77k700, Vasilis 56,200. Another player 66,300, and the last one 56k800. We will see. So whoever is the bigger stack out of the 2 remaining players is taking home 66.3k. And Vasilis with the 9-8 of diamonds on the button, obviously a very strong hand. And yes, we have the confirmation now. Mishka is taking home 56,800, which means that Lucky is the one with the 66k.3. So we do have that deal, ladies and gents. We are playing for 20,000 euro up top. Let me just confirm it with the exact numbers. 𝗙𝗶, can you find the numbers yourself for the benefit of the chat, or do you want me to type in the numbers exactly? And by the way, before the break, we had Cody briefly here in the booth. Bravo, Cody, you are a good player. R31A says, we enjoy you playing your playing style, Cody. Well played. 7-way deal was ridiculous. A player like Paul will never take that. Yes, we heard that Paul, the man with all of those final tables, he was the one who did not want that deal 7-way. 𝗙𝗶 agrees right there. I think he has interesting thoughts. Yeah, Cody had to leave, unfortunately. Of course, the break is long. We don't want to keep the player that just busted for too long. Hopefully you enjoyed that exit interview. did they make a 7-way call? No, the deal was discussed 7-way, but eventually they did not go for it. Apparently it was Paul who did not like it. And we could hear that he actually said no deals until heads up. He changed his mind. They agreed to give him a good deal of money, of course. So yeah, deal has been made. We will update you with the exact numbers in the chat momentarily, but just know that they have made that deal, and now we're playing for the all-important title and 20k up top and 8,500 euro for second extra on top of what already these players have locked up. And look at this, Paul is the one betting with that single pair with the king 10 kicker. Of course, that pair is on the board. It was lucky actually with that bet. Lucky with that flush draw. He makes Paul fold. Here we go. And we continue. And the big question is, yes, the deal was made. The big question is, will these players go crazy? Will they go nuts? Now that they have agreed to that deal, at least 56k is going home with every single one of these players. And 20,000 will be up there, up top. Mishka on the button. And you heard it from Cody. How many did Mishka get? Let me double check that. Ah, you see, they are discussing the deal right there at the table. So it is 20 up top. Look at this. We have an all-in from Paul, trying to put pressure on Mishka. Now, of course, the pressure, the ICM pressure has been relieved. When you have only money up top, there's actually no ICM at all, but these guys left 8.5k up for the second, so we do still have some pressure. So first and second place is what we're playing for those extra euros. And we will see, we will try to grab that. Now, obviously, Mishka has been tight. It's gotten him so far. But really, when you make that deal, when you don't have too much up top, and it's only first and second place, now is the time to actually change your strategy. Try to be aggressive. Simply go for it. Increase that variance. Get out of your shell just a little bit. Yeah, so Mishka, it looks like 56,800 euros locked in. And Lucky, that would leave him with 66k 300. Hopefully you get that, re-race Chili Dog. Yep, I'll type in the numbers. Let me just confirm. Let me check if it's correct. Re-race Chili Dog. Paul, 77,700. Yep, 3 sevens. Vasilis, 56,200. That is correct. That means Lucky, 66.3k. Mishka, 56,800. That does check out. And we have 20,000 up top Runner-up gets 8,500. And look at this, Vasilis with the kings and not much behind. And Paul with all the chips in the world. Right there. Letting it go with the Queen 4 suited. And one more time, guys, kudos to Cody for coming in right after he busted. Obviously, it's not easy. You saw Jeff Blatt interviewing most of the losers in the big events during the World Series of Poker Europe, so not the easiest thing to go through, but yes, it was his biggest score in his life. He can't be too unhappy. And Kuwatz is saying, GG Cody, however, soft field is not entirely accurate. Looks like you don't know Paul is so good. Yeah, I mean, he did say that Paul is a solid player. He didn't make too many mistakes. And actually, Cody told us that when he had the opportunity with that flush draw with the ace-5 of clubs, he should have been aggressive against Paul. He didn't go for it. That's one of the reasons why he busted out of the tournament and why Paul secured the highest end of the deal and now is still the favorite to even take the extra 20K. And if you guys don't see it on YouTube, by the way, for the benefit of the YouTube audience, so once again, Paul gets 77,700, Vasilis 56.2K, Lucky 66.3K, and Mishka 56,800. And the runner-up 8,500, and the winner gets 20K. Here in Rozvadov, still a lot to play for, 20,000 extra, and obviously the most important thing, the title, and the knowledge that you have beaten 2,785 entries. I mean, this is absolutely to die for in such a massive field. Mishka goes for it on the button. I would love to see him be more aggressive this time around after the deal was made. And looks like Paul will have to get out of the way as Vasilis decides, hey, King 7, it's squeeze time, it's raising time, and just like that, he's up to 32 million. Now the question will be, who wants it the most? Who wants it the most? Who realizes that, hey, there is nothing, absolutely nothing to wait for? The big pressure of trying to get the cash is gone. By the way, Petr Černíček, we want Cody. Yeah, Cody unfortunately had to leave, guys. We don't want to keep him too long right here. I Express says your re-raises were too big on final table, which led you to have a small stack. Yeah, Cody admitted that he was trying to tighten up, which made him to lose in some of the spots that yesterday 100% he would be aggressive. And guys, I believe that Cody will rewatch this stream, so all your highs are registered. And Cody did not win a trophy, but he does take down, let me check the exact amount. He takes down 30,100 euro for 5th place, and that 4-ticket package for that King's Million European Poker Championship, the all-important one. And Vasilis does have the diamond draw here, but a very weak one. And Lucky decides to bet into him. Oh my goodness, look at this! Vasilis doesn't care that there was a deal. He still thinks that Lucky will not be as loose as he maybe should. Now the question is, Lucky, can you actually go for it? Can you defend? Your top pair, no kicker when the potential flush hit. He's not going anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. It might not be the best idea to try to bluff this big once the deal was made and the ICM pressure is all but gone now. It is a blank on the river. And Vasilis, 16.8 mil. He's got 24 million in his stack. Looks like he's loading up the gun. I would love to see a big bet if you do have to bet. This is about 7.5. There we go. And lucky. Well, you realize that Vasilis, he has been aggressive even before the deal, but now Dimitri says all in, he folds. Vasilis bets and it is a call by Lucky. Oi, 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 oi. Nice hand, nice call, nice effort as well by Vasilis. I would like to see that all in as well, Dimitri. I agree with you. When you are in this spot, you might want to just go for it all. Yes, deal was made. Let me just update it after you see this. So right now you see that Lucky is actually chip leading. Paul is second. Mishka Popper down there with 15 bigs, and then he have 11. So let's take a look, guys. I'm going to give you the numbers. We have them on Twitch chat, but for the benefit of you on YouTube, I want you to know as well, obviously. Re-race Chili Dog had to go to bed, but he did update the payouts for us. I'll get you the numbers shortly. So already, I can tell you right now, Paul 77.7K, Vasilis 56.2K, Lucky 66.3, Mishka 56,800. We're playing for 20,000 up top and the title, and 8,500 for the runner-up. Obviously, everybody has already locked in 3K worth of tickets. And Vasilis, he's had enough, he's all in, and I think Mishka, yes, even this player, I think he's had enough. Already secured that big bag that he was after the whole day and yesterday as well. And now it's time for the TLS oldest time, a flip right here with final 4 remaining. It all came down to this. Reminder, top 2 places get extra money. So far, so good for Mishka. Can he almost double up and knock out Vasilis? Looking good so far. King or queen will save him. No, it is a 4 and we have lost a player, and just like this, we are down to the final 3 here in this massive field. Good game, well played. Please, everybody, show some love to Vasilis, especially today. His plays were an absolute clinic. He went for those small pots. Very few mistakes all around. We know, we have some info from the chat that he is a really, really strong player. Great performance. He did secure that deal. He did secure that bag. Don't worry, YouTube. I'll get it to you very quickly. On YouTube, you already have seen it on Twitch. And congratulations. All these 4 players, obviously, they should be very, very happy about their performance and everything that basically came in and how much they made. And Quad says, do you know that on the German channel there is no table sound? Oh, really? We don't have table sound there. I have to talk to the production. I think most of the time, listen, most of the time when we are here in the finishing 4, 5, 6, 7, most of the time the players just don't talk, right? Most of the time they are very, very quiet. They don't really say anything because there's so much pressure on them. This table has been different. We have even seen some arguments of people telling the others that they have to stack their chips in 20s. We have seen a lot of banter, especially yesterday. So I do think that table sound is important, and we'll make sure that it's there. I think still you guys were saying that you can't hear it a lot of the time. So I do have to make sure that I'm not quiet when you can't hear the players talking. But yeah, we'll take a look at this. And of course, now the guys, they have no reason to slow play anything, to try to hold back. They should simply try and play their best poker. Paul goes and checks, and lucky 7-6-1. I mean, this is exactly what happens when you bet. You should be barreling. This is very surprising to me. When you have the flush draw and you hit the flush draw on the turn, I mean, you should simply be going for it, right? And Paul just takes it down. There we go, YouTube. You can also see the deal right now. Heads up, Paul, lucky winner, Paul. 𝗙𝗶, thank you so much. Now even you guys on YouTube can see this deal. It's still nice to hear the background sound and occasionally some players chat. I absolutely agree with you. And take a look at this, lucky with the ace-queen. Miška still does have 24 bigs. I love it. Look at this, guys. Finally, finally, finally. We see the looser side of Miška. And I absolutely love it when you have been so tight. The players should give you a lot of credit, so you open a little bit wider. Unfortunately for him, Lucky just has a monster when it comes to free-handed. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, Miška, what are you doing? I know we said you made a deal, but that's not the time. Yes, he folds. And hopefully you enjoyed the show, guys. I told you yesterday the day 3 was absolutely insane. I will rewatch it myself. We have good 10 highlight hands from that. We always knew that today, before the final table, it was always going to be a strategic battle. And then with a lot of pressure on these players, even Cody admitted, Cody, the loose player, suddenly he was faced with the biggest win that he's ever had. Even when he had a strong combo draw, even our man Cody decided to take it easy, not go for that aggression against Paul. It did cost him in the end. But such is poker. If you want those big wins, just like we are getting today, now the second place will get 8.5K extra. If you want those all-ins and those high-pressure situations, the final table streams are exactly designed for this. If you want to see some little bit more deeper action, you can go check out yesterday with the day 3 on King's YouTube. And Lucky's taking it down. Quads is saying yesterday we streamed online poker Yeah, I don't think day 3 will be as crazy as the one that we witnessed yesterday. It was extremely improbable to go get all those rivers headed by a one-outer, and even with those bad beats, the craziest hand was Vasilis's fold on the river with a flopped super strong king high flush. Oi, 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 oi. What mystery bounties are left? We are out of mystery bounties, no strong ones. I think there's 1.500 still. But besides that, it should be just the low ones. So mystery bounties, they are not really in play. If you guys have missed out on this, the 75,000 went to Poland yesterday. Krzysztof Mielnik, whose biggest score was slightly above that in the World Series of Poker in Vegas in the main event for 88th place. Took it down, press of a button, 75K. And actually, let me take a look at the deal. Yeah, he might be the player who leaves with the second most money right here. When will you be back, Mr. Lemon? I believe we're back on Saturday, actually. 𝗙𝗶𝗴, I believe it or not, but I've been playing cash games for roughly 15 years, and I believe we have a cash game session on Saturday. I should be here for that one. So, you know what? I'm a nice play-by-play commentator when it comes to tournaments. I can guess what the players are playing, but I can't tell you the precise ranges, how many combinations you should mix in. But on Saturday, I will consider myself an actual expert. So don't hold my word for it whenever the Cash Kings is. This weekend or the next, you will actually hear me. My commentary will be combined with the play-by-play that you hear here, but also I do believe in my somewhat expert opinions, especially when it comes to these lower stakes games. So hopefully you guys enjoyed the show. And this was a little bit special. This was a little bit more special. I actually came here on site for 2 days back-to-back. I took that trip. Because of that, we could have Cody here in the booth with us for a few minutes. If you go to King's Instagram, you could see some actual content that we filmed right here. I don't have too much time to do that, but you had that. We will have an interview with Cody as well, a very quick one, after the stream is done, so stay tuned for that one. And I'm really curious if you enjoyed that very short, brief interlude with Cody coming into the booth, and with a little bit more planning, we might be able to get you more guests, more players, more personalities here, if I actually make it here in person to Rozvadov. And who knows, guys, maybe you guys in the chat will want to join me at some point. Lucky goes with that check. But Paul has the best hand, and with those two flush draws on the board, I think now is the time to bet big, reasonably big, charge your opponent. This is 2.5 mil, there we go. Lucky, unfortunately for Lucky, he's anything but lucky, as he has the worst end of that second pair. Well, luckily for him, one of the back doors got there. So if Paul does decide to go for a very, very, very thin value bet, you could actually get away from this. Let's see. Yes, there we go. Of course, Paul, an extremely experienced player. He is going for a 10 million to the pot. Is this about 8 he's betting? That's a pretty big sizing. $9 million, he even sized it up. Oh my goodness, he's basically saying, hey, I have busted my flush draw. I had the hard draw. I'm trying to get you to call with whatever weak bluff culture you have. And this is such a great bet. Oh my goodness, such a great bet. It looks so bluffy, but it's also relatively thin. I am in love with this bet, ladies and gents. It's even bigger than I expected, and Lucky must be suspicious. But there we go. We have that range merge. Basically, it means that you are saying I am super strong or I have nothing, but you include some middling hands, middling to middle strong hands in that range, and you basically bamboozle your opponent into thinking that you were polarized, you had either something super strong and absolutely nothing. They call you light and you show them a strong middle pair. This is a very, very advanced play. You have to be very careful that you know where you really stand. And to do it with a middle pair like this, it's definitely not an easy play. But it is designed to basically outsmart your opponent into thinking that, hey, your opponent is still thinking, well, he's betting so big, there's no way he will bet a mid pair like this. So if he actually induced that call from 7-4, I would not be surprised at all. Very, very nice play. And take note, guys, take note. You merge your ranges. You put the medium strength value hands into the big sizing as well. So your opponent thinks that you're bluffing too much. You can't have too many strong hands. And 𝗙𝗶, you actually wake up with a hand like that. And I think that Paul is a man on a mission. He really, really wants this. He already secured the biggest part of the deal. And if you guys notice how much Paul has agreed to, 77,700. Oh my God, I love it. Yes, 𝗏𝗀 finally. 𝗏𝗀 has realized that we have made a deal. There's close to no ICM right now. Nothing to wait for. If I hit something, I can't let these guys to run me over anymore. I love to see it. Well done, 𝗏𝗀. You guys didn't think that 𝗏𝗀 is in him, but yes, he was just trying to secure those ladder ups. He was trying to secure that deal. He got it, and now this man is opening up. 𝗏𝗀 revival, that's right. This is why these players discuss the deal 7-way. You heard Cody talk about it. They were all saying, hey, we don't have too many big blinds, roughly 20x big blinds, most of us, and we don't really just want to flip for it. It's pretty much just playing by the child poker, going all in or folding. But Paul was the one who said, no. I don't really want that deal. But he did agree to it 4-way. I'm guessing he got a good deal though, 77.7K. And the funny thing is, if you add 20K to that, it's 97.7. And if you add the 3K package, he will basically make exactly 100,000 in value at least. There we go. Paul actually lets it go. And 𝗏𝗀. I think 𝗏𝗀's body language has actually changed. Look at this. This man is relaxed. This man is now calm as a cucumber. I know he was smiling, but a lot of the time it did feel like 𝗏𝗀 was a little bit nervous. He didn't want to play too many hands. Every €1,000, I'm pretty sure that this is the highest score that he's had. So he wanted to secure any pay jump that he could get. And now when he has that big bag, he made that big money. 66K in the bag for 𝗏𝗀, at least. He finally opened up and he's showing us that, hey, I am not the tight player that you all thought. I really was just trying to ladder up. There was a method behind my tightness. Look at this, 𝗏𝗀 yet again proving us right. Open raising with Queen 4 offsuit. That is definitely on the loose side, and lucky in the big blind defense with the king. And now look at this. We have the top pair against that bottom pair. So 𝗏𝗀 coming out of his shell. I really hope that he doesn't get burned. Listen, when you finally start to be a little bit looser, when you finally show us what you got, and then you are up against it, you run bad, and your opponent hits a better pair, don't give up, please, 𝗏𝗀. Keep giving us what you have here. Look at this. Lucky 761 wants to punish him. Oi, 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 oi. 𝗏𝗀 is switching those gears. And that's the thing. Lucky is not representing too much, right? 7s and 4s, 7s might free bet before the flop, kings might free bet before the flop. Oh, there we go. Lucky just goes all in. Oh my God, this is insanity. 𝗏𝗀 went from folding super strong hands into being an absolute monster who is going into a chicken war, and Lucky actually shoves the top pair no kicker. What is happening here, guys? There's one thing when there's no ICM. There's another thing just going completely crazy. And he actually folds it. Oh my goodness. 𝗏𝗀 used that bottom pair blocker, blocking that 7-4, King 4, and those fours as a free betting hand. This is a very, very advanced play. And Lucky, for whatever reason, decided to just jam his top pair no kicker. Oh my goodness, what a game of chicken we've just witnessed. And 𝗏𝗀, who is this guy? Who is this man? I don't even recognize this player. He went from one of the tightest players to free betting on the flop with the bottom pair and the blocker. I mean, wow. He was also blocking the King Queen, by the way. It's like 𝗏𝗀 hit puberty, you know. He started showing signs of aggression, and suddenly he turns into this insane monster. I don't think it was wrong timing. I mean, it doesn't make sense. The top pair no kicker should not be raising you there. It should not be shoving, right? And actually, it's a pretty smart play. You have that bottom pair. You're blocking that King Queen that might fast play like this. That those are the strongest hands. So that was a very advanced play. I think it was a really good play as well. Unfortunately, it didn't work out for him, but you know what? 𝗏𝗀 is styling. I think he is trying to redeem himself after he was super tight trying to get those pay jumps. He wants to give you guys in the chat a show. Carpet catcher. Oh, this is beautiful. I absolutely love you, carpet catcher. You know what? This is one of those, like when your kids paint a nice picture and you put it on your wall, on your fridge, and you're all proud of yourself. This is exactly what I'm doing right now. Carpet catcher says the last 2 days watching this tournament has been the most entertaining I've seen in a long time. Thanks. You're the great commentary, Lemon Poker. Thank you very much. Well, let me tell you, the most amazing production at King's Resort. All the people that make this stream possible. Everybody who brings you all the action, all the dealers, all the floormen. We have the most beautiful lighting, the technicians. And especially, I want to say, especially the dealers who gave us some of the most insane action, especially yesterday. They are the ones to thank. If this was not fun, believe me, I would be bored. You would be bored as well. But I very much appreciate your nice words. Carpet catcher. How 𝗏𝗀 know when exit, it's crazy. Yes, Teplický Roy. 𝗏𝗀 popcorn now. There we go. And we have a freeway. Let's see what actually happens here. Oh my goodness, 𝗏𝗀, the absolute monster aggressive player that has woken up from his slumber once that ICM pressure was relieved. Flops an open-ender. Lucky hits that top pair, however, and Paul has a backdoor nut flush draw here. It is Lucky who is betting. There we go. I think we all know what's happening here. Of course he raises. Of course he raises. 𝗏𝗀 doesn't care. He is proving to all of you that he is not the net that you guys were calling him, and it is all in. This man who has shown us that he is capable of absolute madness after all decides to gamble with that straight draw, with that overcard, and he wants to double up right here through Lucky. Can Lucky be lucky? Or will this aggressive monster 𝗏𝗀 get there? Oh my goodness, it's an absolute blank. And the ace, king, or a 9, will seal it. It is a 4. Good game, 𝗏𝗀, but guys, round of applause. Round of applause for 𝗏𝗀. He waited, he was patient, he was super tight. He was the most conservative player at the table. We thought that he's not capable of it, but once he got what he wanted those pay jumps. Once he secured that deal, he showed us what kind of a monster is hiding inside, showing us that insane 3-bet bluff with the blocker on the flop, and then going for it, gamble, with in a very close spot with the king jack. Shout out to Mishka. I mean, what an ending, what a story of redemption. He might be eliminated. These payouts are not right. He got more money than this. You can see the deal, 66,300. No, it's 56.8. Is that right? Yeah, 56.8. But yeah, absolutely beautiful. Quads, okay. Hey, Quads, hey, what's going on, my man? What's going on? Are you in here? Are you watching these guys live? Yeah, Mishka, 56,800. So he secured a little bit more. Also, by the way, guys, if you enjoyed these players, if you enjoy watching them play, I know there were some complaints. Oh, why do we give out free tickets, free K in terms of value? Let me tell you, it's so you can follow these storylines. And we have a 2-minute break. I think we can stay here. Let's see if our production will actually call us away. Yes, they will.
Draw to the ATM says how many players left. We're getting close to a redraw already. We will have a redraw when there's 16 players remaining. We have a wide range of nationalities being represented at this feature table: Italy, Germany, Hungary, and the Ukraine. The Germans will be out in force for this series for sure. They're always there or thereabouts.
Sure.
Never too far away from seeing a Romanian flag either.
There's an Irish player on the final table of the stream that I covered for you as well, Dan. I think that was one of the first times that might have happened. I think he ended up in 4th or 5th place or something like that.
It's a rare flag to see a Kings, Alan.
Throw.
Unless we were over there, of course.
Yeah. I was just going to say, and yet you have 2 Irish commentators somehow.
Oh, we love it. And Sirionis is going to shove over the top. He's going to get bad news here. Ladies out again. 2 red ladies for trunk in the hijack. All in and call. 7.3 million in this pot as well. Wow. Things are kicking off early here.
Sure.
A few all-ins and we haven't even played one orbit. Heinz in big trouble. Jack 8-3, no help. It's a 9 or runner. 4 of hearts. Looking grim for the pocket 9s as we hit the river. River is the 3 of hearts, and trunk wins sizable pot. It also seems a bit excessive. It's just really hard to play when you're that handcuffed. You don't want to come through a field of over 2,700 and miss out on that ticket. Perhaps, Alan, as well, they've introduced the cards today because there's still 16 remaining in this event. We were just commentating on the final table on Saturday. Maybe it's just at the tournament director's discretion. But I would be expecting to see them more than you wouldn't be seeing them. Action time here. Hijack open with ace-10 suited. AM says he's team 𝗏𝗏𝗀. You know what? He was my favorite coming into the day there as well. Him and Georgios, of course. Knows what's at stake here, the 10k ticket, but Jack's just going to be too good of a hand facing a hijack open.
Keep it on or what? You keep it on?
Pretty sick spot here for Fam. She's going to be priced in for this all in, but under normal circumstances. But okay, she decides she's still going to go with it.
Yeah.
I was going to say there might be an argument you could fold. I might fold ace-10 offsuit. Perhaps ace-10 suit is just going to be a bit too good.
Possibly, yeah.
It is 8 bigs total. I am really griping here if you're going to be raised folding 8 bigs, but nah, has to be so tight from the cutoff. I feel like a hypocrite saying that I would raise fold in that spot. But it might just be one of those hands where you could let it go. Not a good flop with the ace-7-7. Fam set the send now home. And that means the bubble will be burst unless there is that one remaining jack on this river. It is the 3 of spades.
GG.
Sick for now there with the 2 jacks.
I would assume suited would be somewhat easier, I would say.
This just feels horrible to give back the chips you just won. You're back down at 10 bigs. Or you double them up. Or you eliminate them, I guess. But I don't know if I'm going to fold suited there, guys. I'll probably think he's, yeah, the offsuit combo can just go in the muck. It is for about 12 bigs total, so it's like 10 more. It really is very close. Here we go. Szymanski raising enough to put trunk all in. Trunk goes for it. Szymanski just straight up ripped there.
Yeah.
Change of pace for Szymanski, and I actually don't mind just shoving there, putting them both to the test. It's good ICM play. With Trunk waking up with the 10s. Another twist in this tail, perhaps. Trunk could be back to 26 million, and then they're very even in chips, the 3 remaining players. Jack 7-5, 2 spades. Turn is a 5 of hearts. Trunk looking pretty, 95% equity as we hit the river. The French Riviera. 6 of spades. Trunk gets a healthy, chunky double up.
Final table with 2 big blinds or day 1 with massive chip lead?
Oh, I care about the money. Final table with 2 big blinds. 2 big blinds, you can spin, you can win. Bendinelli win the APT with 1 big blind, so final table with 2 big blinds, definitely. So for sure.
Final table, 2 big blinds.
Okay. Final table with 2 big blinds left, because then I'm in the money anyways. Yeah.
If you have to choose 2 big blinds on the final table or massive chip lead on day 1?
The final table one.
Final table.
Yeah?
Yes, because winning is different.
Okay.
But both option, I take it anyway.
That's tough. I mean, depends, I guess. It largely depends about like what your bankroll is. Okay, if that's like money-changing life-changing money. Sorry, I'm a bit. Of course, then you're gonna take the 2 big blinds, you know, and whatever. But if you're playing on roll and that's just a normal tournament for you, I probably prefer to chip lead the day 1 and try to deep stack until the final table, maybe.
Yeah.
And we are back for the moment you have all been waiting for. For over a week, basically, we have been here in the Pirates Poker Treasure Blackbeard Mystery Bounty trying to find out who will be the one player who will beat them all, who will take down that money, who will be the lucky one, and who are the 2 remaining contenders. It's a lucky 761 with a big chip lead. Take a look at this, 65%. of the chips in the pot. 1.7 million. 𝗏𝗀 58 mil. He has a mountain to overcome. 𝗏𝗀 is the big favorite to walk away with that win and that extra 20,000 euro that they have agreed after that deal. And I can't wait what will happen here in this heads up. We might be here for a while because I think even though Paul obviously is very much against it, he cannot be written off. He has so much experience being in this exact chair, in this exact situation. So many tournaments he's won here in Rozvadov, so many second places as well, so many heartbreaks. And even though he is at the worst end of the chip stacks, we cannot write him off by any means. And by the way, Quad said heads up 𝗏𝗀 and Paul winner. Get post comment in the end, Lemon. I think because of the delay he might be gone, but I'll try to get the reaction of him if he actually busts out. If he loses, we might try to get him in here, but it's unlikely. We have that delay. I will try to get at least some sort of a snippet to you guys. What do you give for a heads up correct prediction? Well, I'm not sure. Right now, it obviously looks like that 𝗏𝗀 is the man who will take this down. He's got a sizable chip lead, 1.6 million against 59. I mean, he's the man. Now, the deal is not correct on YouTube, by the way, guys. Winnie, if you can fix that, that would be nice. I will show you the corrected deal on YouTube. There you go. The one I just posted is the deal that has been agreed. We are playing for 20,000 up top. The runner-up is 8.5K. But honestly, right now, it is not really about the money. It is about who takes this down, who will get the bragging rights, who will fight for his nation and take down this massive field that started the Pirates Poker Treasure, who will come out on top. $2,785 entries, and right now 𝗏𝗀 has a big chip lead. Lemon, are you still on Poker Strategy? Yes, I'm there from time to time. The thing is, I have been traveling the world, guys. I've been at 16 different live stops in the last 10 months, roughly. Absolutely incredible, flying all over the place, making content. So not much time for Poker Strategy. I will try to make that time at some point. Quad says, no, no, no. I will be able to get you some content with the winner. Most likely the winner will stick around, but if Paul loses, I don't think I'll be able to get him here, you know, especially because of the delay. Quad says, great. Very, very enjoyable comment, Lemon. So entertaining. I'll be here next time for sure. Thank you very much. It means a lot for you guys to give me a feedback like this. I absolutely love it. And it has been easy today. But remember, I do travel all around the world making content. And really, what I give you is only channeling of what you can see in front of you. So these players gave us a hell of a show. The King's Resort production is second to none. I do believe that when it comes to a permanent fixture, I don't think there's any competition in Europe. This is by far the best permanent streaming table in Europe, the best production. I'm just here to give you the commentary, tell you what's happening. But obviously, I very much appreciate it. Quads, you have been fantastic, obviously. 𝗙𝗏, you were a student before. If you guys don't know, I have been a coach for the longest time. Basically, for about 8 years, I've been playing micro stakes and small stakes. I had almost no losing months. Those were back in the day when the money was easy. And look at this. Paul actually open raises 9-7 suited. 𝗏𝗀 decides to put on the pressure with his big stack with the ace-8 offsuit. is absolutely fine to mix it in when you are playing heads up. What's interesting is these players, they are not employing that limping strategy. The modern way to play heads up when you have that big blind ante is not to go crazy, not to go raising big. The limping is the way. And Lucky with that backdoor draw and the ace against Paul's middle pair. It might look like Lucky has nothing. But any 7 gives it an open-ender. Any jack gives it an open-ender. What's going on? All in? Lucky just called it off. Oh my goodness. You have a good backdoor potential, but he just expected there to be a lot of draws. Paul somehow, with a very clutch mid-pair all in, he was behind, but now he's a massive favorite to be a big chip leader in this heads-up. Oh my goodness, what the hell just happened? Paul, a genius all-in that completely caught Lucky off guard. He's done this yet again. Can he hold here? Yes, he can. Oh my God. He put the same trick that he tried once before. This is called merging your range, when it looks like that you might have those queen jacks, those 7/8s, or you have a really, really strong hand, but Paul decides to just ship it in with a mid pair. Oh my goodness. This race is designed to completely throw your opponent off guard, think that you are way more polarized than you actually are, and Lucky completely ate it up. Oh my goodness, this is when the experience comes in. This is when all the posts that he has seen all night long against Lucky came to fruition. Oh my goodness. Stellar production, rivals, Hustler Casino Live. Yeah, I mean, this is absolutely wonderful. To have this almost every week, to have streams like this one, I mean, kudos to the production. Again, King's Resort. You know what? I do all sorts of content. I go to the smallest events and the biggest ones. And let me tell you, when you have amazing characters like we have right here, it's very, very easy to look like a hero, but it goes all to the production and everybody else. And Quartz, hey, oh my God, Quartz, you call it. Why did I will ask him this, guys. Stay tuned for the Instagram. I will ask Paul if he is now angry about making the deal because he was the favorite. You guys said he was the favorite. He even said, I'm not making any deals before heads up. But wow, this was a play of a man. This was a range merge, a super advanced race, where you basically are trying to show your opponent, oh my God, hold that thought, Lucky is about to come back. Aces against post for free, and look at this, these guys are completely ignoring the strategy, but oh my God, can you believe it? Is this going to be the hand? This is absolutely insane. Lucky, after that loose call, has aces, but Paul is the literal favorite with a straight draw, with that flush draw. Oh my God, instant all-in. Can this be over just like this? We have just started in this heads up. These guys ignored the nerds that tell them that you should be limping. No low ball, no small ball was employed right here. And this is the all-in for the title, for everything, for being the first out of 2,785 entries. Yes, it is that flash on the turn. Never easy, there is still hope, but Paul is one card away from becoming the champion of the Pirates Poker Treasure. Can he dodge that heart? Can he become the champ? Yes, he can. Can you believe this? This is actually a straight flush on the river. Absolutely insane ending to this massive tournament. Goes to the veteran and to one of the strongest players and most accomplished players in King's Resort history. The title goes to Romania. Wow, what an insane ending to insane 2 days of streaming. Can you believe this? Straight flush on the river. Oh my God. My doctor will tell me I have to take more blood pressure pills because after this I will probably flatline. Absolutely insane ending to these incredible 2 days that we've spent with you here in King's Resort. Wow, absolutely crazy, guys. Oh, I have to calm down. I'm going to try to give you the last hand. I'm going to try to bring you the feelings of the winner. And thank you so much, 𝗙𝗏 𝗴'𝗀, everybody who was here. Chili Pops, you made it here as well. Absolutely fantastic to see you here. Winnie Boy, you are here. Danny, ECDUB, Gian Monto was here. All the guys, Quads especially, thank you so much for your great feedback. Quinn TV, you guys have been fantastic. And this action has been fantastic. Of course, it ends on the straight flush on the river. Was anybody doubting something like this? I mean, 𝗏𝗏 oh, straight flush. I mean, guys, if you can fall asleep after this insanity, wow. Good luck to you, and look at these players celebrating. So I will have to say goodbye, guys. I will try to get you that content. And this has been an absolute pleasure, thanks to you guys. So thank you and good night from this absolute banger of an ending from King's Resort. By the way, guys, I can tell you right now, I will make it. I will make it. I will get you that content. You will get the first reactions. And I will make sure that I ask if Paul regrets making that deal. I mean, maybe you guys are right. You shouldn't make it. Roland says, congrats, champs. How on? Wow, 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 wow. Chipman, we rival Hustler Casino. That was a very nice comment. And we bid you goodbye from King's Resort. Till next time, this has been Lemon Poker.